Podium Audio presents Texting Dr. Stalker, written by Pepper Winters. Performed by Lucy Jessica and Luke William Bromley.
Chapter 1. Sailor. Hospitals and Ghosts. I should see white lights and pearly gates, right? So why can I only see him? Milton's face burned a permanent nightmare on my eyesight, thanks to him strangling me to death on the rug I'd bought in honour of my Nana's birthday. She would have been 99. We'd often joked that she'd make it to 200. Until time decided it could stop. Just like that. Just like it almost ended for me. Or rather, had ended for me. Yet here I was, being wheeled at dizzying speed beneath row after row of fluorescent lights, strangers looking down at me with worried frowns, hands touching me with professional inspections. Everything was a blur as doors banged wide, and the rush made my head swim. I closed my eyes again, but Milton was there, looming and sneering. His hands like iron shackles around my throat, his thumbs digging so painfully.
Think he's better than me, huh? I'll show you.
Blocking the memory of his voice, I tried to swallow, but fire-gushing agony looped around my neck. Time skipped again. I was grateful for the blips as I suddenly came to on a different bed with different people staring down at me. Everything hurt, every finger and toe, every bone and limb. Tears stung my bruised eyes. Fear throttled me just like Milton had. How was I here? Had he stopped and called for help? Was he here too? Playing the role of caring boyfriend all while waiting for yet another excuse to kill me. A wash of full-body terror drenched me at the thought of him still in my house, the house my Nana had left me. Prowling through the rooms where I'd always found happiness, contaminating every nook and cranny with his violence. God, how could I have been so stupid? How could I let him taint my most favourite place in the world? A nurse poked me with a needle. Another nurse pressed a few buttons on a machine by my head. They looked at each other before glancing at me with a pitying smile. You'll be okay. You're safe now, all right? He can't get you here. I wanted to cry. I might be safe in this chaotic place with doctors and patients and beeping annoying monitors. But what about my home? How could I ever go back there? How could I ever be in the same room as him again? The kind nurse with bright coral lips gave me a gentle pat on the shoulder. Relax now. We've got you. A fuzzy cloud crept over my mind. I tried to fight it, but sleep pulled me under. And the last thing I saw was the ghost of my Nana standing at the foot of my bed. Her thick white hair curled perfectly around her chin, the usual pink peony in the top button of her house dress, and a wonderful smile on her gorgeous, wizened face. Rest, little Law. Everything will work out in the end. You'll see. I slipped into darkness.
Did the scans show any internal bleeding?
A masculine voice that sounded familiar wriggled through my gluey thoughts. No, Dr. North. She was lucky.
Lucky? You call attempted murder lucky?
Oh no, of course not. I just meant she'll recover. It'll take time, but she'll heal.
Give me a rundown.
Of course, Dr. North. She suffered contusions to large areas of her arms and legs, has a hematoma on her hip, multiple abrasions, and a few bruised ribs. Dr. Yang did a thorough investigation of her neck and spine, and there doesn't appear to be any skeletal damage. However, he did recommend she doesn't try to speak for up to a week while her larynx heals.
Thank you, Hayley.
That rough, gruff, kind voice. It wasn't just familiar. It was one I'd heard almost every day for the past 2 years. Ever since I'd moved in with my Nana after she lost Pops. I'd also heard that voice change from teenage crackle to deep baritone as we grew up on either side of the fence. I forced my heavy eyelids to open. Fuzzy sight revealed a pretty nurse and a handsome doctor. His shoes scuffed as he shifted to move away from my bedside.
Let me know when she wakes.
Will do, doctor. Wait. I tried to speak. It came out like a smoker's cough, and wow, it hurt. Dr. North froze. His vibrant green gaze snapped to mine.
Ah, Miss Rose. Welcome back.
Miss Rose? Since when has he ever called me Miss Rose? Then again, the man standing over me wasn't the boy who teased me when I'd stayed for a week or so every few years to visit my grandparents. There was no sign of the neighbourhood kid who stole my nana's freshly baked cookies and pulled my pigtails. He was a stranger in a white coat. He's the reason Milton tried to kill me. A full-body adrenaline dump had me scrambling out of bed. I couldn't be around him. I had to leave, now. Milton can't see me talking to him. He'll...
Hey, it's okay.
Dr. North grabbed my shoulder and elbow and eased me back down. His touch was gentle, but every place he connected, my body ached with a million bruises. Panting, wincing, gasping with agony and fear and memories, I struggled.
You're safe. He's not here.
Dr. North kept me kindly but firmly pressed against my pillow.
Stop moving, please. Otherwise you'll hurt yourself even more.
The nurse went to my other side and gently laid her hand on my arm. You're okay. It's a shock waking up in a new place, I know. But Dr. North is right. You're safe here. Just take a deep breath for us. That's it. I swallowed and immediately wished I hadn't. I'd never felt such fire, such swollen, molten agony. My fingers flew to my throat, sure I'd find my neck doubled in size. The nurse, Haley, went to stop me, but Dr. North gave her a soft smile.
I have it from here. You're free to attend your other patients.
Haley nodded, her eyes lingering on him. Are you sure? She seems a little disorientated.
I'm sure.
Haley pursed her lips and stepped back. I won't be far if you need me. She strode away in her crisp uniform and squeaky sneakers. Dr. Alexander North didn't move until she'd gone out of earshot. His rich red hair straddled the colour spectrums of richest fire and darkest brown, all while his suntanned skin hinted he'd enjoyed the hot summer we'd been having on his days off. His black-framed glasses couldn't hide the tiredness on his face or the dangerous amount of intelligence in his vibrant green eyes. I'd never seen him in mint green scrubs before. Whenever we saw each other, on the days we ran into each other, thanks to being neighbours, it was either a courteous wave as we grabbed our mail in mismatched sleepwear or a passing smile as we got into our respective cars to go about our day. He'd always been friendly but reserved, kind but standoffish. I suppose that was what happened when our two grandmothers, who'd been best friends since they were 14, had bought houses side by side in the 50s to raise their families, expecting their children and grandchildren to act like family. It hadn't quite gone to plan. Once he was sure we were alone, he let his professionalism slip a little. His eyes narrowed as they scanned me from head to toe. I resisted the urge to squirm in the overly starched white sheets of my hospital bed. Memories of Milton accusing me of having an affair with him repeated over and over again.
You've been banging him. I know you have. Well, you won't be able to anymore, will you?
Flinching, I shut those thoughts down and forced myself to focus. I wanted to ask where Milton was, how I'd ended up here, what on earth happened. But with no voice and barely any energy, all I could do was tremble in bed and blink at the man who was the reason, unknowingly, that I'd almost died. His face went dark.
Melody would have stabbed that man with her favourite filleting knife if she knew what he did to you.
My mouth fell open. He'd never shown that sort of passion before. Never hinted violence stalked beneath his usual standoffish facade. I cringed deeper against my pillows. I'd never been a wallflower, but after what Milton had done and why he did it It shook the very foundations of my world. Not noticing my wariness of him, he eyed up the bandage on my left arm. The virginal white wrapping did its best to hide the fingernail gouges Milton had left on me as he threw me into the living room. He raised an eyebrow.
Are you right-handed?
I frowned, but nodded. I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to talk, period. I wanted to pass out and forget that any of this had ever happened. Slipping a small white notepad from his scrub's breast pocket, he unclipped one of the pens poking upright and placed both beside my right hand.
Do you know how you ended up here? Do you know who you are? Who I am? Do you have any memory of what's happened?
My heart skipped at the hardness in his voice.
Go on.
He arched his chin at the notepad.
Don't try to speak. You need to let the soft tissue in your throat heal. But if you have any questions or concerns, write them down, and I'll do my best to answer.
He sniffed.
But answer mine first, please.
Sucking in a breath, I flipped awkwardly to a clean page and clicked the pen. The sooner I answered him, the sooner he'd leave me alone, and I could breathe again. My hand shook a little as I scribbled a reply. I don't know how I ended up here. I'm Sailor Rose, you're Alexander North. And yes, I remember him hurting. Scowling as tears flushed my eyes, I crossed out hurting and wrote, I remember him killing me. Doing my best to ignore the gush of icy fear to run and never come back, I added, where is he? Is he still in my house? How am I not dead? Alexander crossed his arms as I held up the notepad for him to read. Glancing left and right, studying the other patients in various states of healing in the large ward, he did his best to shed whatever tension crackled through his shoulders.
He's been arrested, so no, he's not in Melody's. Sorry, your house any longer. You'll have to file a restraining order if he gets out on bail, but for now, he's in custody.
My heart fluttered with fresh terror. Would he try again? How long would he be locked up for? If he knew I was here, speaking to my neighbour, God, he'd do worse than just kill me. Another tsunami of fear drenched me. I hated it, hated the icy, prickly terror that banded my ribs and suffocated my lungs. I need to leave, right now. Straightening his spine, he added,
And you're not dead because Jim's dog slipped his leash while out for his usual walk and bolted to your back door. Jim chased him, saw all the furniture tipped over, you on the floor, and your boyfriend with his hands wrapped around your throat.
His voice grew harder.
He didn't think, didn't hesitate. He strode into the kitchen, grabbed Melody's favourite cast-iron pan and walloped him around the head. He was the one to call for an ambulance and the police. You're alive because of him.
His voice faded as silence fell between us. I had an overwhelming urge to run home to my neighbourhood and throw my arms around James McNabb. The 83-year-old pensioner who'd flirted with my nana, Melody, had crossed the fence most Sundays when they pruned their rose bushes. Nana had always said he was a sweet young lad, but she didn't do younger men. At 14 years his senior, she was perfectly serious, despite them being as wrinkly as the other. I think Jim, me, and the entire street knew Nana's excuse was only because she'd been married to her soulmate for 74 years and lost him 2 years ago. Placing the notepad back on the bed, I scribbled, Is Jim okay? Milton didn't hurt him. Dr. North huffed with faint amusement.
He's fine. His dog is too. I believe Jim arranged for a few of his friends to help straighten up the knocked-over furniture, then locked up your house and tucked the spare key under the lavender pot.
I shook my head, once again overwhelmed at the close-knit community of our street. When I'd first moved in, it had taken some getting used to. Having complete strangers know absolutely everything about me had felt like an invasion of privacy. But now, with Nana gone, it felt as if she was still around, still watching over me. Nervousness prickled down my spine as I struggled with what to write next. Dr. North must have sensed my flagging energy as he unwound his crossed arms and raked a hand through his glossy red hair.
Just rest. I'll be by later to check on you again. You should be free to go home tomorrow.
His professionalism returned, hiding the neighbour I'd spied through lamp-lit windows and fence palings.
If you need anything, just ring that button.
He pointed at a remote on the bedside table.
A domestic abuse counsellor will want to speak to you before you're discharged. Do you have anyone you'd like me to call to let them know you're all right?
I managed to hide my flinch. Funny how the pain could fade but never truly went away whenever I remembered I was the last remaining member of my entire family tree. I wrote, "Could you let my friend Lily know? Her number is 555-0987.
Of course.
He pulled out his phone.
I'll do it right now.
Dr. North, we need you rather urgently if you're free. A different nurse appeared, a frantic look in her eyes. His fingers flew over the screen, inputting the numbers into his contacts before slipping the phone into his scrub's pocket.
Sure.
Glancing at me, he added,
My apologies. I'll call Lily when I have a spare moment.
He didn't give me a chance to write a reply. With a lingering look, he vanished with the nurse and left me in a sea of hospital beds.
Chapter 2. Xander. Neighbourly Duties. I became a doctor because I felt hopeless as a kid when my dad passed away from cancer. My mum followed him not long after from a hit and run when she was leaving work. I'd been 11 when my two sisters and I moved in with my grandparents. Thanks to them and their unconditional love and acceptance of our losses, I managed to retain my hope in helping people rather than turning to the dark side and getting revenge. I watched all the superhero movies. I commiserated with the villains as well as the good guys. I read every book I could about men with magic over life and death. Yet, I could never bring my parents back or stop death. The closest thing I could get to that sort of power was to wear scrubs and wield a scalpel, and I achieved that goal with a sheer-minded dedication that came at the cost of everything else. I didn't care that my profession of choice was grueling on my sleep, love life, and existence in general. I didn't care that medicine and my patients consumed my every waking thought. I'd gone into this career not for money, but to serve. And I'd vowed the Hippocratic Oath with every drop of sincerity I possessed. Yet now, I'd give anything to take a life instead of save one. Milton Rild, the bastard who'd almost killed her. Not that she was mine to avenge. We'd only ever shared hellos and how are yous, but she was my responsibility in a roundabout way. Her well-being and happiness had been tasked to the 6-year-old version of me by Sailor's grandmother on the day of Sailor's birth. I didn't get to meet her for a few years, as her parents never visited, but I had photos shoved in my face and suffered through many a tea date where my grandmother Mary gossiped with Sailor's grandmother Melody about how we'd grow up and fall madly in love and finally join our two houses together. Needless to say, I wasn't a fan of my unofficially betrothed baby bride, who was 6 years my junior. The first time I met Sailor, she'd been 4, and it had been the first visit Melody's son made. The grumpy bastard brought his equally grumpy wife and painfully shy daughter, and the visit had gone as well as expected. I knew that had hurt Melody's and Rory's feelings, that their son didn't want to spend any time with them, let alone share their only child, and I'd taken one look at Sailor Rose and dismissed the annoying request of looking out for her, then flatly refused to marry her at any age. By the time I was 13 and she was 7, she came for another visit and scampered behind the shed when I'd shouted hello through the fence. After that, I didn't see her often, every couple of years at the most. I'd seen her growing up in skips of time, snippets of skinned knees and braces, ugly dresses and different hairstyles. With 6 years between us, she was just the skinny little girl next door. But that was before she moved back to look after Melody, before she started dating that asshole a year ago, before I'd taken my responsibility for her a little more seriously, now that our grandmothers were gone, and their wishes were all that were left. It was also before my annoyance toward her turned into something else. Something I didn't want to name, and would flatly deny if anyone asked me, something that had always been there, slowly building as the years passed by, getting harder and harder to ignore, especially on those lonely nights when I spied her through the window. But then, he tried to kill her. He tried to hurt the girl who was supposed to be mine, even if I was too busy, too stubborn, and too exhausted to claim her as my own. My hands curled into fists again. I'd first met Milton as he sneaked out of Melody's house at 5 a.m. I was heading for a shift at the hospital. Not that it was Melody's house anymore. She'd died of a broken heart, leaving yet another hole in my life after I'd lost my own beloved grandparents from various sicknesses over the years. Damn it, enough! Shaking my head, I focused on why I'd snuck into the staff room on my way to see yet another patient. Pulling long shifts always made my mind a mess. My thoughts scrambled with patient data, to-do lists, along with the past and all the promises I'd made and hadn't kept. At least I could keep this one. Pulling my phone free, I scrolled to the number Sailor had given me. Pressing call, I paced the small break room. The sense of coffee teased me with promises of fresh energy as the ringing suddenly switched to a chirpy feminine voice.
Hello, who's this?
I stopped pacing and sat in one of the worn, vinyl-covered chairs clustered around a crumb-covered table. Considering every doctor and nurse in this place lived in a world of sanitizer and cleanliness, the staff room was a disaster. Is this Lily?
Yes?
My name's Xander North. I'm a surgeon at Cedars Hospital.
Oh my God, is it my dad? I told him he shouldn't have had that white bread. He knows he's celiac, but just doesn't listen. He's going to kill himself through wheat.
Resting my elbow on the table, I nudged up my glasses and pinched the bridge of my nose. Damn, it had been a long day. I'm not calling about your father. I'm ringing on behalf of your friend, Sailor. Sailor Rose. She gave me your number, too.
Sales? Oh no, what happened? Is she okay? What on earth? Oh, I'm coming right now. I'll get in my car and...
She's fine. She suffered a few injuries and... I paused. The programming that had been drilled into me to stick to the facts and never give more information than necessary couldn't override the sudden burning violence in my veins. Do you know her boyfriend, Milton Rild? The line went quiet.
Yes. I know him.
She sucked in a wary breath.
What did he do to her?
This was the part where I gave the hospital address and shut down how I truly thought about the patient under my care. But tonight, I just couldn't do it. Sailor was my neighbor, my shirked responsibility, my childhood destiny if my grandmother had anything to say about it. And I'd had watched her date that bastard for a full year. I'd had to hold my tongue when she let him move in with her. I'd had to keep my distance, even when I had my suspicions of the type of man he was. I'd also come face to face with the awful knowledge that I'd wanted her for years, and was too late. What if Jim's dog Biscuit hadn't heard her screaming? What if Jim hadn't been agile enough to swing that cast-iron pan and knock out the bastard? Sighing heavily, I struggled to contain the growl in my voice. Milton Rild tried to kill her. She's okay, and he's been arrested, but she could do with a friendly face. I waited for another river of words, but she was eerily quiet. Finally, she said,
I always knew he didn't deserve her. I'll be there in an hour. I'll swing by her house and grab some things.
Didn't deserve her? Fuck. That was the understatement of the century. I hung up before I could tell her exactly what I thought of Sailor Rose, her choice in men, and just how fucking lucky Milton Rild was that Jim had found him instead of me. Staying in the shadows by the nurse's station on the 6th floor, I peered into the room across the hall. Conveniently, Sailor had been moved into the bed, visible from where I stood unseen. The other 4 beds empty. However, she wasn't alone. Lily, her friend who I'd seen popping by quite often over the past 2 years, sat on a pulled-up chair and laughed as she passed her iPad to Sailor before reading whatever she'd written with the stylus. Patting Sailor's hand, Lily said,
I'll break you out the moment you get the all clear.
Technically, Lily shouldn't be here. It was way past visiting hours, but I'd instructed the nurses to let Sailor have the company. After all, Lily might not be family, but I happened to know that a friend was as close to family as Sailor would get these days. Her parents had died on some excursion in the Middle East, after abandoning their teenage daughter at college. For her entire life, they'd acted as if they would have rather never had a kid, and now she didn't have parents. At least I still had my 2 sisters. Pain in my ass that they were. Sailor truly was an orphan, and that pulled on the part of me that was the ultimate sucker for the hurt and helpless. Sailor pulled a face, stole the iPad back, then wrote furiously. Lily read the screen and shook her head.
No, definitely not. We discussed this. You're coming home with me. You can bunk in my room. My roommate won't mind. I don't think you should be alone right now, especially in that house where he...
Sailor threw up her bandaged wrist and winced in pain as she tried to speak. She gave up as her swollen throat prevented her vocal cords from making sound. With a huff, she wrote something and shoved the iPad at her friend. Lily's shoulders slouched as she read it.
I know it's your safe place and it's your home, but he attacked you in its sales. You can't seriously think you can go back and live there after this.
Lily shuddered.
You should sell it. Use the inheritance your nan left you and move somewhere else.
Move somewhere else? The thought pinched like a trapped nerve. Ever since Melody passed away and left everything to Sailor, I'd expected this day to come. I'd hated the thought of Sailor moving away, because whoever bought the quaint 2-story home would upset the dynamics on our street. I'd have new neighbours, strangers who might not be quiet on the days I needed to sleep for graveyard shifts, people with screaming kids or noisy teenagers or annoying pets. But that wasn't the real reason. The real reason was hidden beneath a lifetime of gaslighting myself that I felt nothing for her. However, when Sailor showed no signs of selling, she condemned me to live a life of constant torture, seeing her every day instead of just sporadic visits. Each time I saw her, I had fought the very real knowledge that my grandmother had cursed me, and I had an unbearable crush on my neighbour. I'd even contemplated leaving. I had my own house a few suburbs away that I'd bought when I first moved out. I'd deliberately brought close by to change light bulbs, fix internet issues, and generally keep an eye on my grandfolks as they grew older. When they died, I'd found myself spending more and more time at their place until I decided to rent my house out and renovate theirs. I was supposed to do it up in my spare time. What spare time? And then sell it. But time had a habit of going too fast, and years ticked by far too quickly, and now I was hopelessly fucking addicted to spying on the girl who was supposed to be mine, and each time I convinced myself I should move on, I couldn't.
We'll discuss this when you're feeling better.
Lily sniffed, passing back the iPad. Sailor scrunched up her nose and scribbled. Tapping the screen with the stylus, she arched her eyebrows. The black eye that the bastard had left her with glowed even from here. Her sandy blonde hair was knotted and tangled from fighting for her life. My hands balled. I had a good mind to call the local police and ask for Milton's location. He deserved to have his throat so bruised he could barely swallow. He deserved to have a lacerated wrist and contusions all over his body. Sailor's skin recorded every second of the abuse he delivered. Every time he'd hit her, thrown her, and kicked her now existed, right there, for anyone to read. My temper steadily climbed. How fucking dare he hurt her? How dare he steal her sense of safety by... Xander? My eyes snapped from Sailor to Lily. I struggled to focus on a fellow doctor slouching on the nurse's station desk. My heart rate picked up at the thought of Sailor catching me watching her. Clicking my fingers, I beckoned my colleague and friend to follow me farther down the hall. Colin Marks, prosthetic genius and all-round amazing doctor, scowled but obeyed. I didn't stop until we were well out of earshot, ignoring the nurses giving me a strange look. I crossed my arms and looked him up and down. "What are you doing here so late?" He matched me, his biceps popping beneath his black scrubs. "Could ask the same about you." Glancing over his shoulder, he frowned. "Spying on a patient, Zan." My initial reaction was to lie and deny, like I usually did when it came to Sailor. But he knew me too well, and it would only arouse his highly suspicious, annoyingly perceptive nature. "Just checking up on someone. She's my neighbour. There's a slight conflict of interest in me treating her, but I wanted to make sure she was recuperating all right." I had front row seats to his brain whirring. He hadn't become the leader of the prosthetic department before his 33rd birthday by being stupid. I swear he had an eidetic memory most days. It came in useful with patient cases, yet downright irritating in everything else. "Sailor's here?" he asked. The fact that he knew her name irked me in ways I didn't want to unravel. Resisting the urge to fidget, I shrugged. "You remember seeing her around whenever you visited?" "Of course I remember," he smirked. "She reminds me of a fragile little beanstalk, all legs and no substance." No substance. I bared my teeth, falling right into his trap. "What?" "Gotcha," he snickered. "I knew you watched her more than you let on." Unwinding his arms, he patted me on the shoulder. "Whenever I'm around at your place, you stiffen if you see her through the windows. In fact, I clearly remember that time when she'd forgotten to close the bathroom blinds and..." "Whatever you're about to say, don't." I flicked a look at the nurses still watching us under the guise of sorting paperwork. "Oh, come on. I know you didn't perv. After all, the window fogged up real quick." "And how would you know that?" "Because I'm a man, and I sneaked a peek. Just like I'm sure you sneaked many a peek because you live next door to a beautiful woman who makes you act like a teenage boy who doesn't know how to speak to girls." I couldn't win with him. I'd never been able to. Didn't matter I'd graduated with top honours and was the most promising surgeon in this hospital. Every brain cell decided to go on the fritz after such a long shift and a few sleepless nights. I knew better than to even attempt to take him on. "I'm leaving." Striding down the corridor, I rolled my eyes as he fell into pace with me. "Going home, huh?" He grinned. "But your sexy neighbour won't be there." "What will you watch when our house stays dark with no snippets of her walking from room to room?" Irrational anger chose that moment to slip free. Snatching his collar, I yanked him into the stairwell and growled. "She's in the hospital, asshole. By the guy who tried to murder her. I will never be able to sneak a peek again. I feel guilty enough as it is." "Hey, Zan, it's okay, mate." He threw his hands up in surrender, all signs of needling me switching into compassion. I didn't realize she meant that much to you. I'm sorry. Truly. She doesn't mean anything to me. Smoothing out the collar of his scrubs where I'd yanked him, I backed up. Sorry, I didn't mean to grab you like that. It's been a long day. Pushing my glasses up my nose, I shrugged. She's the granddaughter of my grand's best friend, that's all. I've told you this. I feel responsible for her. Just like I felt responsible for Melody in her later years. He pursed his lips and wisely said nothing. Raking a hand through my hair, I huffed. Whatever, I need to go to bed. I'll catch you around. Sorry again for my outburst. No need to apologize, I get it. You're on shift tomorrow, or are you free? I'm free. I actually have 48 hours off, provided I don't get called in, of course. Great. He grabbed the door handle to return to the corridor. In that case, I'll bring some beers around. I think we both need to remember how to relax a bit. This job is rewarding, but it sure isn't healthy when we take on the pains of others. Do yourself a favor and stop thinking about who you're responsible for. In fact, do whatever it takes to knock yourself out for 8 hours. And then I'll pop round in the afternoon to chill. We'll have a barbecue, some beers and some sun. That work for you? No, that didn't work for me. What would work was returning here at 10 a.m. tomorrow to be the physician to give the all-clear to Sailor and take her home. After all, we lived side by side. It wouldn't be a hassle to carpool. I needed to see how she'd react stepping back into the scene of her crime. Would she cope? Would she freak out? But Colin was right. She wasn't my responsibility, no matter the promise I'd made as a kid or the twinge in my heart as an adult. And I wasn't on shift. Besides, it already sounded as if Lily was abducting her for the time being. She isn't mine to worry about. A couple of beers to remind me to let shit go was definitely needed. You're on, I forced a smile. See you there.
Chapter 3. Sailor. Home is where the pain is. Are you sure you want to do this? I scowled at Lily as she asked the same question she'd asked 100 times since she'd picked me up from the hospital and kindly driven me back to Ember Drive. I went to speak and remembered the many guidelines the elderly doctor had advised before discharging me this morning. He'd suggested I stay for another day's observation, but I couldn't sleep, couldn't relax, constantly on high alert in case Alexander North popped by again. I hated the fact that I was as wary about him as I was about Milton, that he'd been the catalyst for all my pain and my body refused to forget that. I'd refused to stay, but I had agreed not to use my voice for a week to let the swelling in my throat recede. My bruises would fade, my cuts would heal. My slight concussion would disappear on its own. What happened yesterday would be a distant memory in 6 to 8 weeks. However, that wasn't what the counsellor had said when she came to visit me as I awkwardly dressed to leave. She warned me of flashbacks and panic attacks, and I politely nodded along, all while convincing myself that I would be fine. I'd survived. He was locked up. The end. Luckily, Milton had tried to murder me on a Monday, which worked in my favour as I didn't have to be at the market until Saturday. That gave me 4 whole days to heal and figure out how to use enough concealer to hide my black eye and paint-by-numbers bruises. Shutting off the engine of her silver Mercedes coupe, Lily turned to face me. I know you can't talk, but I feel your annoyance, Sales. She frowned and pointed a finger in my face. I don't like this. I really, really don't like this. What if he comes back? What if you need someone to help cook or go to the bathroom or... I slapped my good hand over her runaway mouth and smiled as best I could. God, I didn't think not being able to speak would be such a pain, but it literally killed me having to stay silent. And yes, I was aware of the irony that being killed had gotten me into this mess. Shaking my head, I dropped my hand and pointed at my inherited home. Sitting on the grass-striped driveway, the red brick garage full of Pop's tools welcomed me back. White jasmine vines draped off the slate roof, window boxes full of rainbow flowers, the gorgeous archway made of bent willow branches, the little fountain that attracted all the blackbirds and finches, the bird feeders, the Japanese maples, the lemon trees and phasacias, right to the huge hobbit-style gate leading to the secret garden of a backyard. The 2-story house sat nestled in all of that. Softened by lichen and love, wrapped tightly with a white veranda with a swinging egg chair, and crowned by a front door with a stained glass window showing a riot of frangipani and freezer. This place wasn't like the house I'd grown up in with my parents across the country. That had been stark and sterile with no garden, no welcome, no soul. I'd found who I truly was ever since I'd moved in with Nana, and I never felt so safe or so comfortable. So yes, I was sure I wanted to do this. I needed to do this. I wouldn't let Milton chase me from my happy place, no matter that my pulse skipped and adrenaline made me jittery at the thought of going inside. Sighing heavily, Lily nodded as if she'd heard all my thoughts as we stared at the house. I get it. You love it here. You feel safe here, but... I clucked my tongue and arched my eyebrow. She smirked. Her dark brown hair caught the late morning sunshine, her fierce blue eyes like sapphire chips. She wore a navy power suit with white lapels and pocket trim, looking every inch the successful real estate agent. Next to her, I was the unnoticed skinny mini who preferred inappropriate jokes and comfy leggings. I didn't always used to be that way. I used to work in corporate. I'd been an executive assistant to a publishing house editor. And as much as I'd love to read the slush pile and help make other people's dreams come true, when Nana had admitted that she was past the point of living on her own and was deliberating moving into a home now that Pops was gone, I upped and quit and moved in. My life had irrevocably changed, for the better. And Milton is not going to take that away from me. With a huff, I opened the car door with my good hand and gingerly climbed out. Every bruise and injury seemed to hurt even worse today. The throbbing and stiffness almost crippled me as I hid my shuffling limp and strode as straight as I could up the garden path. Hold up, you stubborn woman. Lily scrambled after me, grabbing the overnight bag she'd brought to the hospital for me from the trunk. Locking the flashy car, she darted to catch up. Cutting in front, she strode up to the front door. I shook my head and pointed at the round portal leading to the backyard. I didn't have a key, but the spare was tucked under the lavender pot, courtesy of Jim. He saved my life. If Jim and his dog hadn't heard me... I shivered and pushed away such morbid thoughts. How did you repay someone for saving your life? Bake a cake? Buy him a new something or other? Get on my knees and tell him how grateful I was that I was still here? Ah, that's right. Lily nodded and hoisted my bag higher up her shoulder. Ambulance ride while unconscious equals no key. With a nod, I pushed open the hobbit gate on its well-oiled hinges and stepped into another world. The back garden might look chaotic to some, but to me, I understood the madness within which Nana had planted. In the west, all of the herbs for essential oil pressing grew with wild chaos. In the east, all her vegetables. In the north, all the flowers she dried and designed into jewellery. And in the south, all the medicinal plants she turned into tinctures and ointments. Not hers anymore. Mine. A swell of gratefulness filled me. Memories of Nana teaching me how to use all her tools to turn petals into medicine and forage for nightly salads fresh from the soil echoed in every corner. Despite her advanced age, she'd spent every day in the garden teaching me everything she knew. And with each lesson, I'd lost the drive to live in a city and run in the rat race. I'd become her assistant, selling her wares at the local artisan markets and natural healing shops. Moving past me in her nude high heels, Lily nudged the lavender pot up and grabbed the key beneath. That was another thing with a neighbourhood like this one. Everyone knew the secret hiding places for keys and emergency items. I wouldn't have dreamed letting people in my old apartment block know where my spare key was, but here, it granted such peace knowing we all watched out for one another. The back door creaked a little as Lily unlocked it and pushed it open. The scents of drying lemongrass and oregano wafted from the farm-style kitchen. The smell rocked me back on my heels. The pain as I'd bashed into the counter. The agony as he grabbed my hair and threw me into the dining table.
You stupid cow. I told you not to look at him. I told you he's after what's mine. And what did you do? You smiled. I think it's time you had a lesson in how I expect you to act around other men. There are no other men. Do you hear me?
I flinched as his fist walloped against my cheekbone. I stumbled as he cut off my air. Not here, not real, it's over. I gasped as I forced myself to remember he wasn't here. That was yesterday. Today he couldn't hurt me. Today he's in jail. Dropping my bag by the back door, Lily scaled the 2 short steps and grabbed me in a crushing hug on the lawn. Her embrace hurt, but I returned it, all while trying to school my breathing. Trying so hard not to let Milton ruin this. I'll only ask one more time, Sales, and then I'll trust that you know what you're doing. Pulling away, she cupped my tender shoulders and squeezed. Are you absolutely sure you want to be here so soon? You don't have to sell. You don't have to move. Just maybe give it a little time. Her blue eyes softened. Come have a few sleepovers with me like old times, all right? We can stay up late and watch swoony rom-coms. We can eat all the bad food and gossip about all the boys. She winced. Oh, sorry, what on earth am I saying? Of course you don't want to watch rom-coms and gossip about boys. You probably want to stay single for the rest of your life after what he did. But if you stay single, what if you have an intruder? What if a pipe bursts? What if you have a gas leak? Living alone is dangerous, especially in a big old house like this. What if someone breaks in or a rapist is on the loose and... Laughing silently, I planted my hand over her mouth again. She spoke far too much the moment she got anxious, whereas I tended to clam up. That was why we worked so well. We'd met in high school. I wasn't exactly shy, but preferred my own company. Meanwhile, Lily, with her motor mouth, couldn't seem to shut up the moment she got flustered. Letting my hand fall, I went to speak. My throat spasmed. I just shook my head and mouthed. I'm sure. She sagged and nodded. Fine. Let's get you inside then. I have a house appointment at 3, but I'll stay until then. Afterward, I'll come back with easy-to-swallow soup and have a sleepover. No arguments. I linked my arms with hers and smiled. I gave her a thumbs up. Together, we went inside.
Chapter 4. Xander. Appropriate Morality. Clutching my beer bottle, I tried to look away, but couldn't. Down below, in Melody's overgrown wild back garden, Sailor sat alone at the wrought iron cafe table for 2. The metal used to be painted black, but the years had weathered it, and now rust crawled up the arms and legs. Leaning against the window frame where I stood in my bedroom, I wished I was closer so I could see how she was coping. From up here, she looked okay. Her straight back and fierce hold on the book she was reading seemed normal enough, but at the same time, all wrong. She was too still, too tense. Was she struggling being back so soon? Had Jim put her furniture in its rightful place so she didn't see evidence of just how badly Milton had thrown her around the house? Taking a swig of beer, I took my glasses off and rubbed at the indent left behind on my nose. Guilt squeezed my insides. After all my determination to leave things alone, I'd done something. Something that could get me into a lot of trouble. Last night, after I'd come home from the hospital, I'd tried to do exactly what Colin told me to do. I ran on my treadmill to exhaust my body, even though my mind kept racing. I had the hottest shower, followed by the coldest, shocking my nervous system to reset. I even watched a show I didn't care about, hoping it would act like a sedative. Yet, at 5 a.m., I found myself sneaking out my back door and trespassing onto someone else's property. I broke the law. Me, the guy who'd followed every rule and regulation and was proud of a lifetime of conscientious, appropriate morality, had used her spare key and sneaked his way through every room. Melody's ghost followed me as I used my phone torch to check the house and ensure it was as neat and safe as possible. But then I saw the blood. Not much. A few streaks on the kitchen bench, a couple of droplets on the dining room floor. I hadn't been prepared for the rush of fury, the crippling wash of savagery. For the first time in my life, I understood what drove other men to murder. Good men. Men who gladly went to prison for executing their wives' offenders. Men who wouldn't touch a fly, yet suddenly became experts in torture. And so, I'd done the only logical thing. I'd raided the cleaning products under the sink and scrubbed every surface and floor until I was sure Sailor's blood no longer tainted any of it. I'd replaced the key as the sun shone on my illegal activities, then fallen into bed and crashed into nonsense dreams full of black clouds, blood, and powerlessness. Colin had woken me at 4 p.m. by pressing an icy cold, dew-dripping beer bottle against the back of my neck where I lay sprawled on my stomach. Still in my black track pants and hoodie, he'd laughed his ass off as I jolted upright, ordered me to get out of bed, then gone to start the barbecue while I took another shower, trying to rinse away the fog of bad sleep and the knowledge that I'd overstepped. If Sailor knew I'd been in her house, if she knew another man had trespassed when she already didn't feel safe. Fuck. Thought I'd find you up here. Colin appeared on the threshold of my bedroom, nursing another beer. His baby blue baseball cap, white t-shirt, and black jeans made him seem as if he was still in college and not a renowned doctor. Tearing my gaze from Sailor, where she sat, strangling her book, I forced a smile. Just came to grab my spare prescription sunglasses. No idea what I did with the pair that lives downstairs. Padding barefoot toward me, he ignored my messily made bed, black bedside tables, chest of drawers, and towers of medical texts and books. I'd renovated this room years ago, hiring 2 women who did local interior design to hang wallpaper that looked like concrete slabs and install wooden blackout blinds to take it from floral 50s to an industrial loft feel. I saw your glasses by the toaster, he smirked. You should know by now you can't lie to me. Slouching, I tossed back the rest of my beer. Has anyone ever told you that you're a royal pain in the ass? You do. He clinked his bottle against my empty one. Daily. Looking down into my neighbour's messy garden, he studied Sailor for a moment too long. Finally, he said with kindness instead of scorn, She's not looking so good. I stiffened as I allowed myself to stare at her again. She'd given up pretending to read and sat with her face buried in her hands, her bandaged wrist bulky and awkward, her head bowed as if she was exhausted. My heart fisted into a knot. I couldn't keep looking at her. If I did, I'd do something stupid like go over there. Forcing myself to move away from the window, I grabbed the case for my spare sunglasses on my dresser and strode in my flip-flops to the door. My black shorts and white tee allowed me to soak up as much vitamin D as possible, seeing as I spent most of my life in a hospital. It's understandable. She's brave to want to come back so soon, but it will take time before she feels safe again. You coming? I arched my chin. Those wings will be done by now. I'm assuming that's why you came to find me. Abandoning his post by the window, Colin followed me down the stairs to the large foyer and open-plan living. I'd gotten rid of the paisley curtains and shagadelic carpet. I'd stripped off the busy wallpaper and refreshed the walls with off-white and grey. I might have updated every inch of this place over the years, but I still got the feeling that my grandparents would be in the conservatory, reading their magazines and newspapers, refusing to enter the digital age with iPads and interwebs. I came to find you as I know you. Colin shrugged and pushed past me. Swinging by the modern wood and marble kitchen, he snagged another beer from the fridge before stepping into the hexagonal conservatory and the deck beyond. I know you're worried about her, just like you're worried about your folks. You become personally invested in the lives of others and you don't? I grabbed another beer and joined him on the deck. The scents of charcoal-roasted chicken wings, garlic bread, and creamy potato salad accompanied the late afternoon perfectly. I've seen you take work home all the time. You spent countless hours on that woman's leg last month, ensuring the knee joint was reinforced so she could keep jumping her horses. I did. But the difference between us is I like the puzzle of how to keep her doing something she loves, while you'd worry about her returning to a sport that made her lose her leg to begin with. Using the tongs, he loaded up a platter already towering with sausages, juicy steaks, and grilled corn on the cob. It's fun for me to figure out ways for a new mechanism to work. Each patient is different with their needs and prosthetics. Grabbing a sausage, he bit into it and pointed the rest in my face. The difference between us, Anne, is I don't worry about their mental health. I'm there to provide a service I'm good at, and they wouldn't be getting the best of me if I constantly worried about their state of mind while adapting to their new way of life. That's not my job. My job is to gift that new way of life. The rest is up to them. See where I'm going with this? Scowling, I snagged a wing and sat heavily in the wooden deck chair I'd made with my Gramps before he passed away. You're being pretty heavy-handed, so yes, I see where you're going. Good. Finishing his mouthful, he dolloped a spoonful of potato salad onto a plate, tore off some garlic bread, and stacked a dangerously high mountain of wings before taking the seat beside me and tucking in. Her mental health is not your responsibility. Her wounds were dealt with. Her overseeing physician will see her for a checkup. She has numbers to call if she's not coping. The only thing you should worry about is how long you should give her before asking her out for a drink. I choked on my beer. You what? He chuckled. Oh, come on, you can't be that dense or believe I'm that blind. Biting off a hunk of bread, he said, You've been sneaking peeks for years. You think you're fooling me, but you're only fooling yourself. You want her. Swallowing his large bite, he grinned. And now, she's finally single. So, how long are you going to wait to remind her that not all men are murderous assholes? That she lives next to one of the best guys I know and... Quit talking while you're ahead. Leaping to my feet, I busied myself with loading a plate of food. I was grateful for my sunglasses, not only to block the sun, but his far too piercing gaze. I'm not interested in her in that way. I'm merely keeping an eye on her like her grandmother told me. Yeah, sure you are. So this grandma of hers specifically told you to stand in a dark bedroom while she's in hers with her lights on. Did she tell you to freeze each time you see her by the letterbox? Maybe she also told you not to bring women here in case your neighbour sees you with someone else, and it breaks her itty-bitty heart. I groaned and sank back into my chair. One time I asked to use your place. One time, Cole. Because you wanted to fuck and not have your neighbour. No, because I was too exhausted to drive anywhere and she was tipsy. Your apartment was closer. Nothing happened that night. You're shitting me. He raised an eyebrow. You went home with a super pretty girl from the bar, used my place with its bachelor vibes with a spa tub on the balcony, and still didn't score. Leaning toward me, he scowled. What's wrong with you? Like I said, she was tipsy. Tipsy isn't drunk. It's still not right. I couldn't hold his eye contact or stop remembering how the woman in question had tried to instigate sex multiple times throughout the night, and each time I'd politely but firmly turned her down. By the time morning came around and she'd sobered up enough to make a rational decision, I'd frustrated her so much by doing the right thing. She said I'd ruined her self-esteem, called me a tease and left. Which was fine. Completely, totally fine. I didn't have time for a girlfriend. I barely had time for a friend. And we both worked crazy hours, so our relationship came with built-in understanding. I'd gone into this profession knowing full well I might struggle to balance love and career. I'd chosen it because I was great at what I did, got satisfaction from helping people, and had grown used to being on my own. So what if I'd completely forgotten what it felt like to be touched by someone? So what if every release I had was by my hand and no one else's? I was doing something worthwhile, which made up for the loneliness. Not that I'm lonely. Of course not. I was 29, owned property with a mortgage covered by rent, inherited a house worth far more than I could ever afford, and most of my education had been paid off thanks to my parents' life insurance policy when they passed away. I had no worries in my own life, which meant I had plenty of time to give it to other people who might not have as much as I did. Flicking a look at the fence between my garden and Sailor's, he sniffed. "If you don't ask her out, I'll do it for you." You can't be serious. His eyes hardened, deadly serious. "I'm sick of you putting yourself last. If this is the only way to get you to think of yourself occasionally, then so be it. She was just strangled by her ex, you idiot. She's not exactly in the market for a hookup. So don't be a hookup." He devoured a wing. "Be the guy you are. Support her while she's going through this rough patch. Be her friend first, if that's what floats your boat. God knows you could use another one, seeing as I'm the only one who tolerates you. Get out of my house." I pointed at the gate with my beer. "You've overstayed your welcome." He laughed. "Threats don't work when I know you don't mean them." Sighing heavily, I dumped my plate on the wooden table between us. I tried to gather my thoughts so he wouldn't ruin my life. "Look, I appreciate your concern." "You're welcome. I figured I'd better worry about you, seeing as you worry about everyone else. But you have to promise me you won't go near her. Right? It's not my place, and it's sure as hell not yours." He sat up and wiped his hands on a napkin. "Not your place? What the hell does that mean?" "I mean, it's not ethical. I'm a doctor, and she's a patient, and..." "She's not your patient. And even if she was, there's no law saying you can't date." He grinned. "That suggestion was just some morality clause thrown in to prevent predators from preying on injured people." "So you're a predator now?" "No, I cut myself off with a groan. "I'm her neighbor. That's all." "Didn't you say your grandmothers had dreams of marrying their kids off to each other?" "They did. And look how well that turned out. Melody and Rory's son ran as far away from them as possible, and my parents were childhood nemesis only to somehow defy all odds by getting married at 18 and staying married. There's always the grandchildren then. That's you, by the way. I'm sure you'd make some ghosts very happy if you married the girl next door." "Not gonna happen. And if you're not going to drop this subject, leave." "How are your sisters, by the way?" Colin waggled his eyebrows, knowing full well my threats were useless. "Single?" I relaxed slightly, grateful the topic of conversation no longer included me. Jolie just had a bad breakup, actually, and Christina doesn't want anything to do with the opposite sex after what her ex did to her, so you're shit out of luck. "Why does it sound as if all the women in your life hate men?" He toasted me with a sausage. "You know, you should start repairing women's faith in our fair sex by proving to Miss Sailor Neighbor over there that you're..." "Done with this." Standing, I loomed over him. "Pick another subject, or forfeit the right to eat this insane amount of food and go home hungry." Standing to, he clapped me on the shoulder. Tell you what, a dangerous glint appeared in his blue eyes. I'll drop all mention of you pinning over the girl next door if you make up a plate for her and take it over there. You've lost your damn mind. No, I'm saving yours. He smirked and shoved me toward the table. You won't relax if you don't see for yourself that she's coping being home. So, here's your excuse. You're only being a good neighbour. Take some food. Isn't that what everyone does around here anyway? Borrowing sugar and baking cakes and shit. I doubt she's cooked dinner. And this way, you have an excuse to see for yourself that she's going to be okay. She doesn't need you worrying about her on your day off. And then we can get back to the program of drinking and relaxing. Fair? I had a sudden impulse to stalk inside the house and slam a door. But a tantrum wouldn't get Dr. Colin Marks off my case. He was like a Rottweiler with an intruder. He wouldn't let go until an arm fell off. Fine, I huffed. But one of these days, I'm going to make you regret this. I look forward to it.
Chapter 5. Sailor. Silence is sometimes deafening. Oh, good God, you gave me such a fright. Lily's high-pitched voice sailed through the open back door. I'd left it ajar to let the slowly setting sun spill inside, encouraging it to chase away the shadows and the memories. 83-year-old Jim must have not only rearranged my fallen furniture, but cleaned too. The scents of pine and lemon invaded every room, overshadowing any lingering smell of Milton's musky aftershave. I made a mental note to bake Jim 2 cakes. No, 10 cakes. The fact that I couldn't smell Milton anymore, even in my bedroom, helped keep the awful flashbacks at bay. Mostly. I hadn't been prepared when I stepped into my bedroom and saw yesterday play out in crystal detail. How I'd been standing by the window thinking up a new hand lotion recipe, deep in thought, when my neighbour, Dr. Alexander North, had strolled into his bedroom, glistening with water droplets, dressed only in a white towel. I hadn't been looking. It was pure coincidence I was standing there when he'd appeared. Unfortunately, that was where Milton appeared too. He'd caught me staring gobsmacked and cheeks on fire as Alexander padded toward his dresser. His hands went to the towel. It came undone. I squeaked and went to move, to give him some privacy. Only a fist yanked my head back so fast I'd fallen to the carpet with one pull.
So this is what you do all day when I'm at work? Fantasize about your neighbour fucking you?
His spittle had covered my face. I'd been too shocked to move. And then black spots and agony robbed me of the ability to run as he punched me.
Sorry, that wasn't my intention.
I froze as Alexander's voice spilled like the twilight into the kitchen where I stood, cutting through my memories and giving me something else to panic about. It's all good. I was just coming to hang with Sales. I didn't know she had company. Lily's voice held a hint of suspicion.
She doesn't even know she has company. I just got here.
Alexander replied.
I figured she might not have anything for dinner, so...
You're being a good neighbour and bringing supplies. Lily lost all sounds of being wary. Wow, that's incredibly nice of you. Come on, I'm sure she's not far away. That smells delicious, by the way. What's under the tinfoil? Barbecue? A crinkling sounded, followed by a gruff.
My friend always cooks too much. We have enough for the entire neighbourhood.
Well, that's handy, as I'm sleeping over tonight. And I have to say, it smells too good to let Sales have all of it. Alexander didn't reply. I imagined him struggling with something to say. We never said much to each other, but I got the feeling he was rather set in his ways and didn't like many people. Which I got. He dealt with so many at his job. He held so many lives in his hands that when he came home, I could understand the need to be quiet and recharge rather than being chatty with the people who'd shared the same street. Putting down my water glass, I padded with bare feet toward the back door. My jeans and white jumper ought to be too warm for the lovely summer evening, but I couldn't seem to equalise my temperature. Plus, long sleeves and pants hid a lot of what Milton had done. I didn't know how I'd cope having a shower tonight and seeing all my bruises and cuts. I forced myself to put on a brave face. I'd come inside to get a glass of water. Most of the afternoon, I'd sat in the garden reading, or at least trying to read. I'd tried to stay inside after Lily left to deal with her open house. But the minute she'd gone, the walls had closed in and claustrophobia clawed. Without her, I couldn't stop my mind from going to dark places, so the sun had become my babysitter. I'm so glad she's back. I was so lucky to have her. She'd been such an angel this morning. While I'd straightened out the remaining out-of-place things downstairs, she'd marched upstairs with a black bin liner and removed every single piece of clothing, toiletry items, and phone chargers that had been Milton's. He'd moved in a couple of months ago, despite the little voice warning me not to agree. The sob story he'd fed me of his awful roommate who'd kicked him out with no notice ensured I'd say yes over my reservations. After all, we'd been together almost a year. It didn't matter that not all of that time had been happy. It was the next progression in our relationship. And up until then, he hadn't done anything cruel. Sure, he'd become a master at passive-aggressive comments. Sure, he criticised the fact that I turned into a flower child and sold homemade wares at a local market instead of going into the city every day and working for people who sucked my soul dry. He didn't care that I'd kept my promise to Nana to do something I'd loved while also keeping her customers supplied. And sure, he called me lazy, thanks to my inheritance that ensured I was debt-free and had savings in the bank that meant I could live off the interest comfortably for the rest of my days. The red flags were there, but I'd been blind. God, enough, Law. Shaking my head, I marched from the house and almost tripped down the 2 steps as Alexander froze on the bottom one. Our eyes lined up with his taller height. His vibrant green gaze snapped to my lips before shooting back up. For a second, I couldn't catch my breath. He was so close. Too close. Every instinct recognized him as someone who could hurt me, even though he'd only ever been kind. But he had hurt me, in a horribly unfortunate way. Inhaling hard, he took a step backward and winced.
Sorry, I came by to give you this.
He practically shoved the platter of delicious-smelling food into my hands. I grabbed it automatically. My pulse skyrocketed that he was so close.
Drooling over him again, I see. How about I rip out your tongue next?
I almost gagged on the viciousness of Milton's voice inside my head. I swayed and clung to the platter, hoping to God I didn't drop it. Get a grip. Another gush of adrenaline had sweat running down my spine. No matter how much common sense I tried to cling to, my body drowned with terror it couldn't shake. Squeezing the back of his neck, Alexander looked nothing like the self-assured doctor in the ER yesterday. Nerves collided in his gaze, and lines bracketed his mouth as if he wanted to be anywhere else but here. Then his eyes narrowed behind his glasses.
Sailor, are you okay?
I tripped backward. Lily rushed up the steps and grabbed the plate from me before setting it down on the deck chair and wrapping her arm around my waist. She managed to find 20 bruises to press on, but I sagged against her anyway. My mind buzzed, my heart raced. Sweat broke out on my temples and sickness rushed up my sore throat.
Sailor.
Alexander reached for me.
He's touched you, hasn't he? How many times has he fucked what's mine?
Milton's red splotched face replaced Alexander's kind concern, and I choked on a scream. He wrenched back just as Lily pulled me against her. She's fine, just... it's a lot being back, you know? She squinted against the setting sun. She'll be okay, though. Won't you, Sails? I nodded quickly, hoping like hell I didn't offend him. He'd done something so sweet in bringing food over, and all I could do was look at him like he'd been the one to strangle me. Remembering my manners and cursing my awful black eye, I dipped my chin and went to speak. But only pain came out.
No, don't try to talk.
Alexander flinched in commiseration.
Just rest.
Lily hugged me tighter, making me grunt in pain. Her voice adopted the polish of her real estate training. It was so nice of you to drop off food for sales. Thank you so much, Dr. North. He scowled, but didn't look at her. His eyes never left mine.
No need for titles. Call me Xander.
Well, thanks for the dinner, Xander. Lily nudged me, not so subtly, toward the back door. I'd welcome you to eat with us, but you said you had a friend waiting? I winced again at her not so subtle hint for him to leave. I tried to speak, to apologize, to explain I wasn't afraid of him, even if my panic said I was. But he shook his head and held his fingers to his lips.
Don't talk. Remember?
My eyes locked on his mouth. Heat scalded my cheeks for no reason whatsoever. His shoulders tensed as the moment dragged uncomfortably. Clenching his jaw, he forced on the black and blue swelling of my cheek.
Before I go, are you sure you're all right? Do you need anything? Did you pick up a prescription for pain meds? What about Dr. Kelp? Did she give you her number in case you need to talk to someone?
Something deflated inside me, all while my fear kept stalking. This man was a doctor. He wasn't here because he wanted to raise our acquaintance from occasional hellos. He was here because he was fabulous at his job and took every patient seriously, even if I wasn't technically his patient. Forcing a smile, I nodded. I didn't try to speak this time and was actually grateful that I couldn't. I had no doubt that I'd make a complete fool of myself trying to cover up my irrational fear, all while confused over the quick inflation of my heart followed by the rapid deflation of reality. You are seriously messed up, Law. Lily gave me a look I knew well, and a look that would come with many, many questions once he'd gone. For now, though, she had my back and held me through my trembles. She's okay. I took her to get the prescribed pain relief, and I've ensured the card from Dr. Klepp is on the fridge if she needs it. She smiled sweetly. You're amazing for going above and beyond. I can't believe you made a house call, but truly, it's not necessary. She's got me, and she's strong. She flashed me a smile. She's got this. With a terse nod, Xander backed up another step.
Glad to hear it. In that case, I'll get going. Like you said, my friend is waiting for me.
Another twinge caught me unaware, just as sharp and agonizing as my fear of him. Was his friend a woman? I'd never seen him bring anyone home, and he lived alone, but that didn't mean he wasn't seeing someone. My chest squeezed to say something, anything, but with another lingering stare, he smiled, nodded, and marched to the gate without a backward glance.
Chapter 6. Xander. Zero responsibilities. 3 a.m., and surprise, surprise, I was awake again. I'd never been the best sleeper, but these days, sleep was utterly elusive, especially thanks to the almost coma I'd enjoyed earlier today after some all-night deep cleaning in someone else's house. Pacing my bedroom, I contemplated running around the neighborhood to burn off the anxious energy percolating in my blood. I had no reason to be anxious. I'd had a good evening with Colin before he'd called an Uber at 10 p.m. Sailor had survived her ordeal and had a good friend taking care of her. My sisters had their own lives elsewhere. I had no pets, no responsibilities. I literally had no one relying on me or needing me, and that was the fucking problem. Heading downstairs, I strode through the dark house and into the kitchen. I would never prescribe 3 a.m. drinking to insomniac patients, but right now, it was the only cure I could think of. Grabbing the bottle of Johnny Walker from the top cupboard, I poured far too much into a heavy glass tumbler before taking my medicine to the living room. The moon was out. Its silver light streamed over potted plants and my flat-screen TV on the wall. I'd drink my cure, force my mind to quieten, then go to bed. Moving the reading chair closer to the bay window, I went to fall into it, but movement outside caught my attention. I went instantly stiff as I searched for any intruders daring to mess with our street. The moon shone extra bright, not granting any shadows to hide in. And then I saw her. The fence between us was lower at the front of our two matching properties. Our street-facing gardens, comically different. Hers had her grandparents' arches, bird feeders, and plants, while mine had modern gravel pathways and trimmed hedges. Our wraparound porches were twins with the intricate architraves and banisters. However, Sailor had painted hers a butterscotch yellow last year, while mine was stark black. I hadn't bothered putting any furniture out front because, as much as I enjoyed living on Ember Lane and had grown up with the families around here, I didn't want to talk to them every time I tried to relax. Sitting out front was a ripe invitation for old maid Josephine to ask about my lack of a love life, or busybody Patricia to set me up with her long-suffering niece. The back garden was my safe space, but it seemed Sailor preferred the front tonight. Perhaps she wanted to moonbathe. Maybe she knew the chances of being dragged into conversation against her will wouldn't happen at 3 a.m. Either way, there she was, curled up on a gently swinging egg chair, hugging her knees and staring at the sky. I didn't move. I didn't dare. I doubted she'd be able to see me with the moon's reflection on my windows, but I didn't want to interrupt whatever she was going through. My chest tightened as the glimmer of tears tracked down her cheeks, visible even from here. She made no move to stop them from falling. Every instinct snarled to go over there, to assure her she was safe, that he couldn't touch her, that she wasn't alone. But I wasn't a psychologist, and this was none of my business. If she needed to talk to someone, it needed to be with a professional. And as handy as I was with a scalpel, I had absolutely no finesse when it came to mental health. I'd once scarred my oldest sister so badly that I'd been banished from offering a shoulder to cry on. It wasn't my fault that she'd asked me to try to save her dead hamster, and I'd helpfully announced it was dead and I could perform an autopsy instead. Our mother had pulled me aside and explained that Jolie needed me to offer words of comfort, not hack up dear old Harry the hamster. Ever since that incident, I'd done my utmost to avoid any kind of healing that involved talking, crying, and sympathy, because I wasn't wired that way. My idea of helping was to do something about it, not just sit around and do nothing, even though doing nothing was exactly what most people with trauma needed. Silence in which to heal. Quiet in which to hide. Therefore, Sailor definitely didn't need me going over there and making things worse. Tossing my entire drink down my throat, I stalked away from the window before I could make a terrible decision and scale the fence. She's not my responsibility. I kept repeating that as I took the stairs 2 at a time and threw myself face first into bed.
Chapter 7. Sailor. An awful mess. 3 days passed before I finally had the courage to write Lily a note. A note that said thank you for everything, but hovering over me and watching me like a mother hen was doing the opposite of what she hoped. I appreciated her sleeping here, but it wasn't helping me move on. She was just giving me a crutch to avoid having to face what had happened. When she went to work, the walls closed in. When she came back, I felt stifled. I didn't know what I needed to get over Milton's attempted murder, but whatever it was, I need to do it on my own. Reading the note, Lily clenched her teeth before nodding with understanding. We stood in the kitchen where I'd made her a fresh salad full of herbs and delicious things from the garden to take to work with her. Friday had come around so fast, and despite my hope that I'd been healed and have my voice back to go to the market tomorrow, I'd already emailed the organiser and apologised that I wouldn't be at the usual spot. I also didn't want to admit that the thought of leaving this house sent a crawling sensation through me, which didn't make sense as Milton had hurt me here, in this very kitchen. He'd throttled me 5 meters away in the living room, yet it was outside that suddenly seemed monstrous. The big, bad world held so many more men like Milton, and I was far too stupid to know which ones to trust and which ones to run far away from. Are you sure? Lily asked. I don't like the thought of you being here alone. Taking the note back, I scribbled as quickly as I could, hoping she could read my loopy, messy handwriting. I hope you're not offended, Lil, but you can't live here forever, and I can't move on until I face it. So yes, I'm sure. She scowled as she read upside down. Her power suit of choice today was a thin silver pinstripe with a white blouse and pearl drop earrings. With smoky eyes and soft pink lips, she looked gorgeous. Not for the first time, I worried about the male sex. How had none of them swept her off her feet yet? Not that they hadn't tried. She dated often and had numerous apps looking for love. Unfortunately for her, she was successful in her own right, had a fancy car, saved every penny of her commission to buy some land to do her own development, and most likely terrified all the boys away with her 10-year and 20-year life plan. Compared to her, I was going nowhere. I truly don't know what she sees in me. I get it, I do. She fussed with her sleek ponytail. I just don't like it. How certain are we that he isn't going to come back and try to finish the job? Knowing better than to try to speak, thanks to my throat that only seemed to get worse instead of better, I headed to the knife block and yanked out the carving blade. I winked and slashed it through the air. She smirked. Be an awful mess if you decide to give him a few holes. I shrugged and gave a thumbs up. Yeah, I know. It would be totally worth it. She smiled a little sadly. Her gaze slipped over me, no doubt taking in my white summer dress that skimmed the tops of my feet. It didn't have sleeves, so the bruises on my arms couldn't be hidden, but at least the huge purple splodges on my legs and torso were covered. Okay, I know you're far stronger than you look, and I respect that. Just... She drew up her shoulders and snatched the salad bag and her satchel. You'll text me throughout the day and keep me informed on how you're doing? And you promise to call me any time, day or night, if you need me to come back. Promise? I nodded. Placing the knife back in the block, I went to her and squished her in a hug. My bruises tried to complain, but I shushed them. I tried to whisper, but it came out like a frog's croak. Promise. Patting my back, she gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. Fine, I'll leave you to it. What do you have planned today? I know you're not going to the market tomorrow, so you don't have to make any last-minute orders. I pointed at the garden anyway and mimed harvesting and pounding in a bowl. Well, have fun making all your potions. You really should be resting, but I know that suggestion will fall on deaf ears. She headed toward the back door. I'm warning you, though. If you don't message me back within a reasonable time frame, I'll assume the worst and come racing back here. She narrowed her eyes with a false glare. So reply, Sailor Moon, otherwise I'll tell the police to drop by to check on you. I laughed silently at the nickname. Memories of us calling ourselves after the anime cartoon that played before high school every morning warmed the cold parts of me. Back then, we'd both believed we had superpowers. I'd be Sailor Moon, and Lily had been Jupiter, thanks to my blonde and her dark hair. We'd been ordinary girls by day and powerful goddesses by night. To be honest, I'd still believed that. Until him. Anger bled through me. Stop it. Enough. How dare Milton strip all my power? How dare I let him? Time to get over this and move the hell on. Shoving Lily toward the door, I smiled and shooed her onto the porch. I'm going. With a huff, she gave me one last look, then followed the garden path to the gate and left me alone. I winced as I caught my finger on the edge of the hot tin as I tipped it upright. I held my breath as the peach syrup upside-down cake plopped perfectly onto the flower-printed plate below. Thank goodness it's not a disaster. Tossing the tea towel aside, I ran my singed finger under the cold tap for a moment while eyeing up the dessert I'd made for Jim. Peaches were his favourite, according to the conversations he and Nana would share over the fence. Peach in anything. Cobblers, crumbles, biscuits, muffins. I'd never been a baker until I moved in with Nana, but thanks to some immensely enjoyable days spent in the kitchen with her, I'd graduated from eating store-bought, pre-packaged monstrosities to scrumptious delights from scratch. licking my lips, still tasting the sweetness of the peaches that I'd sliced and caramelized in brown sugar. I checked the plastic bag wrapped around my bandaged wrist and stacked the dishwasher with my dirty utensils. I'd stayed busy all day despite my injuries nudging me to rest. I'd cleaned, even though the house was still spotless from Jim and the neighbours. I'd harvested all the herbs and flowers that were ready and gone through the intricate process of starting the oil press to make a new tincture of peppermint and geranium. The oil worked well on headaches, and stocks were low for the natural pharmacy that I offered at the market. Nana had called her little stall From Soil to Soul, and when I'd first started helping her, I thought it would bring in pocket change from her friends in the area. I couldn't have been more wrong. People travelled from all over to visit her. Far too many had her personal number for refills, and when I'd offered to put her concoctions online, orders came through day and night. She often joked that she worked more hours at 90 than she did when she was 19, and I believed it. I was also endlessly grateful to have inherited her customers, because if I hadn't, I honestly didn't know how I would have tamed my racing thoughts. Every time the house cracked from expanding with the sun, I jumped. Each time a bird pecked at the windows demanding more seed, I flinched. I hated being this wary, this afraid. It isn't me. And the sooner I was back to my carefree, happy place, the sooner I could move the hell on. Throwing myself into work all day had been a saving grace, but now I'd done everything that needed to be done. I had a delicious-smelling cake ready to be gifted, and the awful knowledge that I had to leave this little sanctuary to deliver it. My pulse instantly skyrocketed. Wooziness made me dizzy. I leaned against the kitchen counter, pressing fingertips to my temples and begging the lingering concussion to fade. His house is literally next door. You're safe. You're fine.
You're a slut. That's what you are. A motherfucking whore who's fucking the neighbour. What is it about him? Huh? Never took you for a snob who prefers to open her legs for an asshole doctor instead of your devoted boyfriend.
Milton threw me across the living room, laughing as I crashed against the sofa and fell in the gap between the couch and the coffee table. Landing on me, he shoved my legs apart and fumbled at his belt.
How about you spread them right now?
Gasping, I doubled over and clutched the sink. Memories I hadn't dared recall unravelled in a sickening movie. He hadn't just beaten me that day, I collapsed to my knees.
Come on then! Moan for me like you moaned for him!
His hips pressed against mine, his zipper digging into me.
Why are you crying? Moan!
Burying my face in my hands, I shook my head. I didn't want to remember. I liked the foggy forgetfulness that protected me.
Open your damn legs!
Milton ripped at my underwear.
How many times has he taken what's mine? Huh? How many times have you been that asshole slut?
Falling onto my side, I buried my head in my arms and curled up. I'd almost died, thanks to Milton's jealousy over a man I'd barely said 100 words to since I was born. I tried to tell him Alexander North meant nothing to me. He was just the grandson of my Nana's best friend. Sure, I'd heard enough stories about him growing up that I felt like I knew him. Sure, he was sweet and wonderful, and Nana loved him just like he was her own. But we didn't have a relationship. We didn't even have a friendship. I screamed all of that while Milton tore at my dress and knocked aside my arms as I fought him. But then his hands had gone to my throat, and he'd squeezed so terribly hard.
I'm the last man you're ever gonna have inside you. Do you hear me?
His hiss wriggled like a snake as unconsciousness came for me. Gasping through my sobs, I sat up and clutched my hair. He didn't rape me. The hospital did a test and it showed no evidence of sexual activity. It had been at least a week since we'd last been willingly intimate. Jim must have stopped him before he... God, Jim. It was as if a switch flipped inside me. My tears dried up, the memory stopped. Jim had saved my sanity and my life that day. The least I could give him was a cake. And tomorrow I'd bake him something else. And the day after, and the day after. I would drown him in peach desserts, all because he'd rescued me from a fate I would never have woken up from. Sucking in a deep breath, I stood on wobbly legs and washed my face. I didn't let a single thought enter my head as I grabbed some apricot-coloured cellophane that Nana used to make gift baskets and set the plate in the middle. Gathering up the sides, I twisted it into a tower, secured the top with a silver ribbon, attached the card I'd written that would never convey my level of gratitude, and strode bravely out the door. I kept my chin high all the way to the back gate and rehearsed what I would say to Jim. But the moment I stepped into the front garden and looked toward the street, every accusation and agony that Milton had thrown at me screamed back into being.
You spread them for your neighbour. Why not for me?
Alexander stood with his elbow resting on his letterbox, his emerald eyes covered with dark sunglasses, his black slacks and shirt extra dark in the sun. He'd rolled the sleeves to his elbows, and his hair looked as if he'd ruffled it a few times, hinting at his exhaustion and the fact he'd probably just got back from the hospital. I only ever saw him in jeans and shorts on his days off. All other times, he dressed professionally, despite donning scrubs the moment he stepped into work.
Caught you looking again. How many times have you perved on him, huh?
Milton's awful voice echoed in my ears. Guilt spread like wildfire, despite the fact that I'd never done anything wrong. I always made a point to look away if I ever caught sight of Alexander in the window. Our houses were close enough that we could string a rope ladder across our bedrooms and climb through each other's windows. But that didn't mean I'd ever strayed over the boundary of respect.
I'm glad Mabel is enjoying ever more care,
Alexander said, smiling warily at old Josephine. The woman looked as if she'd fly away in a gentle breeze and clung to her walking stick as an anchor, but her smile lit up her entire weathered face. Thank you so much for recommending it, Xander dear, and for the personal letter you wrote ensuring she was shuffled up the waiting list. Poor Mabel doesn't have long in this world, but at least her last few months will be comfy.
Don't mention it.
Opening his letterbox, he grabbed a few letters and shifted awkwardly on the spot. His body language screamed he couldn't wait to get inside and be alone, but the politeness instilled by his grandparents ensured he forced a wider smile and stayed right there talking to her.
How's Gary enjoying Alaska?
Josephine grinned from ear to ear, her blue rinsed hair twinkling in the sun. Oh, he's fabulous. Adoring the wild north. Says he's enjoying his new position, putting in something or other. Shuffling forward, she rested her hand on his arm. He video called me. Isn't that grand? Showed me his house and everything. She frowned. But it's so sunny and warm that I think he might be pulling my leg. I thought Alaska was meant to be covered in snow. Alexander patted her hand on his arm.
They have summers like us, Joe. Very hot ones, I hear, with lots of bugs.
Oh dear, I don't like bugs.
Then I suggest you avoid Alaska in the summer.
Squeezing her hand, his chin tipped up, and he froze. My cheeks broke into an inferno as he looked right at me. The tension from talking when he would rather be alone switched into even tighter knots. The envelopes in his hand crinkled as his fingers curled into a fist. I stood there in my white summer dress, bruises on display, and the curses of the man who put them there screeching in my ears.
How dare you look at him? How dare you think he could ever want someone like you?
It took every ounce of courage not to run back the way I came. How has this happened? How had I allowed this to happen? In one awful moment, Milton had ensured the world switched from a happy place full of nice people to a terrifying place full of danger. And the one man Nana had drilled into me, who would always be there for me if I ever needed help, was the reason it all happened. Dropping my gaze, I held up the tower of cellophane to hide my face and darted like an idiotic mouse onto the street, past Alexander and Josephine, and straight to Jim's house. I didn't stop until I practically bolted through his back door. I trembled as the old man, dressed in a plaid suit and wire-rimmed spectacles, hauled himself out of his chair and lumbered to let me in. And I threw myself into thanking him with fierce hugs, wordless gratitude, and a huge piece of peach upside-down cake. I also gave his dog, Biscuit, a million cuddles, so I didn't have to think about Alexander North. His wonderful care to young and old, and the fact that I didn't think I could ever make eye contact with him again.
Chapter 8. Xander. Not my place. My heart fisted for the 100th time. I couldn't get the image of Sailor scurrying across to Jim's house, with her arms full, eyes red from crying, and hair a mess, out of my head. Her white summer dress was perfectly appropriate for the hot weather we'd been having, but the splotches of blacks, purples and greens down her arms and shoulders made my guts clench. He'd hurt her so badly. He'd put his hands on her in ways that should never be allowed. And instead of joining Josephine and me in a light-hearted neighborly conversation by the mailbox, she'd looked at me as if I was the one who'd hurt her. The flash of fear in her eyes, the splash of shame on her cheeks. She'd hunched and bolted as far away from me as possible. Every instinct surged to chase, to follow her to Jim's door and ask her if everything was all right, because it obviously wasn't. But not my place. If the very notion of talking to another man after what one psychotic monster had done to her sent her scampering for the closest hidey hole, then how the hell did I think I could help by forcing her to be in my vicinity? She visited Jim. That thought stopped me short. She'd vanished into his house and not come out for an hour. Long enough for me to pace a polished line over my living room floorboards and look out my front window far more times than I wanted to admit. I'd foregone a shower, even though that was the only thing I'd dreamt of as I'd driven home after a long shift. I ignored my stomach rumbling for food. I cursed the scratchy anxiety in my blood as it grew and grew, until I found myself reaching for my door handle, only to yank my hand back and pace again. Now it was 7 p.m, and I hadn't seen any lights come on in her house. What if she was alone in the dark and drowning in awful thoughts? What if she wasn't coping? Should I call Lily and tell her to go over there? Would that be stepping over a line? Should I go check on her? God damn it! It's not my place. Snatching my glasses off my nose, I rubbed my eyes. All the tiredness from working crushed me. All the worry about my neighbor felt endless. I wished Lily would sense that her friend wasn't doing so well and pop over. At least someone would be there with her. Someone would be there to listen if she needed to talk, or stop her from doing anything stupid if the memories got too bad. Right, that's it. Jerking my glasses back on, I stalked to my back door and wrenched it open. I had to see for myself. I have to know she's okay. With a churning heart and balled fists, I cut through my manicured garden toward the 3 fence palings that had come loose in my childhood and had slowly rotted ever since. I'd sneaked through this secret entrance multiple times, going to visit Melody and steal a freshly baked cookie or two. I even hid at her place a few times when I'd been in my I hate my siblings phase and couldn't stand my 2 sisters. I'd begged Melody to adopt me so I never had to share a home with 2 bickering girls again. A rusty nail snagged on my shirt, tearing a hole in it as I squeezed through. My gaze tracked through the wild garden that always reminded me of a picture I'd seen of a Roman hospital back in the day. The land surrounding the hospital had been planted with every known medicinal plant, allowing doctors to pop into the flower beds and grab what was needed right off the stem. At least the kitchen light was on, showing bunches of drying herbs and pretty flower magnets on the oversized industrial fridge. This house was as familiar to me as my own, yet now it felt like it had been touched by evil. If I'd done a better job of talking to Sailor over the years, I could have offered her to stay at mine for a while. She could have been close to everything she loved and able to make her concoctions for the market, but have space from the actual place where he tried to kill her. Melody's probably cursing me right about now. Pushing my way through the final paling, I sucked in a breath and took a step toward the house, then froze as my cell phone erupted with an obnoxiously shrill ringtone that I heard even in the deepest of sleeps. Fuck. Slipping the phone from my pocket, I cut off the racket and did my best to swallow my temper. Dr. North speaking. Dr. North, I'm so sorry to do this after your already long day, but are you able to come back in? There's been a minibus versus an overloaded truck, and we need all hands on deck. My shoulders slouched as I spotted Sailor sitting on the couch, facing away from me. Her hair was just as tangled as before. The TV wasn't on. The fact she just sat there, all alone, staring at nothing, ripped the knots in my guts into smithereens. I couldn't tell if my concern came from the physician who'd seen her in the ER, or as a not friend, but childhood something. Either way, I couldn't leave her like that. But I had no choice. Not my place. Remember? Exhaling hard, I squeezed back through the fence and headed toward my car. Sure, I'll be right there.
Chapter 9. Sailor. Walls are closing. 3 more days passed and the world kept closing in around me. I hated that I couldn't stop it. I hated that I hated myself for letting it happen. I knew this wasn't me. I knew this fear didn't belong to me. I knew that I was safe and had a good life and was lucky to be me, and nothing should shake that foundation, yet it was shaken. No matter how many pep talks I gave myself, I couldn't seem to stop the clotting clouds sticking to my thoughts, or the creeping depression each time I looked in the mirror and watched my bruises fade from purple, black to brown-green. My throat finally started to heal, and I could whisper without too much pain. Lily kept popping by unannounced between her open houses and client appointments, which meant I walked around in a perpetual state of false cheer, just in case she surprised me, when all I wanted to do was sob in the corner. A wise part of myself knew I needed to feel what I was feeling in order to free these blocked emotions inside me. I had to be kind to myself and acknowledge that right now I was feeling hurt and weak and small, and the sooner I allowed myself to feel it, the sooner I could move on. But the moment I tried to let myself sink into the grief of losing something I couldn't even name, another wall would shoot up and fortify the barrier I'd already put in place. It came with thoughts like, "You're being silly, you're fine. Stop moping, you're alive. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. So many others are worse off." And so I stayed on that awful carousel of knowing I needed to grieve, all while being far too stubborn to think I needed to grieve anything. The morning my voice came back just enough to speak to someone without choking, I called the police number that had been assigned to my case. I listened as the officer told me every shred of information I wanted. Milton hadn't met bail and was currently in a prison a few states over, awaiting trial. His family hadn't helped him, and none of his friends had stepped up, revealing by their actions exactly the type of person he was. How I'd been so hoodwinked by him for so long added yet another layer of guilt and shame to my already overloaded sense of failure. I'd failed as a woman, I'd failed my nana, and most of all, I'd failed myself. Oh, enough! Stalking through the house, I balled my hands. If my mind wasn't ready to process and my heart was stuck in some sort of emotional jail cell, I wouldn't sit around and wait for things to get better. I'd fight to get there as fast as possible, which meant staying busy. I'd already replenished all the stock required for the market this coming weekend. I had no more flowers or herbs to harvest, and the oil press didn't need me to hover. I didn't want to go out in public. I wasn't ready to face a shopping mall or a coffee shop or even a local park. Therefore, I would renovate. I slammed to a stop at the bottom of the stairs. Renovate? I dabbled with the idea of slowly turning Nana's house into my own, but now? Would that be a wise decision or be seen as a cry for help? Was I trying to paint the walls and erase the past of the house or myself? Am I the doer-upper? Wow, I'm driving myself crazy. Marching up the stairs, the black and white photos of my grandparents crept up the wall beside me, revealing their first date at a dance hall, their wedding, their honeymoon, and my father in his bassinet. I had grown so used to seeing them on the walls that I no longer saw them. Wasn't that the thing about life? We became blind and complacent until something reminded us to pay attention. Maybe a renovation was exactly what I needed, to reclaim myself just like I would finally claim this house as my own now that my loved ones were gone. Heading into my bedroom that I'd shared with Milton for the past few months, familiar black ice oozed through me. My bed no longer looked safe with its mound of lacy pillows, the ancient wooden dresser by the wall, All the bedside tables were dusty Tiffany lamps. None of those things were mine. I'd moved into Nana's guest room and hadn't minded that there'd been no room for my furniture. After all, I'd only been renting previously and most of my stuff was second-hand. But now, the thought of never sleeping in here again and erasing the ghost of the man who tried to ruin me sounded like a wonderful idea. With a bubble of hope in my heart, I headed down the corridor to Nana's bedroom. The large suite took up the front of the house. Her window wasn't directly in line with Alexander's bedroom, thanks to the building work she'd had done in the 90s when she'd stolen some room from the huge primary to make another bedroom for guests. Alexander's bedroom hadn't been carved up and took up most of the front of his house. The matching curved bay window downstairs added a nicely rounded area to stand and admire the neatly tended street. Nana's dresser still sat with its doily table runner and her jars of handmade face creams. Her bed and its large rattan headboard in the shape of a blooming rose was an ode to her love of flowers, but also to her last name. A last name I shared, Rose. The sensation of trespassing on her memories niggled. I didn't want to desecrate her past or throughout her old life, but she'd been gone a while now and she no longer lived here. She'd begged me countless times as she was nearing the end to put my own stamp on her home. I'd put off claiming this house as mine, but now that I'd lost my sense of self, what better way to get it back than by renovating every room in the hope of fixing myself too? Fine, I'll do it. A flash of fear filled me at the thought of visiting a hardware store. But that was the beauty of this day and age. I didn't have to go out. I could order it all online and have it delivered. Spinning on the ball of my foot, my salmon pink dress fluttered as I headed back downstairs to where my laptop slept on the dining room table. I ignored the whispers in my mind that I was getting too comfortable with not leaving. Sooner or later, this mild case of agoraphobia would become too big to fight. But as I clicked on the local homeware store and made a list of everything I'd need, I felt a little calmer, a little more in control, and that feeling was so much better than my current spiral.
Chapter 10. Xander. Overworked equals spying. I sat, nursing my fourth cup of coffee in the staff room. I'd completed 2 minor surgeries today and still had one to go. At least it was a simple keyhole on a 40-year-old man's knee. He'd suddenly taken up football as part of his goal to get fit and popped a ligament because he'd broken the cardinal rule of not preparing his not-used-to-exercise body before thinking he was the next David Beckham. After that, I could go home and rest. And spy on Sailor. I scowled at my half-empty cup. Somehow, I'd gone from catching glimpses of her in the window to actively searching for her across the fence. I couldn't rest, worrying about her over there on her own, especially seeing as she hadn't left her house in over a week. She had food delivered, groceries delivered, and yesterday, a huge van had turned up with 2 men who'd unloaded boxes and paint buckets, hauling them around to the back deck. I recognized the supplies as tools for a renovation, which made sense, seeing as Sailor hadn't updated a single room of Melody's place. However, the fact that she jumped into the project right now, it worried me. Groaning, I yanked my glasses off and buried my face in my hands. Not your place, son. How many times do I need to say this? I'd repeated that phrase so often that it had become a fucking mantra at this point, yet it didn't stop the incessant urge to check on her. The way she ran away from me repeated in my mind. I didn't know what caused such a reaction, but I had no intention of making matters worse by going over there unwanted. But what if she's spiraling? What if no one helped her before it was too late, and... Fuck it. Snatching my phone from my pocket, I logged into my home security cameras. 2 days ago, I'd angled the cameras to stop recording my front and back door to record hers instead. I felt disgustingly seedy for pointing a video feed at Sailor's home, but not enough to stop myself. I checked with the local police that her ex was still locked up, but I couldn't erase the concern that he'd get out soon and finish what he started. Inputting the password, I sucked on my bottom lip as the feed refreshed and showed me her house, etched in buttery yellow, thanks to the afternoon sun. No movement. Nothing for the senses to narrow in on. Damn it. What are you doing? If anyone caught me spying on her, I'd be in just as much trouble as Milton. The door to the staff room swung open, as a nurse I'd seen around but hadn't spoken to shuffled in warily. Her eyes lit up on the fresh coffee pot, and she gave me a smile that widened as she looked me up and down. My stomach knotted. I couldn't spy on my neighbour with someone else in the room. Giving her a half smile back, I put my glasses on and went to log off. Only the cameras suddenly sensed motion and zoomed in automatically as Sailor stepped onto the back deck and tipped her face to the sky. Dressed in paint-splattered jeans and a grey t-shirt, she'd wrapped a flower-printed handkerchief around her head with her sandy blonde hair in a high ponytail. Thanks to the high resolution of the camera that had cost a fortune but delivered exactly the quality I'd been promised, I could almost count the bruises marking her bare arms. Her black eye looked particularly dark, and the way she took a shuddering breath and shook her hands, as if forcing herself to shed some heavy emotion, hinted that all my fears were warranted. She's not okay.
You're Dr. North, right?
Exhaling heavily, I clicked off my phone and looked up. The nurse smiled and sat across from me at the large round table, sipping her coffee.
Alexander North.
Xander, I corrected, then forced myself to grin. And you are?
Elizabeth. I'm usually in paediatrics, but was sent to help in the ER.
That reminds me. I glanced at my watch. I better get back.
Oh. Okay.
Her shoulders deflated. I stood and looked down at her, and felt nothing. No reaction, visceral or sexual, friendly or interested. She was pretty, with an empty wedding finger, yet I couldn't have cared less. With big dark eyes, sleek brown braid, and a muscular form that said she'd be sought after in the ER when manhandling unruly or unconscious patients. All I could see was my goddamn neighbour. Her eyes lingered on mine, simmering with a familiar look. I recognized her signals of interest and invitation. Reacting to that invitation might be exactly what the doctor ordered. I desperately needed to learn how to balance a love life as well as my career, but the thought of kissing this pretty girl, of getting to know her and falling into bed together, all I seemed to want was another. Fuck. I have got to get myself together. Enjoy your break, I said softly. Not waiting for her to reply, I headed toward the sink, washed my cup, placed it on the draining board, and slipped back into the chaos of healing. 8 p.m, and I still hadn't gone home. My last routine surgery went well, but I'd been roped into helping with a few emergencies. I decided to stick around just in case anyone needed anything else, so I didn't have the nightmare of being called back later. Resting in the staff room, trying to ignore the persistent hunger pains growling in my stomach, I turned on my phone and noticed the security camera app was still open. I went to turn it off, but the feed zoomed in on Sailor sitting in the center of her wild garden, illuminated by the hundreds of fairy lights strung in the citrus trees ringing the flower beds. She looked part fairy herself. She held something in her hands, and every now and again she swiped her cheeks as if brushing away tears. My chest grew tight. I looked past her to the back door of her house, hoping Lily was around and would gather Sailor in a hug, or at least offer an ear to share whatever worries were hurting her. But no one appeared. She was all alone, in the dark, crying. And that's about as much as I can fucking take. My hands curled around my phone. Anger splintered through me. Logging out of the camera feed, I pocketed my phone and headed to Colin's office, where I stored my personal things while on shift. Grabbing my satchel and keys, I powered through the hospital, refusing to make eye contact with anyone. By sheer luck of the universe, I escaped into the muggy night without being dragged into another emergency. My black Chrysler beeped as I cut across the car park and pressed the key fob. It roared to life as I threw myself inside and burned unprofessionally fast onto the street. Every part of me tugged to go home, to sneak over the fence and be that shoulder Sailor needed to cry on. Screw all my previous failures with helping psychologically damaged people. She was hurting. She obviously hadn't reached out to Dr. Clapp. She hadn't confided in her best friend, and she ran away from me as her neighbor. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she was hiding her true feelings, and the longer she got away with it and built a false facade, the harder it would be to shatter it. Not gonna let you spiral, Sailor. Melody would never forgive me. At the intersection where I usually turned left toward home, I flicked on my indicator and went right. A stupid plan unraveled in my head. A plan that meant I could help her without her knowing it was me. A plan where I became her confessional instead of the guy next door, or the doctor who'd seen her in such a broken state. Careening into the large department store's car park, I locked up and headed inside. It didn't take long to find what I was after. I grabbed the first cell phone I came across. Nothing fancy. I just needed it to be able to send and receive messages. As a bonus, it came preloaded with a SIM card and data. I paid cash. If I was going to do this, I wanted nothing tying me to an irrational, crazy idea, all because I'd made a vow to an old woman and only now decided to honor it. I strangled my steering wheel the entire trip back. I pulled up outside my house with chaos churning through me. This felt wrong. This felt seedy. Yet I couldn't seem to stop myself as I killed the engine and sat there in the night. Ember Drive was quiet and hushed. People already in bed, or preparing to. With suddenly shaking fingers, I tore open the cell phone box, booted up the new device, and put in a bunch of X's as fake credentials to get it operational. Scanning the prepaid SIM information, I went to save the number into my phone under her name, but froze. What the fuck am I doing? This was shady as hell, wasn't it? I mean, I'd bought a burner phone so I could message her without her knowing it was me, all in the idiotic hope that she'd trust a faceless, nameless stranger after being almost beaten to death. You're the dumbest fool alive. Slamming my head back against the headrest, I groaned. This was a new low. I'd let every protective, nurturing part of me run wild. I wasn't qualified to help Sailor get through this. I had absolutely no business meddling in her affairs, especially hidden behind a wall of invisibility. And yet, removing my glasses, I scrubbed my face. I couldn't get the image of her crying. Alone and in the dark, out of my mind. She looked so small, so lost. If Melody was here, she'd know what to do. She'd boss me around on how best to help. She wouldn't even need my help, because Melody would know exactly what to say to her granddaughter and how to make her heal. But she's not here anymore. Guess you're doing this then. Gritting my teeth, I typed the new number into my phone and saved it under LL. LL for Little Law. A nickname gifted by Rory, her grandfather, and a name I'd often heard dancing on the breeze as he played with her in the back garden. Opening a new message on my own phone, I hovered my thumbs over the screen. It took far too long to figure out what to type. I deleted so many sentences with a scoff and a sneer. I wanted to tell her I knew she'd suffered, that I knew why she was crying, and she could talk to me, but that would hint at who I was. In the end, I settled for simple. Simple or creepy, I could no longer tell. I pressed send. The other phone buzzed with the message, waiting to be read. Wiping it down on my shirt, fulfilling my destiny as some criminal mastermind who thought removing his fingerprints could pretend he wasn't stepping over a line, I climbed out of my car and walked warily to Sailor's letterbox. It matched mine in every way. Unlike the overhaul I'd done to my place, I'd left the letterbox alone. Our two properties shared a mirroring gingerbread house mailbox that our two grandmothers had made the first week they'd moved in. I'd heard my gran tell the story 100 times. How they'd sanded wood and hammered nails and took turns to paint rows of pretty flowers on the sloping roof. The pink and purple numbers had faded enough to require fresh paint multiple times over the years. And in the end, Rory had lacquered both of them so the sun and rain didn't destroy the legacy of two friends. The back of my neck prickled as I placed the phone without the box or paperwork inside. It sat there, like a black brick, sinister and judging me. Glancing into her windows, I didn't spot Sailor watching, but that didn't mean she hadn't seen. I just hoped, like hell, my unethical attempt at helping didn't backfire colossally in my face.
Chapter 11. Sailor. Random Gifts. I barely waited till dawn to climb back up the ladder and continue painting Nana's, now my, bedroom. The entire house smelt like paint, and I wore almost as much as I'd put on the walls. The moment the homeware store delivered my online order, I'd shifted all the furniture out into my old bedroom, packed away Nana's things for Goodwill, and covered the gold and silvery swirly carpet with old sheets. Once I'd finished painting upstairs, I'd decide on what flooring to install, but for now, I focused on the bits I could do on my own. I'd watched a few YouTube videos on how to prep the walls and applied plaster to the holes where old paintings and pictures once hung, sanded down areas that needed smoothing, and washed high-traffic areas with sugar soap. I'd applied the primer yesterday and now needed sunglasses indoors because the walls were so blindingly white. Today, I planned on putting the first layer of the top coat on. Thanks to a Pinterest post, I'd chosen a soft dove grey for the walls. I'd even managed to track down the wallpaper they'd used of a misty lake with white herons standing on long legs in a steamy new day. The entire vibe was calm and tranquil, and I couldn't wait to get the feature wall done so I could spray paint Nana's rattan bed frame a glossy silver to complement the cool tones, then scroll online for a bedspread to match. By the time lunchtime rolled around and my hunger made itself known, I padded downstairs in my old high school sneakers that were now splattered with grey and headed outside to grab a carrot, cucumber and salad leaves. The sound of a van accelerating had me changing direction and going through the Hobbit gate to the street. Thanks to my new project, I'd been able to ignore my itchy discomfort and memories of Milton for most of the day. However, I had a moment in the back garden last night while holding a photo of Nana and Pops. It had been taken on their 50th wedding anniversary when they renewed their vows at a local garden centre, and Mary, Alexander's grandmother and my Nana's best friend, had arranged for blossoms to be blown in a never-ending dance of pink and white as Pops sashayed Nana in a dance. The sheer romance and affection suffocated me in happiness and sadness, and I'd stumbled outside needing some fresh air. If Lily had turned up while I cried my heart out at the thought of never getting to experience a lifelong partnership and marriage like they had, I would have choked back my tears and pretended I was fine. I would have tossed the picture I hugged into the closest veggie patch and hidden just how much Milton had broken me. I would never be able to explain why I felt so sad. Nothing had changed. Not really. Sure, I had a few bruises, but I was still alive. No one had taken my home away or left me destitute. I was still financially stable and young. Still had time to find the one. Still had my health and happiness. Yet in that moment of grief, when I gave in to that sticky darkness inside me, I sobbed into the grass and was grateful no one saw me. You weren't going to think about anything other than the renovation, remember? The sooner I could get back to work, the better. Scanning the street for neighbours I didn't want to talk to, I headed to my gingerbread letterbox to check today's mail. At the end of my drive, I glanced at Alexander's home. His garage door was down. The house looked hushed. He was either sleeping from a long shift or wasn't home. I didn't care to analyse why a coil of disappointment worked through me, followed by the tightest knot of anxiety. Urgency to get back inside where no one could see my cracks had me flipping open my letterbox, grabbing the 2 letters inside and hightailing back to safety. Stepping into the kitchen, I tossed the letters onto the kitchen bench and scowled as something heavy clunked instead. What the... Plucking the top envelope off the bench, I sucked in a breath at the cell phone tucked beneath it. Sleek and small, it looked utterly lost and out of place. Did someone mistakenly put it in my mail? Was someone looking for it? Freaking out to have lost all their photos and data? Picking it up, I tapped the screen. It came to life without requiring a password or key code. A message bubble waited to be read. A flicker of hesitation shot through me. I didn't want to invade someone's privacy, but if it meant I could find the owner of the phone, then it wouldn't be so bad to read. Tapping on the bubble, I waited for it to load, then sat heavily in the dining room chair.
You don't know me, but I'm here. If you need a faceless friend, you have one.
I almost dropped it. Why did that feel so personal? Why did it feel as if the message was addressed to me? I rolled my eyes. Lily? My anxiety popped into affection. She had a habit of buying me random things. Books she's read and thought I'd enjoy, kitchen appliances that changed her life, and I did the same to her. I'd sent her headphones last month when she complained of her old ones hurting her ears and ordered a huge basket full of all her favourite foods when she'd earned a big commission. It wasn't unusual for us to drop things into each other's boxes or backyards, little keepsakes that said we were thinking of each other. Smiling, I fondled the phone. Not the most logical present she'd ever given me, but also not the strangest. A tad odd that she hadn't left it in its packaging, but maybe she figured it wouldn't have fit. Slipping my own phone from my back jeans pocket, I called Lily on speed dial. She answered on the second ring. Hey Sales, what's up? You all good? Are you safe? Do you need me to come over? Tell me. Ignoring her not-so-subtle freak-out, I asked her in a croaky, healing whisper. Did you sneakily put a phone into my letterbox this morning? Huh? Did you give me a phone? I swallowed hard on the residue of pain. Her tone switched from panic to suspicious. No. Why? I just found one in my mail and there's a message that's a bit odd. Odd, as in it's Milton trying to scare you? Can prisoners find a way to deliver stuff? What name is on the receipt? Oh God, what if it's a bomb? Call the police, Sales, report it. My heart thudded. Maybe she's right. Trying to stay calm, I forced my whisper to get as loud as my healing would allow. It's not a bomb, Lils, and I doubt it's from him. Swallowing hard, I shoved aside the other envelope, looking for any sign of a receipt or clue as to who dropped the phone off. There's no receipt. It's literally just a phone all by itself. It didn't even come with a charger. My voice burned and cracked. Wow, it still hurt to talk this much. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, and the message isn't for me. It could just have been found in the gutter and shoved in my letterbox for safekeeping. The tension I hadn't realised was building slowly disappeared. That's it. It's fine. I guess someone found it and put it into the closest place they could. I rubbed my throat, trying to ease the lingering swelling. Are you sure? I don't know, Sales. I have a bad feeling about this. What if it is Milton? He might be trying to scare you. Do you think he has friends who would come and finish what he started? Maybe he's hired a hit on you and... This isn't a movie, Lily. He was just a lazy, jealous jerk who thought violence made him the bigger person, that's all. I still think you should call the police. Tell you what, I'll do it. I'll call them right now. What was the name of the officer overseeing your case again? Andrew something or other. Helpful. A rustling sounded in the background. Found it. I took a photo of his business card. I'll call them and... Wait, I think... What did the message say? Tell me word for word, they'll want to know. I really think we might be overreacting. Just tell me, I'm going to write it down. Fine. Activating the strange phone again, I reread the message. It says, you don't know me, but I'm here. If you need a faceless friend, you have one. It definitely sounds threat-like, she gasped. Like, I'm watching you and I'm going to kill you. How on earth did you get to that conclusion? Friend could be code for murder, like he's watching you to make sure you don't testify against him or something. God, testify? I hadn't even thought about that. Sitting in court, reliving what he did, seeing him. My entire body broke into ice and shivers. Before I could get myself together, Lily rushed. Get off the phone and call the cops. You should be the one to tell them about this. I'm coming round right now. I'll be there by... No, don't. With a trembling hand, I did my best to fight back the clawing panic attack brewing in the centre of my chest. I'd never had one before, but the creeping breathlessness, the tightness, it was either that or a heart attack. Breathing carefully through my nose, my scratchy voice almost stopped working. Didn't you say that you had that promising couple having a second viewing today? Yes, but then go there. Don't come here, I'm fine, truly. I'm not strong enough to hide from you right now. Swallowing hard, I added with a forced laugh. I'm busy painting, so stay away, do you hear me? But, no buts. I'll call you later. I hung up before she could argue. My pulse skittered as I traded cell phones and ran my fingers over the unfamiliar one. The message glowed on the screen, demanding an answer. It was either Milton tormenting me, a complete coincidence, or someone was playing a very cruel and unnecessary joke. All my panic switched into rage. I grew angry. I was probably leaping to ridiculous conclusions, but I found myself typing, "Who is this? I found this phone and would like to return it to its rightful owner." I could just imagine the rolled eyes of the police investigating my future murder. Ah, yes, Sailor Rose. She replied to a message from a hitman hired to kill her, and we found her in teeny tiny pieces stuffed in a suitcase the following week. Swooping to my feet, I fisted the phone and trembled with the urge to throw it away. This was a mistake. Fumbling for the side button, I went to turn it off, but it chimed with a new message. Stupid, idiotic curiosity had me clicking on it even while common sense screamed not to be a statistic.
The message was for you. It's not a mistake. You're the rightful owner.
My pulse skyrocketed. My fingers flew over the keys. Who are you and why did you give me a phone? The stranger replied.
So you have someone to talk to.
My heart rate grew faster and faster. Why would I need someone to talk to? A reply appeared instantly.
Just a feeling I have.
Who the hell is this? Milton, is that you? The phone vibrated in my hand.
Names don't matter. But if you need to call me something, X will do.
My entire body turned to jello. X? That's not at all terrifying or weird. Who the hell are you? Is Milton putting you up to this? What do you want? Tears burned my eyes as I waited for a reply. The phone chirped.
Just like names don't matter, it doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is, I will never hurt you. I will never threaten you or put you in danger. And no, this isn't Milton. And no, he didn't put me up to this. Whoever he is.
Oh my God, I was going to be sick. This was a prank, a sick, evil prank by a sick, evil man who thought he could torment me. I shivered as I replied, I don't believe you.
X, I don't know what I can offer to give you peace of mind. Tell me what you need, and I'll give it.
Me. Tell me why you put this phone in my mailbox. How do you know me? What else do you know? Why are you doing this? The soft chime of a new message had me holding my breath.
X, this isn't going like I planned. I didn't want to be so frank, but I think that might be best. Ready?
I could barely type. I shuddered so much. Me. Tell me.
X, I saw you that night, being hurt.
The tears burning my eyes finally broke the seal and tumbled down my cheeks. I sat down heavily. How did you see? Why do you even care? I grabbed a tissue from the crocheted holder in the centre of the table and blew my nose. By the time I'd soaked up my tears, the phone buzzed.
X, I heard the sirens and saw you being loaded into the ambulance. I felt sorry for you. And I care, because I don't like seeing good people in pain.
Me. You don't even know me.
X, you're right. I don't. And that's what makes me perfect.
I sniffed back fresh tears. Perfect for what?
X, to talk to.
Me. Why would I talk to a creep who left a phone in my letterbox all because he/she saw me being beaten?
X, because that creep has promised to never hurt you. And if he can do anything to help you, then he'll do it.
Me. So you're admitting you're a guy?
X. Damn. Guess I just did.
Me. And you live around my neighborhood?
X. I didn't say that.
Me. How did you see me being loaded into the ambulance then?
X. I was just passing through.
Me. Right. Sure. Don't believe you. My brain throbbed with questions. Huddling on the chair, I fired another message off before he could reply. Is this Jim? I didn't truly think X was 83-year-old James McNabb, but it might trip him up. If he knew Jim, then I might be able to narrow down who it was. I wouldn't put something like this past the residents on this street. A helpful Samaritan doing the right thing in a very shady way.
X. I have no idea who Jim is.
Me. Sure you don't?
X. You're ruining this, by the way.
Me. I'm ruining it. Ruining what exactly? Your attempt at some creepy god complex superhero attempt at... I don't even know what to call this.
X. Call it whatever you want. You can call me your friend too, if you'd like.
Me. I have a friend. I don't need another.
X. Okay then. Consider me your little secret.
Me. My little secret. Do you say that to all the girls you plan on murdering?
X. Murdering? What? I literally just said I would never hurt you.
Me. Yet you're hiding behind a screen and asking me to keep you a secret.
X. If no one knows about me, then no one will know what we talk about.
And that was my limit. Tossing the phone down, I reached for mine and called the police.
Chapter 12. Xander. Nobody's perfect. Well, that blew up spectacularly in my face. What the hell had I been thinking? Putting a burner phone in her letterbox. Telling her to keep me as her dirty secret. Christ. No wonder she thought I was planning on murdering her. Thank God I'd paid cash for the phone and not put in any of my details. This could destroy my career. I could be arrested. Gran would be rolling around in her urn right about now, wondering why the fuck I'd done something so stupid. She called the police. If I wasn't so shit terrified, I would have been so damn proud of her. I'd heard stories from Melody that Sailor had a sharp tongue, inappropriate sense of humour, and could give back as good as she got. But I'd never been on the receiving end of such a conversation. Whenever we'd talked, it had never gone past the common pleasantries of strangers. I hadn't been prepared for the kick in my gut as her replies vibrated in my palm. I'd been wrong that she was broken from what Milton did to her. She wasn't. She might be a little banged up and choking on things she didn't want to voice, but she wasn't broken, and that gave me decidedly mixed feelings. I no longer just felt responsible for her, but was also intrigued by her, and that wasn't going to work, because I couldn't be intrigued. I didn't have time to be intrigued. Intrigued led to other feelings. Feelings I'd done my best to convince myself were never there. Feelings I definitely had no business feeling. That tightening in my chest. That rush of endorphins and surge of testosterone, snarling with unpermitted possession. For God's sake, I'd only had one conversation with the woman, and I was already contemplating going over there and telling her everything. I'd always known I was a goody two-shoes. I'd never been able to lie or steal or break even the smallest of rules. But it wasn't just the well-behaved doctor inside me needing to confess what I'd done, but the very real, suddenly very protective part of me that didn't want anyone else to know just how incredible she was. God damn it, this is bad. Nursing my small icy glass of Johnny Walker, I watched from my living room window as the 2 police officers stepped out of Sailor's front door and headed toward their cruiser parked across her driveway. At the last second, they cut down the footpath onto my property and rang my doorbell. Christ, could this get any worse? What gave me away? How had they figured it was me so fast? Should I call a lawyer? Throwing the rest of my drink down my throat, I hoped like hell I didn't smell like alcohol at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Raking my hands through unruly red hair, I straightened my glasses, smoothed my grey t-shirt, and strolled to the door as if I wasn't about to explode inside. Can I help you, officers? I pinned a polite smile on my lips as I swung my door wide and employed every trick I'd ever been taught to hide my true feelings. I'd gotten enough practice delivering bad news in the waiting room. I'd learned how to block myself as a person and become nothing more than the stoic, compassionate doctor my patients needed. I didn't move a muscle as the 2 officers, one man with receding brown hair and one with a beer belly, returned my smile and rested their hands on their hips. The bulk of their tool belts, full of weapons and walkie-talkies, made my mouth go dry. "Do you know your neighbour, Sailor Rose?" the balding one asked. "Of course. Our grandparents were best friends. We've grown up together." "Oh, so you know her well." Beer belly perked up. "I wouldn't say that. We're acquaintances. Why? Did something happen?" Be cool. "Did you see a strange man drop a cell phone into a letterbox, either yesterday or today?" I shrugged with as much innocence as possible. "I'm sorry, no. I work at the local hospital, and my shifts are long. I didn't get home until 9:30 last night, and slept in for my shift later tonight." I grinned. "Unfortunately, I don't have time to do much else than work these days." The older one smiled. "I'm aware of how hard you work. I've seen you in the ER. You're a great doctor. Always go above and beyond on the cases we bring in." True appreciation made me stand a little straighter. "That means a lot. Thanks. It would truly suck if this nice blue-collar worker arrested me." They didn't speak for a while. My heart rate went berserk. Finally, Beer Belly said, "Well, if you see anyone who doesn't belong in the neighbourhood, please give us a call." He passed me a business card. I took it with a frown. "Is Sailor okay? Did something happen?" "Oh, nothing to worry about. Have a good day, Dr. North." I ignored the worrying pinch that they knew my name and did my best to convince myself it was because they knew me from the hospital. I'd even patched up a few of their fellow officers when arrests and call-outs went bad. They definitely didn't know my name because I'd bought a phone and pretended to be a masked vigilante, desperately trying to get the damsel to talk to him. "You too." I nodded. Retreating inside, I closed the door and watched them climb into their cruiser and drive away. The second they were gone, I took the stairs 2 at a time and sprinted to my bedroom window. Sailor's bedroom was empty, just like it had been for a few days now. A glimpse of her in Melody's room, that had been stripped of furniture and had gotten a new lick of paint, hinted she'd finally decided to claim the house as hers. She balanced at the top of a ladder, adding paint to the corners of the ceiling. My heart rate calmed a little. At least she was okay. At least my attempt at helping her hadn't backfired and made her worse. Fuck. This was a good thing. A great thing. She'd called the police because she was smart. She'd let them take the cell phone away, which meant I was safe from doing anything else immensely wrong. She'd be okay without me. She'd heal on her own. After all, I'd already proven I had no experience with heart-to-hearts. I'd barely been able to keep my identity hidden on the first volley of messages. I'd had to lie within the first few texts by telling her I saw her in the ambulance, which actually wasn't totally a lie. I'd seen her in the ambulance, just being unloaded at the hospital, not loaded in the street. But that's beside the point. I'd stepped over a line, and now that line had been reinforced. I would forget all about my attempt at helping and leave her the hell alone. "Fancy coming over for a beer tonight?" Colin asked, throwing me a look as we both took a 20-minute break for lunch 3 days later in his office. Finishing my chicken wrap, I tossed the wrapper into the trash and took a swig of sparkling water. That could work. I was supposed to come in tomorrow, but the planned surgery has been pushed back. Good. It's a date. He finished his sesame beef salad and closed the container. "You're looking a bit more haggard than usual. Anything I should know about?" Screwing on the bottle cap, I shook my head. "Nope." Said like a guilty criminal. I smirked. "Guilty? What am I guilty of? Oh, I don't know. Perving on your hot little neighbour?" I dropped my bottle. Thank God the cap was on. Otherwise I'd be wearing most of it. Colin burst out laughing. "No comment, hey? You've finally given in to your dirty little habit. Have you asked her out yet? Remember my threat. If you don't do it, I'll do it for you." My cheeks erupted with fire. I'd never cursed being a redhead as much as I did at that moment. I'd been lucky to avoid the freckles decorating my sisters, and most days my hair could be taken for deep auburn instead of anything on the crimson colour palette, but right now, my natural skin colouring gave me away. Colin quit laughing as I choked, literally choking on spit, and deliberated bolting for the door. "Wow, I'm kidding, Zan. No need to have a heart attack." Leaning over his desk, he looked genuinely concerned for my well-being. "Are you all right, man? I mean, I've seen you wound up before, but this is something else. Did you lose a patient or something?" Groaning, I took off my glasses and tossed them on his desk. Digging my fingers in my tired eyes, I refused to look at him. It's been a long week, that's all. It's Tuesday. Is it? I didn't look up. Feels like an endless Monday then. What's going on? Fess up. Dropping my hand, I blinked back the stars I'd left on my eyesight and did my best to lie to a friend who was basically a savant in lie detection. Nothing's going on. My phone beeped. I sat ramrod in my chair. Not because the alert was for a patient or another work call, but because I'd assigned that noise to one person. A person I didn't think I'd ever hear from again. 1 second, I convinced myself I had no intention of reading it. The next, I practically threw myself off my chair, fumbling for my phone from my back pocket. Ignoring Colin, I swiped on the screen and clicked on the new message.
LL. A secret, huh?
Full body shakes had my thumbs punching the screen far too fast. Me. No one else has to know.
LL. And you won't murder me?
Me. If I was going to, wouldn't I have popped around by now? After all, you did call the police on me. Shit. Fuck. Unsend. Too late.
LL. How do you know I called the police?
Hanging my head, I deliberated how to dig myself out of this shithole. I couldn't confess who I was. If she wanted me to be her secret, I'd be her goddamn secret. But I also couldn't admit that I watched her from my house far more often than was normal, legal, or acceptable.
LL. Is your delay because you're trying to come up with a lie or confess the truth?
God damn, this girl. This was going to end so very, very badly for me. She was scarily smart, and almost as perceptive as Colin. And look how well I held my own around him. Sweat rolled down my spine beneath my scrubs as I made one of the biggest mistakes of my life. Me. I have a camera in your house. You what? Colin screeched, snatching my phone out of my hands and scrolling his way through the message thread. Oh, Christ. How had I not noticed him looming over me? What possessed me to say I had a camera in her house? What am I doing? In one message, I'd gone from a creepy idiot who'd gifted her a cell phone to full-blown home invasion stalker. Colin's face went white. His dark brown hair flopped over his forehead as he peered at the screen. What the fuck is this, Zan? What? Give it back. Leaping to my feet, I snatched the phone out of his hand. I hated that I was more desperate to read Sailor's reply than to assure my best friend that I wasn't crazy.
LL. And this is where I call the police again.
Me. Wait. Xander, you've got to start talking, otherwise... Give me 2 seconds. Tapping back a reply, I hoped to every deity in the universe that I wasn't fucking up everything I'd worked so hard for. Me. I meant outside your house. I have a camera outside your house. Not technically a lie.
LL. And you think that's appropriate? What are you? Some kind of pervert?
Me. No. I told you. I will never hurt you. I will never take advantage of you.
LL. You just watch me instead.
Xander, talk to me. Right now. Colin crossed his arms. I didn't bother looking up. Me. I use it to make sure you're safe. That's all. She didn't reply. Of course she didn't fucking reply. My pulse pounded in my ears as I waited and waited. And when the phone remained silent, I sucked in a huge breath and turned to face Colin. As expected, his eyes glinted with fear for my mental health, all while anger rippled down his arms as if to punch me. Tell me, right now, what are you doing? This was why I never put myself out there. Why I focused on helping others with scalpels and surgeries. I was better when bound by textbooks and things I'd learned through repetition and study. The second I went off script, I messed up. Gran always said I was too impulsive, too eager. Each time I tried to help a sick bird or attempted backyard medicine on a friend from school, I always made matters worse. And this cannot get much worse. You have 3 seconds, or I'm admitting you to the psych ward on an involuntary hold. Sinking back into my chair, I held my head in my hands and did what I always did around him. I blurted the truth, because he always heard a lie. A week or so ago, I angled my home security cameras to face Sailor's house. She's not doing well. She's not talking to a friend and has no other support. I saw her crying one night in the garden, and I made a stupid decision to give her someone to talk to. His tension bled out slowly. Moving behind his desk, he sat down and cupped his chin in his hand like a shrink charging me $500 an hour. Go on. She's not talking to a psychologist, or at least not one I know of. I know they say it's easier for people to talk to strangers about this sort of thing, more so than with loved ones. Impartiality is helpful to voice all those tangled thoughts. So I tried to be that person for her. Okay, that doesn't sound so bad. He dropped his hand. Anything else? She called the police. He sucked in a breath. She knew it was you. No, but they knocked on my door. Jesus, Anne! But only to ask if I'd seen the man who dropped off the phone in her letterbox. I was careful. I thought she'd handed it over because she hadn't messaged me since. But it turns out she kept it. And I hated the twitch in my chest because of that. I bought it with cash and you're using your own phone number to message her. Do you not watch any movies? They can track you that way. That's it then. I'm screwed. Oh. My head tipped down. I'm not going to lie to you, Zan. This could get very bad. Very, very quickly. It's already bad. He nodded with a wince. It kinda is. His lips pursed. But you did it for the right reasons, and I'm actually rather proud of you. I frowned. What do you mean? I mean, you've boxed yourself in with work for so long. You've never done something off script like this. I see what you're doing. You use work to keep yourself from getting messy. But I hate to tell you, mate, this is way messier than just asking her out for a drink like I suggested. A strained chuckle fell out of me. Yeah, I know. I wonder why she didn't hand the phone to the police. No idea. If she does, and they track your number, you'll probably lose your job. I know that too. Even if you stop now, you're already in way over your head. I know. Wait. I stiffened. If I stop now, shouldn't you be telling me to cease all contact immediately? His gaze darted over mine, churning with thoughts. Tell me why you're doing this. Is it because you feel responsible for her because you're a doctor and she's the bruised little granddaughter next door? Or, I didn't want to ask, or, are you perhaps waking up to the fact that you actually like this girl? That you've liked her for years? And not because you were told to by your gran, but because you get that certain kind of feeling whenever you look at her. What certain kind of feeling? If I have to describe it, then it isn't it. Why are you so annoying? I crossed my arms. I've never disliked you more than I do right now. He chuckled. Answer the question. Or what? Still threatening to put me in a straitjacket? No, I'm trying to decide if I'll help you or not. Help me? I shot to my feet. You can't be serious. You should throw my phone in the river and tell me to stop destroying my career. He stood too. Moving toward me, he clapped me on the shoulder. Perhaps you won't destroy your career. Maybe this is you attempting to have a life. Finally. By stalking a vulnerable girl who almost died. Hey, nobody's perfect. This isn't a joke, Cole. He went serious. No, it's not. And I won't lie to you that it could get out of hand and end in some serious legal complications. But, he sighed, but if you truly want her to heal and she has no one else, then she needs you. And frankly, you need her. So I'm in. I have your back. I'll help you so you don't royally fuck this up. But my help does come with a time limit. What does that mean? It means I agree that it sounds as if she needs someone impartial to get over this initial hump of healing. But the second she's finding herself again, you have to tell her, all right? You have to be honest that it's you behind the screen. Who knows? She might already be madly in love with you by then and think it's adorable. Or hate my guts so much that I have to move to Australia. That's a big possibility. I groaned. Fuck. This is a disaster. Welcome to the world of dating, my friend. Patting my cheek, he headed toward the door. I have to go. A patient is waiting. But this conversation isn't over. See you tonight for that beer. Don't be late.
Chapter 13. Sailor. Stars don't talk. I lied. To the police, Lily, Jim across the fence, even myself. I lied that I destroyed the phone when the police came to take my statement. I lied to Lily that they'd taken it in for testing. And I lied to Jim when he asked if everything was okay when we were out pruning the rose bushes last night. All of them had bought my lies, but I couldn't buy the ones I told myself. I lay in bed for 3 nights, convincing myself that I would never reply to the crazy man who'd given me the phone again. It wasn't acceptable to hand-deliver a cell phone and tell me he could be my little secret. That was wrong. Very, very wrong. And yet, whenever I woke in the dead of night, all alone and curled in the corner of my bedroom, so sure I'd heard a key in the front door and Milton was back to finish what he started. All I had to do was look at that small black phone, and I'd find the strength to get up and check all the doors without turning on all the lights. I took it with me that first night as I opened all the cupboards and checked behind every door. I kept it in my pocket as I painted and stared at it for hours, unable to fall asleep. He hadn't messaged again, and the fact he hadn't slowly grew from relief into frustration. He was the one to barge into my life. He was the one to frighten me with his faceless forwardness. But he'd also done something I didn't think was possible. He'd broken up the shadows, just a little, and I no longer felt so suffocated. He's watching me. I huddled on the couch, staring at the old square television that I still needed to replace. Nana had never been one for technology unless it benefited her from soil-to-soul business, and she'd never bothered to upgrade her TV for a flat screen. I watched most things on my tablet, so the huge ancient box flickered in the corner, fuzzy and snowy, dancing light around the living room. Scrolling through the message thread, I tried to make sense of why I wasn't as bothered about the fact that he was watching me as I should have been. I didn't know him. He could be just as dangerous as Milton. Worse, even. So why did I feel protected instead of threatened? Why did I search all the nooks and crannies of my garden to find a camera? Not to remove it, but to make sure he wasn't lying. Oh, this is ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Stop this nonsense right now. His last message glowed on the screen.
X. I use it to make sure you're safe. That's all.
I'd lost track of how many times I'd read it. Each time, I found myself losing the initial understandable reaction of feeling violated, heading toward the incomprehensible feeling of safety. Tapping the screen to make the keyboard pop up, I hovered my thumbs in place. Don't you dare. I sighed and slouched. No, I really shouldn't. Glancing at the time, wincing that 2 a.m. had rolled around and I still wasn't in bed, I did the adult thing and turned off the screen. Hauling myself upright, I padded barefoot toward the stairs. I was proud of myself. I'd withheld against growing temptation to message him for another night. A few more days and the feeling would pass. I could throw the phone away, and life would continue as normal. But normal sucks right now. Gritting my teeth, I changed direction. I stepped over the carpet where Milton had almost raped me. The thought of going to bed, even if it was in a newly painted bedroom on a mattress on the floor instead of the room I'd shared with him, wasn't inviting. I knew I wouldn't sleep. Milton's whispers teased on the edges of my mind. The scratchiness of my throat still tickled, and I didn't want another nightmare so soon after the last one. Instead of wasting the evening, I stepped through the back door, off the deck, and onto the grass. There I sank into a cross-legged position and stared at the stars. The glowing fairy lights in the foliage acted like earthbound celestial balls, glimmering on leaves and petals. The yin-yang fountain in the corner for the blackbirds splashed lazily, and a dog a few houses down whined to be let back in after a late-night pee. I'm safe. I'm fine. So why did my eyes suddenly ache and tears start pouring against my control? Why did they drip off my chin as I stared at the stars, begging them to unravel and fix the mess inside me? For most of the day, I could pretend I was healing. But at this time of night, in this much honesty, I couldn't. Burying my face in my hands, I gave in and cried for things I had no words for. I didn't know how much time passed, but I started to shiver in my Sailor Moon t-shirt and night shorts. I needed to go inside and crawl beneath warm, cozy blankets, but I didn't want to move. Perhaps I should sleep out here amongst the flowers and the insects. Maybe they'd watch over me and... My phone buzzed quietly. No, not my phone. His.
X. I hate it when you cry in the moonlight.
For a second, all I could do was gawk at the words. My head tipped up, my eyes darting in all the shadows. He's watching me right now. Another message vibrated.
X. Whoever made you cry will never touch you again. You have my word.
My fear switched to terror. Scooting onto my knees, I wanted to leap to my feet, but a third message buzzed.
X. I'm only watching to keep you safe. I will never approach you, never hurt you. You will never see me, or have to pretend with me. I'm just here, with you.
Fresh tears glassed my eyesight. I sagged back onto the lawn, cradling the phone. All the tangled mess inside me suddenly, crazily melted into relief. It was the sweetest, sharpest relief that made no sense and made me fear for my sanity. My thumb stroked the screen. I wanted to reply, but had no idea what to say. I wanted to know why he chose to protect me, but didn't know if I'd like the answer. My chin tipped down as exhaustion fell over me. A fourth message vibrated, almost as if he sensed my unwillingness, eagerness, confusion.
X. You can talk to me instead of the stars, you know. Unlike them, I can answer back.
Sighing heavily, I replied in a daze. Me. Where are you? How can you see me? What I really wanted to know was how close he was and how much danger I was in. Once again, he heard what I didn't say and sent me exactly what I needed to hear.
X. I'm far enough away that I can't reach you if you run into the house. But I'm close enough to stop anyone from reaching you if they try to hurt you.
Me. So you're watching me on camera?
X. I have been, but right now, no.
Climbing to my feet, I walked slowly around the riot of blooms, herbs, and fruit trees. Every alcove and branch-filled nook looked empty, but I could feel his eyes on me wherever I went. He didn't message me as I did a full circle of the garden. He stayed quiet as I resumed my cross-legged position in the centre of the lawn. But the moment I sucked in a big inhale and chose to accept this, no matter how stupid and crazy and wrong, my phone chirped quietly.
X, what can I say to make you trust that I will never lay a finger on you?
Rubbing at the lingering ache in my knee where Milton had kicked me, I replied, You could tell me who you are.
X, but that would defeat the purpose I'm trying to achieve.
Me. And what are you trying to achieve?
X, honestly.
Me. Always. In fact, if I'm going to talk to you, against better judgment and sanity, then every message you ever sent me better be nothing but the truth. If you ever lie to me, I'll drop the phone off to the police and they can deal with you.
X, you could have done that last time you called them. Why didn't you?
Me. Honestly?
X, truth goes both ways. Question is, are you brave enough?
I glanced at the moon, chewing my bottom lip. God, why did this make me feel so seen? So vulnerable, so torn open. He was nothing but a ghost. And I'd done my fair share of talking to ghosts lately with Nana and Pops leaving me. I'd often wished they'd reply. Sitting a little taller, I typed. I didn't give the police the phone because... I looked at the moon again, searching for words that could explain the strange comfort that came from having a lifeline to a faceless, nameless stranger. He wasn't completely human to me. He could be a guardian angel or protective warrior, in the wreckage of my mind after being at the mercy of a man I'd given my body, home, and trust to. Whoever X was, he was more. As long as he abided by his own rules of never approaching me, never hurting me, then he was already 10 times the man Milton ever was. My phone buzzed.
X, if I said something wrong, forgive me. I'm not asking you to tell me your deepest, darkest fears. I don't really know. I just want to help.
I deleted my unsent sentence and typed, Do you go around helping everyone you see in pain?
X, because I vowed I'd never lie, my answer will sound pompous and contrite. But yes I do. Or at least, I try to.
Me. Why?
X, because we all need help at some time or another.
Me. Who are you?
X, new rule. No more asking who I am, what my name is, or any other personal details.
Me. Why? So I don't recognize you on the streets when you come to murder me?
X, there you go with the murdering again.
Me. Can you blame me? No one will understand why I'm messaging you back. Everyone will think I'm suffering a psychotic break for not handing this phone in to the police when I had the chance.
X, and we're back to my question. Why didn't you?
I stared at the keyboard. I chewed my bottom lip. The fairy lights flickered while I sat under the moon in a puddle of absolute honesty that I'd done my best to shove away and ignore. Not just since Milton had hurt me, but for most of my childhood. Sure, I'd had a good upbringing where every physical need was met, but my parents hadn't been well versed in delivering emotional needs. Nana had been the only one to nurture me in that way. But even with her, had I ever had a frank, unscripted, honest-to-God brutal conversation with someone? Glancing at my screen again, I began to type with all the truth he demanded. Because that was the deal if we were doing this, and I rather liked not having to censor myself. I didn't have to second-guess or pretend or worry. I could be the rawest, truest version of myself, and if he didn't like it, so what? He's no one to me. Me. Why didn't I? I think it's because I like the idea of having you as my secret. Someone I've never met before and never want to. Someone who does bad things, but hopefully for the right reasons. Someone who cares enough about a stranger to sit watching her at 3 a.m. when everyone else is in bed. He didn't reply as quickly, but I waited and trusted, and eventually my phone chirped with a new message.
X. You asked me what I'm hoping to achieve by talking to you. I want you to see what I do when I look at you. I want you to smile instead of cry. And I want to beat the ever-loving shit out of whoever put those bruises on you.
My stomach flipped upside down.
X. Not that I'm violent or that I'll ever hurt you. I shouldn't have said that.
I swiped at the drying tears on my cheeks and forced a half smile. Me. I wish you could beat the ever-loving shit out of him too.
X. Truth.
Me. We just agreed, didn't we?
X. I know I just said I will never approach you and you will never know my name. But I really want to know yours. I can already tell the promise to never see you in person will drive me crazy.
My forced smile turned genuine as the faintest feeling of the old me perked up. Me. Come anywhere near me and I'll ensure you can never help anyone else again.
X. You couldn't have said better words to keep me away.
Me. Good. Remember them.
X. Give me a name.
Me. What? Like you gave me a single letter? X isn't a name.
X. It's the only one you're getting. Come on. I need something to call you by. Choose one. Anything.
My mind went blank as I stared at the sky. My eyes dropped to Alexander's roofline. No lights in his windows, no sign of him awake, or Jim, or Josephine, or any of the other neighbours on Ember Drive. I was all alone. Yet, for the first time in forever, I felt safe. I also had no idea what name to give him. I didn't want to use my real name, as whatever we were doing wasn't real. He was a ghost who could use a cell phone, and I was the human he watched from the other side. I like that idea. Peering at the flowers around the garden, I tried on names for size. Orchid, peony, daisy, or lavender. Nope. Following the patch of pansies, my gaze snagged on the 3 fence palings that had always hung loose and offered a passageway from this garden to the north's next door. A memory exploded, a moment I'd completely forgotten. Carefully adding purple to the mane of my unicorn in my mythical creatures colouring book, I gasped as a teenage boy wriggled through the fence. Oi! I sat up from where I'd been lying on my stomach in the grass. What are you doing? Alexander pushed up his black-framed glasses as his cheeks tinged red.
Oh, it's you. I didn't know you were visiting.
His nose wrinkled.
How many years has it been, and you still look like a weed?
Who are you calling a weed?
Oh wow, not any smarter too.
He smirked.
You'd get on with my sisters.
I huffed and crossed my arms, my pencil digging into my side. What are you doing sneaking about?
I smelled cookies.
Shooting me a grin, he marched straight to the back deck as if his grandparents owned this house as well as next door's.
Melody won't mind if I steal a few.
I do. Those are mine. She baked them for me. I shot to my feet and dashed in front of him. Go away. Rocking backward on his heels so he didn't crash into me, he scowled and tugged my left pigtail.
Move out of the way, Laurie.
Laurie? My chin tipped even higher as I swatted his hand off my hair. My name is Sailor, not Laurie. I stomped my foot for good measure.
No, it's not. I hear Rory calling you Laurie all the time.
He says little Law, you dingbat, and he's the only one allowed to call me that. He burst out laughing.
Dingbat?
I thought a giggle. Suits you.
Yeah, well, Laurie suits you more. Now out of my way, Laurie. I have cookies to steal.
The past dissolved as I shook my head. How had I not remembered that? How many other interactions had I had with the boy next door and forgotten? And why did my chest squeeze a little too tightly because I could no longer even think about Alexander without feeling the thwack of Milton's fist or the horror of his hands pouring between my legs?
How many times have you fucked the neighbour while I've been gone?
Swallowing hard, I shoved aside Milton's hiss and typed, Laurie, call me Laurie. He replied quickly, as if he'd been watching me trip into my thoughts, waiting patiently, keeping me safe from monsters in the dark.
X. I've always liked the name Laurie.
I yawned and lay on my back, feeling sleepy and floaty for the first time in far, far too long. I should go into the house and climb into bed like a normal person. But the balmy evening, soft grass, and twinkling stars promised to keep the nightmares at bay. Even my shivers subsided as if I'd shook from other things. Me. How long are you going to watch me?
X. You should go inside.
Me. How long?
X. All night if you want.
Rolling onto my side, I went to type back, to thank him for saying exactly what I needed to hear, but sleep pounced. The phone slipped out of my fingers, and I drifted into dreams of cookies, unicorns, and protective ghosts watching me from afar.
Chapter 14. Xander. Painful nicknames. I waited until I knew for sure she was asleep, until her legs twitched and her body went loose on the lawn. Only then did I slip from my bedroom where I'd been watching her, grabbed the grey Sherpa blanket from my couch that came in handy whenever I passed out from a long surgery, and slipped out the front door. I was halfway to her house before I realized why I couldn't be seen on the street carrying a blanket, why I couldn't sneak through her gate at almost 4 a.m, and why I couldn't go anywhere near her as Xander North. Fuck. My phone weighed 1,000 pounds in my black pyjama pocket. Our second conversation, and I no longer feared this would end badly for me. I knew it. The expression that the way to a man's heart was through his stomach might work on some, but for me, the way into my heart was to let me care, to trust me enough to put your very life in my hands. And tonight, she'd done that. She'd gone to sleep outside. She'd trusted that I'd watch over her. She'd trusted a stranger with shady means of communication to guard her against all other men, including the one who'd covered her in bruises. I wasn't just in trouble. I was fucked. Gran had always said I fell quick and hard. Give me anything injured, and I became utterly obsessed with making it better again. I devote every waking moment, every penny and effort, and if whatever creature I was trying to help died, good God, it broke me. I should have remembered that before I gave her the phone. I should have recalled all the heartbreak of my youth when I wasn't good enough to save a life. And to make an already bad situation worse, she'd asked me to call her Laurie, a name I'd accidentally given her, a name I'd used on the rare time she visited, secretly loving that it got under her skin. Oh, this was a terrible idea. I'd agreed to watch her all night like an unemployed fool. At least I wasn't working tomorrow, but still, What sort of an idiot agrees to stand in the bushes and watch a girl sleep on the lawn when she should be safely behind lock and key? What possessed her to reply to me? Why hadn't she used common sense and told me to take a flying leap off a cliff or buy herself a gun? Hugging the blanket, I stalked to the side door of my garage and snuck inside. I didn't dare turn on the light and used my phone torch to locate the old motorcycle scarf that I used whenever I rode my Harley. The sleek machine rested under its canvas cover, looking dejected in the middle of neatly organized shelves of tools and offcuts. I'd bought the motorbike the day I graduated. It had been half a dare, half a rebellion. I'd pledged my life to saving all those in need of saving, yet the weight of that pledge, it crushed me with responsibility. It had driven me into rocky territory that made me test the boundaries of my own life. After a long day in surgery, or an awful afternoon of losing a patient, revving my bike and zooming like a reckless idiot was the perfect antidote to the uber-conservative, overly safe doctor in my waking life. Yanking the cover off the bike, I ran my fingers over the chrome handlebars and inhaled the rich scent of metal and oil. I hadn't ridden it in over 3 years. Most days when I drove home from the hospital, I could barely see straight from exhaustion. I'd also seen enough motorcycle accidents that the kamikaze asshole inside me was quite content to drive a safe Chrysler these days. But for the first time in a while, the urge to fly through the night made me ache for freedom. Freedom to have a life, make mistakes, and not let down thousands of people by being human. Damn it, enough already. Sucking in a deep breath, I found my helmet and the half balaclava waiting where I'd placed them last. The white print of a skull's jaw on the black material looked a bit ghoulish in the glow of my torch. It would probably petrify her if she woke up. Oh well, better than nothing. Shoving the fabric over my head, I yanked it up until it covered just below my eyes, then fisted the blanket and sneaked through the palings between our back gardens. They creaked a little, but Sailor didn't move. She didn't stir as I crept across the stepping stones and over the springy grass. She mumbled a little as I draped the blanket over her, then sighed as I stole a cushion from the reading chair in the little pagoda in the west corner and tucked it beneath her head. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't have broken my vow not to go near her, but I couldn't help it. The shadows under her eyes spoke of her exhaustion, the pinched sorrow in her face. How many sleepless nights had she suffered to pass out this hard? Was it the memories keeping her up, or the nightmares? I made a mental note to ask her next time she messaged me as Axe. Next time? I balled my hands and returned to the shadows. Do you hear yourself? There shouldn't be a next time. This time was dangerous enough. I knew I should stop. I knew I should march over to her house tomorrow and tell her it was me all along. I needed to confess that I was lying through my teeth, all while saying I'd always be truthful. I couldn't have her tell me anything too personal as X, because when she found out it was me, the betrayal she'd feel would be catastrophic. Damn, this is a mess. With my chest too tight and nerves too stretched, I went to stand by the palings so I could sneak out quickly if she woke, and that was where I stood as the stars slowly faded and the sky lazily lightened and dawn brought a new day.
Laurie, how old are you?
I smirked at the message that was waiting for me when I finally had time to check my phone after a long morning in surgery 2 days later. I'd let my guilt fester and argued with myself each time I glanced at her from my windows. At least I'd had enough self-control not to give in to the temptation of messaging her. I still couldn't shake the fact that every time we spoke, I was betraying her. But I'd also given myself a get-out-of-jail-free card. I could message her if she messaged me. If she reached out, then, in my twisted logic, she'd accepted me as X and Xander, even if she didn't know it. Plus, I said I'd watch out for her, so I owed her a reply just in case she needed me. Remember your other rule? I sagged a little in my chair. Seeing as I did better with rules, I'd drawn up a tight little contract for myself. I could message her whenever she messaged me, but I couldn't instigate. And I was allowed to keep this going for 1 month. After 1 month, if she was no better, it proved I sucked as a counselor, and she needed to see a professional. That would also be the day I confessed it was me. Sipping my coffee, I adjusted my glasses and replied, "Me, I'm 102. But don't worry, I can still beat up anyone who dares go near you uninvited." Putting my phone down, I went to the communal fridge to grab the leftover pasta I'd made last night. It wasn't often I cooked, but Sailor had groceries delivered again yesterday, and a bottle of spaghetti sauce had fallen out as she'd collected the bags while I'd gathered my mail. I'd had a hankering, so went to the store to get my own, even though I'd hated that she stiffened when she saw me hop into my car. I'd waved and tried to remember how to talk to her as Xander instead of X, just in case she said anything, but she scurried away in a rush. I didn't get it. Apart from a bit of teasing and name-calling growing up, I hadn't done anything to justify the mix of shame and fear in her blue eyes whenever she saw me. If I was honest, it hurt. No, it killed. Especially because she seemed to like X, a faceless stranger she'd never met, over the man who'd been her neighbor her entire life. What is it about me that's so offensive? My phone vibrated across the table.
Laurie, somehow I don't think that's the truth. What happened to the promise of honesty?
I groaned and wedged my elbows on the table, running my hands through my hair. I hung my head. I changed her contact from LL to Laurie the same night I'd stood by her fence and watched her until dawn. Unfortunately, thanks to that chosen nickname, I couldn't get the past out of my head. The memories of her as a scrawny girl with pigtails, or that time she came to visit and ended up with chickenpox. She looked atrocious, all spotty and sick. Yet, I'd spent more time over at Melody's in those 2 weeks than I ever had, not so subtly trying to help her get better. When Sailor and her parents had left, Melody hugged me so hard. She'd thanked me for taking such great care of her granddaughter, and giggled that she couldn't wait for us to grow up and fulfill her and Mary's dream of marrying their offspring to each other. I'd scoffed, stolen a brownie, and bolted. I'd forgotten all about it by the time Sailor visited 3 years later. X. Fine. I'm 29, and that's all the personal information you're getting. I went to press send, but stopped. Whoops. Close call. She was good at this. Too good. And I knew my weaknesses when it came to outsmarting wily people. The more information I gave her, even tiny tidbits like my age, the more she'd start painting a picture of who I was. She might one day look next door and put the pieces together. Deleting my message, I retyped. X. I'm 34. Now stop asking personal questions.
Laurie, do you want to know how old I am?
I already know. Your birthday is on the 9th of May. You're 6 years younger than me. Melody would bake you a lemon meringue cake each birthday with lemons from her own tree. X. Let me guess. You're 16, and I'm breaking yet another law just by talking to you.
Laurie, ha, it would serve you right if I was. But really, do I look that young? That fragile?
I didn't know how we'd become this familiar with each other so fast. What was it about a screen and a keyboard that allowed an ease to form that never seemed to be this simple in person? I just thanked every star in the galaxy that she'd never known my number as Xander, because, thanks to the stupid decision to use my own details, she was far too close to the truth already. Nausea suddenly filled me at the thought of never talking to her this way again. Me. Fine. You look 23. Shit. Unsend. Too late. What was I thinking using her real age?
Laurie, have you been in my house?
Me. Why would you ask that?
Laurie, because you broke your rule about coming near me and gave me a blanket in the garden the other night.
Shit. My hands shook. Me. I couldn't leave you uncovered. It just wasn't possible.
Laurie, I should follow through with my threat to make you regret coming near me.
Me. Will you?
Laurie, I should be freaked out that you were close enough to touch me.
Me. But you're not.
Laurie, I shouldn't admit this, but no, I'm not.
Me. I would never touch you without your consent. I merely sheltered you.
Laurie, I don't know what this says about me, but I believe you. And thank you. And now, please answer my question. Have you broken another rule and been in my house? Because your answer about my age doesn't feel like a lucky guess. Have you been snooping in my paperwork?
God damn it, Anne, you suck so badly at this. Uh-oh, muttering to yourself is the first sign of insanity. Colin chuckled as he barged through the door and filled the staff room with his blinding personality. Clipping over to me in his dress shoes, he eyed up my pasta, then swiped my phone straight out of my hand. Hey! I stood, trying to snatch it back. Bracing against me, he curled himself over my phone and scrolled quickly through the text thread. I snarled. Do you mind? Tossing me the phone back, he smirked and headed to the coffee pot. Just making sure you're not going to jail. Yet? Christ, don't even joke. Pouring himself a cup, he sat down at the table and gave me a genuine smile. How are you doing? Judging by her replies, she seems to have accepted her friendly neighborhood stalker. Sinking into my chair, I groaned at the ceiling. If anyone is going to get me in trouble, it's you. Keep your damn voice down. You're right. Leaning forward, he dropped his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. So, tell me, is she already in love with you and ready to see the man behind the screen? Or are you still going along with this? How on earth could she be in love with me? She doesn't even know me. She's known you her entire life, dickhead. You know what I mean. Him. X. I flicked a glance at the door and whispered, her friendly neighborhood stalker. Sipping his coffee, he eyed me. His smile fell a little, as he no doubt noticed the sleep-deprived lines, making me look every bit of my live 34. I scratched my clean-shaven jaw self-consciously. What? He sighed heavily. You're doing it again. Doing what? Sacrificing your own health for another's. What have we talked about? Pointing at me, he scolded. Remember the oxygen mask rule. You can't help others unless you help yourself. Yeah. Don't yeah me. Dropping his palm on the table, the loud smack made both of us flinch. I think it's good that you're connecting with her, but I also don't like that you're staying up all night watching her or sacrificing your own mental health by falling for this girl, all while she falls for someone who isn't you. There's no falling involved. We're just friends. Not even friends. I'm just helping. There's that word again, Zan. You and helping isn't a good mix. It's great when you're on the payroll and got your scrubs on, but outside this place, he arched an eyebrow. You need to have better balance. I sighed. I wanted to argue, but he was right. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I nodded. Fine. Cupping his ear, he leaned into me. I didn't hear you. What did you say? I chuckled. I said I'll work on getting better balance, jackass. Good boy. Grabbing his empty cup, he headed toward the sink. I'm hosting the monthly poker night at my place on Saturday. You'll be there, right? My watch erupted with an alarm, reminding me I needed to check on my patient in recovery. Following him from the staff room, I nodded. I'll be there. And you won't stand me up if your little damsel needs help? Ah, well, I can't promise that. I slapped him on the back. After all, I'm providing a service. You could always bring her. Marcus and Oscar are bringing their wives. They're planning on drinking cocktails on the balcony while we men gamble and drink beer. Somehow, I can't see that happening. He sighed dramatically. Not as X, no. But as Xander, it could. I flipped him the bird as I headed down the corridor.
Chapter 15. Sailor. Haunted and hunted. Good night, Lils. Congratulations again. Lily gave me a wobbly wave as she headed down the drive to the Uber waiting on the street. She closed the deal on $1 million house yesterday. With the commission she'd earned, she had enough to buy the piece of land she'd been eyeing up ever since she decided to scrimp and save every penny to become a developer and not just a real estate agent. She hiccuped and whisper shouted, "The night is young. You sure you won't come with us into town? Steph and I will look after you. Find you a nice, respectful boy who would treat you right." I laughed and went to close my front door. "Nah, you guys have fun. I've had enough drinking for one night." Which is true. We'd made mojitos with fresh mint and basil from the garden, plenty of crushed ice, and far, far too many shots. I was tipsy, and while Lily had been here, it had been fun, but now she was leaving, the house settled silent and empty around me. In the shadows, the nightmares got ready to swarm. Brushing down my jeans and blossom-printed blouse, ignoring my still tender bruises, I needed her gone before I revealed just how badly I wasn't coping. "Bye," I waved as she slipped into the Uber. "Be safe." "Talk to you tomorrow." She slammed the door. I waited until her ride pulled away. Only once the taillights rounded the end of the street did I back up, lock up, and pad barefoot through the house. I avoided the living room and refused to look at the carpet between the couch and the coffee table. Already, Milton's phantom fingers squeezed around my throat, stealing my newly healed voice and making me wish I hadn't drunk at all. The house cracked as it called for the night. I jumped so high, I bumped my toe on the skirting board. Ow, ow, ow. Hissing between my teeth, I stood in the spine of the home and did my best to remember only good times. Of Nana baking apple pies and Pops doing a jigsaw puzzle at the dining room table. Not Milton kicking me from room to room or his sick laughter as I bled from his punches. It's in the past. He's not here. You're fine. I should have been better by now, but I had a horrible feeling I was getting worse. The house creaked again. A shadow caught the corner of my eye. A shadow that looked horribly like Milton stalking me from the living room. "Get out, now." With a cry, I spun on my toes and bolted out the front door. Without thinking, I ran down the street, not looking back, not able to think about anything but getting far, far away from... He's not real. It's in your head. Calm the hell down. Slowing at the end of the road, I eyed up the manicured pathway leading between two houses to the park beyond. Before Milton covered me in pain and left me barely able to walk, I used to jog around Firefly Park most days. It was as familiar to me as my back garden, but right now, the dark alleyway seemed full of teeth and terror. The alcohol in my blood made me stagger. What am I doing? Get a grip, Law. I shouldn't have left my house. I was tipsy and barefoot and an absolute fool. My nerves snapped and I sprinted back home. I ran so fast. I grazed the soles of my feet and hurled myself through the front door as if the entire street was populated with axe murderers. Slamming the door, my hands rattled as I did up the lock and threw the deadbolt into position. The house pressed around me, heavy and ominous. My knees gave out. Collapsing against the door, I had my first ever panic attack right there on the rug. My lungs seized, my heart skipped, and all I could do was roll into a little ball on the floor and cry. I didn't know how to stop it. I didn't know I was capable of being this weak. It made no sense. I was fine. No one had threatened me. Nothing bad had happened. Yet my entire nervous system acted as if Milton had beaten me all over again. I'm alone. I hated so much that I was alone. But the thought of calling Lily and letting her see me like this... I couldn't. I could never tell her how my thoughts were full of despair, or that I no longer knew how to be happy. I didn't want to be that person, Didn't want her to look at me and judge me because what the hell was I so sad about? I was alive. I had no worries, no hardships. God, my head stuffed with tears. The mojitos threatened to come back up. I don't know. I just need something, someone. A hug without needing to explain. A kind word without pity. I huddled deeper into my ball. My cell phone fell out of my jeans pocket, clunking against the rug. My chest ached with pins and needles, and fresh fear filled me that perhaps this wasn't panic, but a heart attack. A shimmery figure glittered in my peripheral. I swore I heard Nana whisper, "Call someone, little Law, quickly, now, just in case." My entire body jittered as I reached for the fallen phone. Fresh sobs choked me at the thought of what my neighbours would think if another ambulance pulled up outside my house for the second time this month. "Never mind that," Nana's ghost cooed. "You're spiralling, dear. Best let someone help." Help. Yes, I needed help, but not from anyone who knew me. Snatching the phone that had fallen out of my pocket, I laugh-sobbed as I caressed not my mobile, but the one he'd given me. A sign, a lifeline. Hauling myself up, I reclined against the wall, brought my knees up, and typed with quaking fingers. "Me. Tell me something random. Anything. Quickly." Time ticked. My tears fell. A text message pinged.
X, what's happened? Are you okay?
The level of caring in that one sentence. The fact I didn't have to hide to protect his feelings. Me. No, I'm not okay. I'm having a panic attack, I think.
X, list your symptoms right now.
Me. My heart is racing, my mind is too. I feel stupidly overwhelmed, like the world is closing in, which is ridiculous as I have no right to feel this way. But I can't stop seeing the guy who hurt me.
X, first, it definitely sounds like a panic attack. Second, you have every right to feel that way. I don't know what happened, but your bruises and black eye say something serious did.
Me. You probably think I'm being idiotic, messaging a total stranger when I'm having a meltdown.
X, I offered, remember? And I can't tell you how glad I am that you took me up on it. If it will help, tell me what happened. You can say as little or as much as you want. I'm good at keeping secrets.
I sniffed back my tears, my heart no longer colliding with my ribs. Taking a deep breath instead of the shallow pants that had crippled me. I went to type but paused. I hadn't told anyone, not even the psychiatrist who'd visited me before I was discharged. How could I even contemplate telling someone I'd never met the most terrible thing that had ever happened to me? Do it. What have you got to lose? Maybe that was my problem. I'd blocked up all those memories by not talking. If I shared them, maybe they'd vanish with no more power over me. Me. I was blind and I didn't see the signs until it was too late. Exhaling hard, I added, me. I look back now and have no idea why I agreed to let him move in with me. I hadn't felt attracted to him or affectionate with him for months. But I felt sorry for him, I guess. He was good at making me feel guilty.
X, did he beat you often?
Me. No, he only did it the once. He wasn't doing it to hurt me. He wanted to kill me. Sucking in a deep breath, I typed the part I would never be able to say aloud. Me. He almost raped me on the living room carpet. If it hadn't been for my elderly neighbour and his dog, I would have died, all while he violated me. But that's not even the part that haunts me. It's the reason he tried to rape me in the first place. My shakes slowly calmed the longer I focused on the text instead of memories. Putting it in black and white stole its power. The weight of the house lightened. The oppressive terror vanished with every word. X took a long time to write back. He took so long, worry tiptoed down my spine and reminded me all over again why I hadn't wanted to tell anyone. Me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shared that.
X, what was the reason? The reason he tried to rape and kill you?
I sat on the rug and saw a crossroads. Tell this stranger the secret that kept tearing a hole inside me, or choke on it for the rest of my life. Me. On the other side of me, not the neighbour who saved my life, lives the grandson of my Nana's best friend. We've known each other most of our lives, but we've hardly ever spoken. Every now and again, I see him through his windows. I do my best to respect his privacy and look away. But the day Milton came home, I was looking into his place, my head in the clouds, thinking about work instead of watching. Unfortunately, I hadn't noticed my neighbour had come into view. He was in a towel. Milton thought I was gawking at him, and he got jealous. He accused me of cheating. He threw me down the stairs to teach me a lesson. He said he'd be the last person who would ever be inside me. I passed out with his fingers around my throat. I stopped breathing as I reread what I wrote, my thumb hovering over the send button. Could I confess something like that? Could I risk not confessing? My fingers shot over the keyboard again, adding to the long message. That part was awful, don't get me wrong. But the real struggle is, I can no longer even look at my neighbour without feeling Milton strangling me. I feel guilty and ashamed, like I truly did something terrible. The minute I see him, my entire system panics. All I can hear is Milton accusing me of cheating and how he's going to remind me that I belong to him and only him. Chilled and eerily empty after my panic attack, I scanned my deepest, darkest truths. I deliberated deleting them all. I almost erased every sentence, but just the act of writing it down had helped. The thought of sending them away, getting the thoughts as far from me as possible. God, yes. I pressed send, and then I waited. And waited. I waited so long, I climbed off the rug and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. Grabbing a mug from the cupboard, I held it under the tap as my chin tipped up and my eyes cut through the window to the dark garden beyond. I screamed and dropped the cup. It clattered into the sink, spraying water everywhere. Scrambling for my own phone, I went to call the police. The burner phone chirped with an incoming message.
X. It's just me. You're safe.
My heart drummed with adrenaline as I darted to the back door and checked the lock was in place. Returning to the kitchen window, I narrowed my tear-stinging eyes at the dark masked silhouette standing in the middle of my lawn. Fumbling with the keyboard, I typed, "What the hell are you doing here? I thought you said you'd never approach me. That's twice now. Stop breaking your word." The blue glow of his screen sent garnish light over the skull scarf covering his lower face. With the dark evening and the baseball hat pulled low over his forehead, I couldn't tell if his hair was dark brown or black, nor could I see past the blue shadows of his phone to guess his eye colour. Dressed in all black, standing in chunky boots with his legs slightly apart, he looked every inch a murderer. Me. Leave. Get the hell away from me. His shoulders tensed as he read my message and replied. My phone buzzed. It took all my willpower to look down. I didn't want to take my eyes off him, petrified he'd charge the house and break in. What was I thinking, telling him so much personal stuff? You're an idiot, such a stupid, moronic idiot.
X. I know you won't believe me when I say this was not my plan. I had no intention of coming so close, and I definitely didn't want you to see me, but I couldn't help myself. I literally couldn't stop my feet from bringing me here.
His chin flicked up, his eyes cast in thick shadow from beneath his cap. He looked down again, his thumbs flying over his phone, before mine beeped with another message.
X. I'm not a violent man. In fact, you could safely say I'm the opposite. But reading your message, knowing what he did to you, and why he did it.
He broke into a pace, stalking over the grass all while he typed with furious stabs of his thumbs. His every muscle looked tense and ready to snap.
X. I want to kill him. I want to break him into tiny pieces and destroy him. I want to kill your neighbor for being the reason you got hurt. I want to kill myself for thinking I could help you when I'm in motherfucking awe of you.
He looked up, catching my stare through the window. His screen glowed brighter, etching his eyes with icy light, highlighting sleepless shadows as if he'd slept about as well as I did. He finished typing. My phone buzzed.
X, not only do you have every reason to feel the way you do, but you're also so strong to still live in the house where it happened. I can't imagine what that must feel like, how talking to your neighbor must hurt.
New tears rolled softly as I read his message. Catching his eyes again, he shrugged and cocked his head as if he truly was speechless. The moment stretched. Neither of us looked away. Goosebumps covered my arms as he sighed and slouched, sending me another message.
X, I know I shouldn't be here. I know I said I wouldn't, but I can't leave. Not yet. You said you could tell me anything. Can I tell you something in return?
A shiver rolled down my spine as I swept my thumbs over the keyboard. I should tell him to go. I should be terrified. Yet having him here... I couldn't explain the calmness slowly slipping over me, just like the blanket he'd given me the other night. I didn't want to examine my feelings. I doubt I'd ever understand. Instead, I trusted in the safety he delivered and replied, Me. You know the worst part of me. It would help to know the worst part of you. His shoulders hitched. His eyes dropped to his phone.
X, I have a complex where I find self-validation in helping others. I've never told anyone how bad that complex truly is. It's something I struggle with on a daily basis. It's an obsession, a visceral need. I can't control it most of the time. So, I guess I need to warn you.
My heart kicked. Me. Warn me about what?
X, I don't want this to end. I don't want you to stop messaging me. But I wouldn't be protecting you the way I said I would if I didn't tell you that the more you lean on me, and the more you let me help you, the harder I'll find it to stay away.
I backed up from the window, clutching my phone. I tried to get my fingers to behave and message him back, to demand a less cryptic reply. Only he vanished into the dark, leaving me staring at an empty garden. A final message came through.
X, I'm not going to make this about me. This is about you. This is about you moving on. And I want you to tell me anything and everything that you feel or fear or do. I'll be watching over you, Laurie. I'll behave and keep my distance. You won't see me again. You have my word.
I didn't know how I felt about that. I couldn't unravel why his vow made me frustrated as well as relieved. But as I checked the locks for the 4th time and headed to bed, my thoughts were of another man and not the one who tried to kill me. My eyes saw X instead of Milton. And for the first time in a very long time, I slept.
Chapter 16. Xander. Stalking is bad, but friends make it better. I'm 100% going to jail. Throwing myself into the patient chair on the opposite side of Colin's desk, I snatched my glasses off and tossed them onto his paperwork. Digging my thumbs into my eyes, I groaned. Do you think they'd let me practice medicine in prison? I mean, I'd be able to provide a better service in whatever hospital they have, rather than being a laundry bitch or burning shit in the kitchen. Colin laughed from where he stood by his filing cabinet. The folder in his hands was thick with paper, no doubt full of case notes for a specially designed prosthetic. Should I say my goodbyes now, or are you just being dramatic? Cutting across the room, he slapped the file on his desk and sat down. His office had a prime position in the corner of the 13th floor. With 2 banks of windows, the sunlight streaming in bounced over 3 skeletons dangling from their racks, various diagrams on the wall on how tendons and ligaments operated, along with multiple drawers full of prosthetic pieces, ready to help his patients come to terms with what he called an upgrade in whatever limb or joint they'd lost. To him, trading a blood and bone leg for a top-of-the-line titanium running blade was an upgrade. In all the years I'd worked with him, I'd never seen a patient leave his office in tears, Even the children came out bouncing with excitement at the thought of being part robot. You're a good man, Cole. I grabbed my glasses and put them back on. He smirked. Wow, you truly are going to prison. You wouldn't give me random compliments if you weren't. I mean it. You're great at what you do. You say I'm addicted to helping, but you're just as bad. I pointed at the black metal chest on his desk. How many lives have you saved with that toolbox? He frowned a little. Opening the lid, he pulled out a micro screwdriver for tiny fixings on fingers and knees. About as many lives as you've saved in surgery, I reckon. Think you can save mine? I chuckled with black humor. His blue eyes darkened. You're legit starting to scare me. Tossing the screwdriver away, he headed to the door, closed it, locked it, then sat back down. Talk to me, Zan. Tell me everything. Tossing my head back, I glanced at the ceiling. He even had posters of animals up there with prosthetics. A giraffe with a bionic neck, an elephant with a metal trunk. Xander, he growled. Spill, or I'll steal your phone again and see for myself. She finally opened up to me. To X, I mean. I thought that was the whole point of this. It was. It is. I just didn't expect it to hurt this bad. Hurt? I sighed and rubbed my chest. The same crush of agony from last night vised around my rib cage. The tightening of my heart had almost suffocated me when Sailor told me what Milton had done and why. Why she couldn't bear to be around me as Xander. Why she'd chosen to close herself off to all those she knew. The second I'd read her message, I'd staggered from my house in a daze. My pulse pounded until it roared in my ears. Milton had almost raped and murdered her because of me. By the time I looked up from reading her message 1,000 times, I was standing in her garden. All right, hand it over. Colin snapped his fingers. Give me the phone. Right now. Tipping my chin down, I gripped the armrest and confessed. Apparently, Milton caught her looking into my bedroom. I was in a towel. He thought she was perving on me. He beat her black and blue, then attempted to rape her, all while strangling her to death. Silence screeched between us. Colin didn't speak. Rubbing my mouth, I added, It's why she doesn't say 2 words to me these days, when at least before we'd shared pleasantries. I found myself in her garden before I realized I was even walking over there. My voice thickened into a growl. Every atom inside me wanted to grab her in a hug and hold her, to promise that he'd never lay another finger on her, but I can't. I'm the link to all her nightmares. Not only is she living in a house where she was hurt, but every time she sees me, she remembers why. No wonder she seems to be getting worse. I'm the one making it worse. It's my fault and... Stop right there, Colin snapped. None of this is your fault, and to say so is egotistical and robbing her of her justified trauma. Stop making this about you. I swallowed hard and nodded. I know that. I told her that. I ran before I could make things worse. But I need to stop this, right? I need to never message her again, because if she keeps sharing things with X only to find out it's me, I could truly do some damage. I looked up, silently begging him for a solution, even though I'd sat up most of the night trying to figure out a way to stop her from feeling this way, and somehow find a way to help her as myself, and not some faceless stalker. I exhaled hard as Colin sat down, chewing the inside of his cheek, deep in contemplation. I whispered, I gave her the phone to help, but I think I'm making shit worse. His eyes shot to mine. For a second, I thought he'd rat me out, but then he swooped from his chair and marched to a cabinet full of drawers. Opening a few, he rummaged inside. Grabbing some boxes and bottles, he returned to his chair, then dumped the supplies on the table before me. I scowled. What's all this? Tricks of the trade, so she'll never know it's you. Crossing his arms, he shrugged. I agree that she can never know. Not with her associating you with what happened. You're her trigger, Zan. And if she ever suspects she's sharing her darkest secrets with you, you're right. You can make shit a lot worse. I groaned, and raked my fingers through my hair. Then I'll stop. Right now. Almost as if she'd felt my decision on whatever strings linked us. My phone chirped in my pocket, the same chirp I'd assigned to her. I stiffened. Colin raised an eyebrow. I'm guessing that's her by the way you've frozen. Arching his chin at me, he ordered, Read it. What does it say? With jittery fingers, I shifted on the chair and fished my phone from my pocket. Swiping on the screen, I pursed my lips as her text appeared.
Laurie, I don't know what it says about me, but I'm not mad at you for appearing in my garden. I can't believe I'm going to admit this, but I actually slept better than I have in a while. All because you were the last man I saw before going to sleep, instead of the memories of what happened.
Groaning, I couldn't make eye contact with Colin as I read it aloud. By the time I repeated it to him, another chimed into my inbox.
Laurie, I'm sick of feeling like this. This depression isn't me, and I refuse to let him take away my happiness. I haven't been outside in weeks because I'm afraid. I can't relax inside because I'm afraid. I need to start living again. If you're still offering to watch over me, I want to tell you everything. But in order to do that, I need your word that you won't judge me or pity me, no matter how honest I get.
Colin sucked in a breath as I relayed the second part of her message. I felt like I betrayed her all over again for sharing something so personal. My shoulders slouched as exhaustion cloaked me. Neither of us spoke. Nodding once, accepting what he'd tell me, to refuse her request and cut all ties, I pressed my thumbs against the screen to tell her I couldn't do this anymore. Wait. He held up his hand and shook his head. You can't. I scowled. Can't what? Turn your back on her the moment she's agreed to accept your help. Are you forgetting the shitstorm this could cause? I'm aware. If she finds out it's me, we'll make sure she doesn't. Tossing me a box, he went cold as if preparing me to go into battle. Black hair dye, a fake eyebrow piercing, and prescription-colored contacts. Wait, what? I wrinkled my nose. What are you saying? I'm saying I have plenty of cosmetics and stage-wear prosthetics. You're forgetting that's how I got into this field in the first place. Not only do I provide my patients with new mobility, but also a new look if need be. Sometimes a new hair colour or eye colour is just the armour someone needs to wear while they adapt to their new normal. The different appearance tricks the brain into accepting the change far quicker than remembering who they used to be. Standing, he came over to me and perched on the desk. The dye lasts a single wash. It'll rinse out easily for your shifts at the hospital. I'm pretty sure I remember your eye prescription last time I broke your glasses by accident and you made me buy you a new pair. But if I got it wrong, help yourself. I have plenty more. I figure dark brown will hide your bright green. It would help if you see her with some stubble in your face and not clean shaven. And you should probably walk differently. Wear clothes she'd never see you wear as Xander and... Whoa, hold on. Swooping to my feet, I glowered at the box of hair dye. You can't be serious. You're saying I shouldn't just keep messaging her, but actually see her in person. Have you lost your damn mind? She'll see right through me. He smirked and crossed his arms. Have you ever heard of the Clark Kent effect? I frowned. What the hell is that? The scientific description is a disruption of facial recognition via the use of a disguise, such as makeup, a beard, and/or glasses. Tweaking these markers is enough to hinder being recognized. It gives the person changing their appearance the ability to hide in plain sight. I'm not goddamn Superman. No, you're not. That's the point. He chuckled, enjoying my demise far too much. You're about to become him. Waving a hand at me, he smirked. Right now, you're Clark Kent. Slightly nerdy, slightly bashful. You even have his glasses, and your twitch of always touching them or pulling them off to rub your eyes is the epitome of you as Xander North. Did you just call me a nerd with a twitch? It's a proven fact that humans only see what they want to see. Soldiers in combat sometimes wear full-face hoods with no eyes or facial features because there's overwhelming evidence that shows people cannot spot fellow humans if they don't have eyes or a mouth to lock onto. I'm not going to war, Cole. This is ridiculous. Pushing back the chair, I shifted to leave. I'm done. You started this, man. He threw a small box of brown contacts at me. You can't be done until she doesn't need your help anymore. I'm telling you, she'll know it's me the moment I'm stupid enough to go near her. Did she recognize you last night? My back tensed. Well, no. But only because I wore a mask and a hat. All right. Keep wearing those, but also rinse your hair and put the contacts in. I'm telling you, Zan, the one thing that comes to mind when I go to describe you to others is your stupidly green eyes and glasses. That and your carrot colouring. I groaned. You did not just call me a carrot. What are we? Back in frickin' kindergarten? Grabbing all the boxes, he shoved them into my arms. Not my fault you decided to help the very woman you shouldn't be around. You're in this now. You wanted to help? So help. And when she's smiling again, you can have X die a mysterious death and attempt to mend your relationship with her as Xander. We don't have a relationship, but I happen to know you want one. I scoffed and strode toward the door. You're sounding like Melody. She drove me nuts thinking I'd marry her granddaughter. She even confessed she and Gran put aside money for our wedding. He burst out laughing. God, this just gets more and more idiotic the more you talk. Now shoo, I have a patient coming in. He waves me out the door. Remember, do the opposite of what you do as Xander. If you can do accents, it wouldn't hurt to put one on. And if she looks like she's starting to suspect, abort. It's best she's left wondering rather than finds evidence to prove that her lovesick neighbour has been pretending to be Superman. He chuckled. You should start calling her Lois Lane. I stumbled over the threshold. Fuck, that was too close. Laurie and Lois. Why did their damn names have to be so similar? What the hell have I got myself into? Oh, you almost forgot your phone. Colin chucked my cell at me. I caught it, juggling a few of the boxes. Better text her back before she thinks you're avoiding her. Who knows? Maybe she'll want you to come over tonight. I'm not going anywhere near her. Lying to me or yourself? Sitting back at his desk, he opened the file he'd been working on when I first arrived with my troubles. I won't say I told you so when you come to me and say you've met her face to face. It's inevitable with her willing to trust you and you needing to protect her. He caught my eyes, seriousness carving brackets around his mouth. But mark my words, Zan, this will escalate before it gets better, so I hope you're ready. Now go away. I look forward to your next episode of A Day in the Lives of Xander North and Sailor Rose. You're a jackass. I closed the door on his laughter.
Chapter 17. Sailor. Trespassing Guardians. My hands were covered in extra virgin olive oil, beeswax, go-to cola extract, orange blossom, and witch hazel by the time X replied 4 excruciating hours later. He'd taken so long, I'd had second thoughts about what I'd written. I'd doubted and pouted and driven myself stupid, wondering if I was the one who'd stepped over a line when he'd been the one to drop a phone in my letterbox and barge his way into my life. Wiping my hands clean, I made sure the empty crystal bottles couldn't blow off my counter, seeing as I had the kitchen window and door open, then snatched my phone off the dining room table.
X. Sorry I couldn't text sooner. Had to deal with an emergency.
Wait. That's it. I'd panicked all day about the level of neediness in my last message, and I only got a one-line response. Oh my God, do you hear yourself? He doesn't owe you a thing. He doesn't know you. You don't know him. Maybe this wasn't healthy. I'd somehow latched onto the only person I felt safe and seen with. Someone I didn't have to pretend to be okay with. And I'd made it mean far too much, far too quickly. You're cut off starting this very second. Slamming my phone down, I didn't reply. I forced myself to go back to making Nana's special face cream, absolutely determined to go to the market this weekend and sell like usual. I'd let our from soil to soul customers down, and the amount of internet orders that had come in meant I had an entire suitcase of product to wrap and drop off at the post office. My phone chimed again, and then another little buzz. Don't you dare. I kept ladling the wonderful smelling mixture into the cut crystal bottles I bought in bulk from a local glass grower Nana had become friends with a decade ago. My cell vibrated one last time before falling silent. As the sun set, I finished the batch of face cream, printed off our special labels listing all the natural ingredients and contact details, then carefully put them in the storage room off the downstairs laundry to cool and solidify. Every part of me wanted to lunge for my phone, but I forced myself to cook a quick pan-seared fish and head outside to harvest a fresh summer salad. I even made a gooey lava cake in a mug like Pops used to enjoy. Nightfall had well and truly blanketed Ember Drive by the time I'd punished myself enough, got my head back on straight, and believed I was sane again. I can talk to a masked stranger without getting weird. I know I can. My silly heart fluttered as I grabbed my phone and turned off the kitchen lights. Thanks to what Milton had done, I'd stopped going into the living room, but I was being brave tonight. It was just a couch, just a coffee table, just a carpet. He was locked up, I was here. No one is going to hurt me. Throwing myself on the couch, I pulled my legs up, draped a blanket over my lap, and dared to open X's message.
X, I know it shouldn't, but it makes me happy to know you slept better because of me. And you can be mad at me for trespassing. I'm mad at myself for breaking my rules so soon into this. You have my word. I won't do it again.
My teeth ground together with annoyance. If I'd admitted I'd liked him trespassing, why was he adamant that he'd never do it again? I paused, assessing the swelling feelings inside me. I smiled. It had been so long since I'd felt anything but out of control and lost. The faintest tinge of frustration felt good. It gave me back a spark, a flame, and I scrolled eagerly through the rest of his messages.
X, I'm not saying I can help with the depression you mentioned, but I'll try to give you back your happiness. Not sure how, but I'm always here to talk.
I scanned the next one.
X, if I were a doctor, which I'm not, I'd say you're suffering from rising agoraphobia because you can't trust open spaces. But you're also claustrophobic because the house is closing in on you. Talking about what sets you off might help, but you should also probably see someone with expertise in these conditions.
Why did he sound exactly like a doctor even after professing he wasn't one?
X, how about you start now? Talk to me as if every word you say gets deleted the second you type it. Give it a voice and then let it go.
Cradling my phone, I read and reread the last one. The idea of whatever I said suddenly unexisting as soon as I said it was resoundingly enticing. Whoever X was, he was good at this, good at giving me pathways out of the dark forest of my mind. Me. It's my turn to apologize for my late reply. I was busy making face cream for my business. I sent it but immediately felt guilty. Me. That's a lie. I stayed busy because I didn't want to message you back. My phone hummed in my palm a second later.
X, why didn't you want to message me back?
Me. Because I sounded like a clingy girlfriend demanding to know you won't judge or pity me. I don't like how weak I sounded.
X, would it help to know it's physically impossible for me to pity you? I can't because I'm in awe of you.
There went my heart again. Me. What about judging me?
X, the only thing I'm judging is myself and how much I'm fucking this up.
My heart flutters switched into full skipping rope hops. Me. What do you mean? He took a few minutes, as if gathering his thoughts.
X, I'm going to take our vow of honesty at face value, okay? I guess this is me asking you not to judge me now.
I shivered and cuddled deeper in my blanket. Me. I won't.
X, I think I've made a mistake messaging you.
Every bubbly feeling crashed and burned. Oh. Tears prickled my eyes, revealing just how stupidly invested I was over a masked watcher who didn't have to cover me in a blanket the night he kept me safe, but did. A faceless stranger who knew more about what happened than Lily, my best friend. I went to type a generic, "That's fine, have a nice life," but my phone buzzed again.
X, I can't stop thinking about you. I can't stop watching you. And I'm afraid that when you no longer need me, I'm going to need you. And I honestly don't know how this is going to end for me.
The stinging tears from his previous message spilled down my cheeks. I'd never been a crier. I'd never been one to weep at movies or books or silly things like messages. But lately, God. Swiping the wetness off my face, I typed. Me. I should reply like a normal person and say we don't know each other, that what we're doing is absolutely ridiculous.
X, but...
Me. The more we talk, the more I don't want to stop.
X, you know you can trust me, right? No matter what happens, I vow on my life, I will never ever hurt you.
Me. Why does that feel like foreshadowing?
X, probably because it is. Eventually, we'll have to stop. We can't be pen pals for the rest of our lives.
A short laugh escaped. Me. Oh, I don't know. I think pen pals are very underrated.
X, I used to have one as a kid, actually. My family signed me up to converse with some kid in China as some sort of global networking. It was fun. We still flick emails every now and again.
Me. That's actually super cool. Does writing notes to flower fairies count as having a pen pal? I posted them by leaving them in the garden. My nana always said if we gave thanks to the flower folk, then the blooms would be brighter.
X, I can see you being a flower child as a kid.
Me. And there you go again, making me wonder if you've been in my house and snooped through the family photo albums.
X, if there are photos of you in there, don't tempt me.
I gasped. That message felt exceedingly unsafe and entirely too... fun? God. Fun. Just like frustration, I'd missed fun. I missed the highs and excitement, the long-lost art of flirting. Flirting? Have you lost your mind? You don't know this man. How on earth can you think about flirting? Especially after Milton, especially after... It was because of Milton that I'd even contemplated such a dalliance. Bracing my shoulders, I sucked up courage and threw myself into the first step toward freedom. Me. Tell me something, X. His message was slightly slower, but I shivered when my phone pinged.
X, tell you what, Laurie.
My heart reacted again. That silly skip. That buoyant little bubble. Who would have thought a nickname given to me by Alexander North could make me melt? Every muscle locked as Alexander exploded in my mind. His trim chest as he appeared in his bedroom in just a towel. The droplets rolling down his lean muscles. The blinding pain in my scalp as Milton yanked me backward by my hair. Sucking in a breath, I shoved Alexander away and focused entirely on the skull-masked stranger who'd stood like an immortal guardian in my garden last night. Me. Do you watch me because you're some closeted vigilante trying to be Batman, or do you watch me because you like me? This time, his message took a while. I'd probably freaked him out. I didn't send another one, dragging out whatever nerves he had. Finally, my phone chirped.
X, I said I'd give you honesty, so here's honesty. I've watched you for a while. I've watched you far more than I should admit. And you're right. It's not entirely for the reasons of protecting you.
Me. How long?
X, that I can't answer.
Me. Have you seen me naked? His reply was instant, almost a knee-jerk reaction.
X. No. God, no. I wouldn't. I look away if you ever get close to stripping.
He sent another one.
X. Fuck. I really, really suck at this. I didn't mean anything by that. Look, I'll make the decision for both of us and say we should stop this. I've probably freaked you the hell out, and I'm sick to death that I even admitted something like that.
He sent a third one before I could reply.
X. I'm sorry. You're safe. I won't contact you again. Good night, Laurie.
My chest pinched at the thought of him following through with that promise. He couldn't take away something I didn't even know I needed. Somehow, he'd made me feel seen without being pitied. Wanted without being terrified. Despite what had happened, he still found me attractive. But he was gentle enough, human enough not to take something that didn't belong to him. I found that. God, I'm turned on. I laughed out loud as I pressed my thighs together and marvelled that I could feel even the inklings of pleasure after Milton. Yet another cloud dispersed from my soul, leaving me warm and toasty instead of cold and empty. Stroking my thumbs over the screen, I bit my bottom lip. I had two ways of playing this. I could play the victim that I'd become. I could allow the percolating panic in my gut to make him a bad guy and twist every message from honest to creepy. Or I could be guided by instinct, which said that despite his actions, he was a good guy. After all, what did I know? I'd lived with an arsehole and never seen the signs. Could it be possible that I spoke to a saint hidden behind a mask? Me. I keep saying this, but I truly don't know what it says about me when I admit I like that you watch me.
X. You sure you don't want to hand your phone into the police again?
Me. I rather like talking to you, so no.
X. You're unlike anything I expected.
Me. You sound as if you're disappointed.
X. Disappointed?
He sent another one straight away.
X. I think you mean in big fucking trouble.
Me. What sort of trouble?
X. I can't believe I'm going to say this. Even thinking about writing it makes me break out in a cold sweat.
Me. You'll definitely have to tell me now.
X. I watch you because I find you drop-dead gorgeous, smart, brave, and damn, this honesty clause keeps biting me in the ass.
Me. Go on.
X. The real reason I watch you is because... Fuck. It sounds so cheesy. If it doesn't freak you out, it's going to make you laugh.
Me. Try me.
X. I watch you because I have a crush on you. I think I always have. But now I'm ending this conversation before I say something else that gets me into trouble. I'm around if you need me. Message me if you're struggling. Sleep well.
I fell onto my side in a dramatic swoon. He has a crush on me. How long had it been since I'd heard that word? When I was 14 at school? Why did it deliver the same delicious shivers and tingles as it did back then, knowing a boy liked me? He said he was in trouble. What about me? How had this happened? How did I stop it? Did I even want to stop it? Snuggling on the couch, I drew the blanket up to my shoulders and shoved a cushion under my head. I lay there in the soft light of the Tiffany lamp, rereading every message we exchanged. And then I fell asleep in the very spot where a man tried to kill me, all while thinking of the one helping me move on.
Chapter 18. Xander. Barefoot and masked. I woke to someone screaming. The noise cut straight into my nightmares and yanked me from sleep so fast, my heart palpitated. Vertigo scrambled my eyesight as I got up too quick, sending me swaying sideways. I bashed my toe on the end of the bed as I bolted to my window. Sailor! Another scream. Her horror floated easily between our two houses, thanks to our open windows. I didn't think. Hauling on a pair of black tracksuit bottoms and fighting my way into a black t-shirt, I bolted down the stairs. Skidding through my conservatory, I went to fly off the deck, but common sense had me sprinting back into the house and snatching my motorcycle scarf and hat. Yanking the balaclava over my head, I jammed my hat into place and brought the scarf as high as it would go to just below my eyes. My vision was fuzzy without my glasses, but not so bad that I couldn't beat the shit out of whoever was hurting Sailor. Prying the palings apart, I fought my way through the fence. The loose screws snagged my t-shirt as I wriggled into her back garden. Barefoot and absolutely panicking, I charged onto her back deck and tried the door handle. Locked. Fuck. Hurry. Hurry. Ducking to one knee, I found the lavender pot where Melody always kept the spare key. Shoving it into the lock, I swung the door open. Moans and thrashing came from the living room. My hands curled into fists. All my training as a doctor switched from saving a life to taking one. I knew what artery bled the most. I knew what bone to snap to cause the most pain. He's dead. Skidding into the living room, I flicked on the light, then snapped it off again. Shit. Shit. This is bad. So bad. So very, very bad. Sailor woke up, thanks to me blinding her with the overhead light. It took a second for her brain to work, and another second to drink me in. Sweat glittered on her temples. Her phone beside her where she'd fallen asleep, her legs tangled in the blanket I'd given her when she'd slept outside. Our eyes met, and for a second, she didn't react. And then, she exploded into action.
No, don't! Help!
Scrambling to the opposite end of the couch, she hunched into a ball and went to scream again. I did the only logical thing I could do. Throwing myself over the arm of the couch, I landed beside her and slapped my hand over her lips. With my other hand, I reached behind her and turned off the side lamp, suffocating the room in darkness. Everything Colin had said echoed in my head. The Clark Kent effect. The fact my face and hair were hidden, but my bright green eyes were not. I had to stay in the dark. I had to act different, speak different. If I wanted any chance of her not recognizing me, I needed the night to be my ally. Squirming beneath my gag, her eyes bugged with terror. Her nails scratched at my wrist, leaving me with welts I would never be able to explain in the morning. "It's me," I growled, keeping my voice as gravelly as I could. Grateful I still had sleep tangled around my voice box. "It's... Do not say your real name." X. Backing away, I curled my fingers around her cheek. "I'll let you go, but you can't scream, all right? I don't think you want the police here, thanks to a nosy neighbor calling. Do you?" Never looking away from me, her face obscured by shadows, she nodded once, trusting her with my life. Literally, I slowly pulled my palm away and moved to the opposite end of the sofa. Perching on the end, I kept as much distance between us as possible. Raising my hands, I made a show of surrendering before clasping them together between my spread legs. She didn't say a word, watching me with an intensity that made me itch.
What are you doing here?
She touched her lips, rubbing where I'd touched her.
How did you get in?
And this was the moment where I should come clean. I should give the truth instead of walking a bridge made of lies. It wasn't a bridge. It was a crocodile-filled chasm with the thinnest, breakable tightrope keeping me afloat. One wrong answer, and I'd destroy my career, her sanity, and whatever relationship we'd had over the years. Clearing my throat and deliberately making my voice extra low, I said, "I know where you keep the spare key." She frowned.
You know from watching me?
"Yes," I rushed to add, "but don't change the location just because I know. It's handy for emergencies."
And you thought barging into my house at 2 a.m. was an emergency?
I scowled, focusing on the bruises still framing her black eye. You were screaming.
No,
She went to argue, but then sucked in a breath.
Wait. I was?
I almost said it woke me up, but that would be a sure clue to who I was. Thinking on my feet, cursing my exhausted brain, I lied. I was walking past. I heard you. She scoffed.
Yeah, okay.
Sitting taller, she curled her bruised, mottled legs beneath her as she turned to face me.
You just happened to be strolling around the streets at this time.
Leaning forward, she studied me.
Try again. No lies, remember?
Nervousness had my fingers touching my mask, making sure it was still in place. I tugged my hat extra low, dropping my stare, hoping she couldn't see a damn thing in the dark. Fucking hell. I needed to figure out a way to get out of here before she saw right through me. I gulped. I wasn't cut out for this. I wasn't good at deception. I'd always cracked under pressure if Gran ever asked if I did something wrong. Most of the time, I confessed all kinds of misdeeds, even if it was my two sisters' fault, just because I couldn't handle interrogation. Panic fisted my heart. The truth burned my tongue. I tugged the bottom of my scarf, a second away from yanking it off and telling her everything. Wouldn't it be better to tell her now, before we got even deeper into whatever this was? Had she felt the same tingly rush when I'd admitted I had a crush on her? Just the act of writing it down, after decades of denying it, had made it far too real. It fucking hurt to think of ruining that feeling, thanks to lies and deception. You're the reason she's black and blue, remember? He beat her because of you.
Do you want help removing that?
She raised an eyebrow at where I fiddled with my balaclava.
Why are you hiding? Does it really matter if I see your face?
Removing my hands, words I hadn't even thought of spilled free. I promised you the ability to share everything to a faceless stranger. I shrugged. This is me, faceless. I'll keep it on.
And if I want you to lose the hat and mask?
Then I'll leave and message you later. I stood, noticing I was barefoot. Fuck. How could I explain that? Not only was I out for a walk at 2 a.m, but without shoes? God damn it. Rolling my shoulders, I waited for her to figure out that my bedroom was one fence over and put a restraining order on me. Turning to go, I muttered, Now I know you're not in danger. I'm leaving. Swooping to her feet, she said,
How do you know I'm not in danger?
I glanced at her, making sure to keep my face shaded with the peak of my cap. Like I said, I heard you screaming. I thought someone was murdering you, but it was just a nightmare. You should go to bed, Laurie. And I do mean a bed. Don't sleep on the couch. She hugged herself as if I'd said something wrong.
You called me Laurie?
I froze. Had I slept already? Did X know that name, or Xander? She messaged you as X, you dumbass. Breathing hard, I tried to get my anxiety under control. This was literally the worst thing I'd ever done, and I'd already burned through enough luck not being recognized. I have to go. I stepped toward the kitchen.
Wait.
She swayed toward me as her hand came up. I stiffened. The nurturing aspect of my soul that got me into far too much strife reacted instantly. Shifting back to her, I almost touched her again. My fingers burned to cup her elbow or grab her hand. To offer support and contact. It took all my willpower to stay where I was. Her gaze slid over me, taking in my black attire. Her eyes widened, fear glossing her stare. The tops of my bare toes stung as she glared at them. Don't ask, I growled, adding more rocks to my voice. I can't answer, and I don't want to lie. Her eyebrows pinched together, but slowly she nodded.
I wasn't looking at your feet, actually.
She swallowed hard and balled her hands.
I was looking at the carpet where you're standing.
My heart thundered against my ribs. My gaze dropped to the spot between the couch and the coffee table. Her little inhale of pain told me all I needed to know. I didn't have to focus on changing my voice to a growl. It happened naturally. All those aggressive, possessive instincts that I'd always buried roared through me. This is where he tried to kill you. She flinched and rubbed her bare arms. Her dress floated around her legs with soft grey and pink layers. The sleeveless bodice twinkled in the night, with pink and silver threads in the shape of falling flower petals. Her sandy blonde hair floated around her shoulders in messy, sleepy curls, and the night softened her features until she looked like a dream. A dream where I'd wake up any moment and she'd be gone. A single tear glimmered in the dark, rolling to her chin, and I didn't think. Striding into her, I snatched her around her nape and waist and pressed her hard against me. The second her body collided with mine, I saw literal fucking stars. Every synapse arrowed in on her, every breath, every heartbeat. I'd never felt anything like it with anyone. She felt so right. She fit so perfectly. She struggled a little, and rationality tore through my mistake. Shit. I'm sorry. Untangling my hand in her hair at her nape, I gently pushed her away. I didn't mean. I wasn't going to. With a soft cry, she threw herself against my chest. Her arms looped around my waist as she buried her face into my t-shirt. I didn't move for a second. I couldn't. And then, chemical reaction overrode common sense. I enveloped her in the tightest hug I'd ever given. My fingers wove through her hair as I pressed her cheek to my heart. My spine curled to curve around her, sheltering her the best I could, while my other arm fit snugly around her waist, pinning her in place. She shuddered a little, as if silently crying, but she didn't push me away, didn't ask me to release her. We stood there, on the spot where she'd almost died, and didn't say a word. My eyes closed as I rested my chin on the top of her head. My heartbeat grew thick and loud, pounding through me. I lost track of time. I didn't care how many minutes or hours passed. I had her in my arms. She was safe in my protection. I never wanted to let her go. A shimmer of light danced on my peripheral as if someone's shadow passed by in the corridor. The old box TV suddenly turned on, spewing snow and hissing loudly. Sailor jumped out of my embrace, pressing a hand to her chest.
Oh my God.
Snatching the remote off the coffee table, I turned it off. Partly because the noise was awful, but also the light would be my downfall. She blinked as I tossed the remote onto the couch and shifted toward the dining room. I better go.
You probably should. This house is haunted.
Excuse me? She smiled.
By my Nana. I think it was her who turned on the TV. Probably doesn't approve of me hugging a skull-masked stranger in the dead of night.
She's wise, and you should probably follow her suggestion. I backed up slowly. I hope I didn't scare you. That wasn't my intention when coming in here. I promise I won't.
I won't move the key.
She dropped her eyes as if embarrassed.
I might second-guess this in the morning, but I'm glad you were able to get in. You stopped a particularly awful nightmare.
She shuddered as she looked at the carpet again.
I should know better than to fall asleep in here. It's where the memories are the worst.
My gaze dropped to the floor. Are you sure you want to stay here? Maybe a change of scenery would.
Don't you start.
All softness bled from her tone. Crossing her arms, she stood straight and brave.
I'm not letting him chase me out of my home. I'm happy here, or at least I was, and I'll remember how to be again. Besides...
She shrugged.
There's a ghost looking over me. I'll be okay.
And there's a stranger on the other end of a text message, too. I smiled. Not that she'd see it behind my mask. Anytime.
But you won't let me see your face?
I shook my head with a sigh. No, I won't.
Ever?
A prickle of despair worked its way down my spine. One day, you'll know.
You sound as if that would be a bad thing.
Bowing slightly, I ignored her fishing comment. Good night, Laurie. She sucked in a breath.
I don't know why hearing you call me Laurie makes my heart skip.
I stiffened. I'd grown used to her honesty on a screen, but to have it in person... Shit. This couldn't be any worse for me. I had never cared for the games girls played. The secrets and flirting. Saying one thing and meaning another. It was partly why I didn't date. That and my brutal work hours. I wanted straightforward and simple. If I pissed someone off, I'd rather know than be told otherwise. If I impressed her or made her happy, I'd like to see her reaction, rather than her hiding it from me, thinking it made her weak. Reaching for my glasses to nudge them up my nose, my hand stilled as I remembered, I'm not wearing any. Colin's warning came back to mind that fiddling with my glasses was one of my biggest tells. I would have to be careful the next time I saw her. Fuck. Next time? You barely coped this time. Slowly dropping my arm, I whispered, Go to bed. I'll message you in the morning. Hugging herself, she held my stare for a long moment before smiling slightly.
Thank you, X. Thank you for not judging or pitying me.
Always. I slipped out the door, locked it, put the key back, then walked in the opposite direction to home, just in case she was watching out the window.
Chapter 19. Sailor. Market and mistakes.
X, if I didn't know you, I'd say you were having a wonderful day. But because I'm the keeper of your secrets, tell me, little Laurie, how are you really doing?
I grinned as I checked my messages during the only spare second I'd had all morning. The market was extra hectic, the questions about my products constant, the testers very well used, and the smiles from familiar faces all the more friendly after being away for so long. Despite the heat, I'd deliberately worn a long-sleeved dark grey blouse and longed to trade my jeans for shorts, but at least most of my bruises had started to fade. A bit of concealer on my black eye and the green-brown tinge was covered. Only a few personal friends of Jim's or those who lived on my street knew about what Milton had done, so I didn't have to field too many invasive questions about how I was doing. Funny that I didn't mind X had asked. Knowing he was out there, watching me, protecting me from afar, made me feel bubbly and brave all at the same time. It didn't matter that I'd had to fight a panic attack to be here. The fact that I was here was all that mattered. 4 days ago, when I'd had my nightmare, X had freed something small and terrified inside me. Trapped in a dream where Milton murdered me again and again, I'd had no way out and no one to help. But then that dream had been smashed apart by a flash of blinding light. As my eyesight returned, I'd stared at a man dressed all in black with a mask and baseball cap. The terror I'd felt had been an instinctual reaction. Every feminine part of me screamed to run, but then he'd spoken. His voice had reached deep, deep inside me, where I was thrashing and gasping on the carpet in my nightmare, and in one sentence, he yanked me back into living. Raspy and gravelly. He sounded absolutely delicious, almost as if he'd watched too many comic book heroes, layering his timber with aggressive possession. I wished I'd recorded him. I wished I'd asked him to stay. I couldn't describe the unfathomable feeling of safety I felt around him. It didn't make sense. We didn't know anything about each other, but I couldn't ignore the blanket of relief he gave me. After he'd gone, I'd retreated upstairs to bed, and in the morning, I'd woken to a message that took me further from depressive black clouds and straight into the first inklings of the true me. The happy me.
X. Today, the weather forecast is meant to be hot with a side of scorching. I recommend you don't fall asleep in the garden between the hours of 9 and 6, lest you burn yourself to ashes. Never fear, though. If you ignore my advice, I will ensure I'm nearby with a hose to prevent you from bursting into flames.
I'd snickered. What sort of text was that? Wonderful, cheeky, sweet. I'd replied something corny, and somehow we'd traded equally oddball messages ever since. Scrolling through the thread from yesterday, I smiled.
X, are you cooking your poor flowers again? All I can smell is floral perfume.
Me. You're close enough to smell my concoctions, huh?
X, I'm close enough that I can see you. Don't freak out, but you look absolutely ravishing in that tee and shorts.
Me. Are men still using the word ravishing these days?
X, this one does, but I have been called a nerd before.
Me. A nerd with a stalker personality. Could be kinky.
X, careful, Laurie. I know where you keep your spare key.
Me. And you have my permission to use it.
X, don't encourage me.
Me. By the way, do you have a Sailor Moon fetish?
X, should I have?
Me. You like what I'm wearing. It's a 15-year-old faded tee of Sailor Moon, and my shorts are part of a Sailor Moon set I had when I was 14. She was my idol growing up.
X, I remember her. A friend of mine had sisters who ate that show up. And you know what? You kinda look like her.
Me. And that's not fair, because I have no idea what you look like. Care to show me?
X, I'm grotesque, and you'd run away screaming. This is the first time I've been able to get close to a girl without scaring them off with my hideous face. Don't ruin it for me.
Me. I thought we were always meant to be honest.
X, I am. I'm a troll. Best just enjoy my glittering personality and forget all about the boils I'm hiding under my mask.
Me. One of these days, I'm going to count those boils.
X, as much as I'm enjoying this very unarousing conversation, I have to go. Something just came up. Will you be okay on your own, or do I need to hire another stalker to keep you safe?
Me. I don't want anyone else stalking me but you. He hadn't replied. Not long after, I'd heard Alexander's Chrysler leaving his garage, his tires squealing a little as he sped off, most likely heading toward the hospital in an emergency. For the quickest second, I had a crazy notion that X was Alexander, that the reason he had stayed in the dark and covered his face was because he didn't want me to know it was him. But then another message had pinged and eradicated that stupid idea. Open photo. I'd clicked on what X had sent, grinning at an image of myself. I stood exactly where I was, with a soft smile on my lips and a wooden spoon in one hand, diligently mixing by the kitchen window as I combined Jojo Bao vanilla and lemongrass into lip balm. My t-shirt print of Sailor Moon was faded, baggy, and hanging off one bruised shoulder, while my crescent moon shorts were a little too short.
X, I can't seem to tear myself away. Stop being so dazzling.
I really ought to have been offended. He'd not only violated my privacy, but taken photos of me as well. Does he look at them when he's not watching me? Does he think of me when he... Stop right there. Too late. An image of him spread out on a bed, cock in hand, toned body on display, exploded through my mind. The only piece of clothing he wore was that damn mask, and I wanted to yank it off so I could see him biting his bottom lip as he self-pleasured. You need professional help. Hey, sales! Sales! Earth to Sailor Moon! I jumped high enough to fumble with my phone. It flew from my hands and clattered into the last few vials of essential oils. Oops, sorry, Lily snickered. I've been trying to get your attention for the past 5 minutes. She waved at a pretty young woman with an equally pretty daughter clutching at her jeans. This lovely customer wants to know if you have anything that can help with eczema. I smiled at the shy girl before nodding at the mother. I do, actually. Grabbing a particular tincture that Nana had spent years perfecting, thanks to her own battle with itchy, dry skin, I passed it to her. This is medium strength, but I can make up a stronger batch if it's not enough. It's all natural with no side effects. Oh, wow. The woman grinned. That's so nice of you. I left Lily to handle the sale, ever so grateful she'd agreed to help today. When I told her I was braving the big bad world and heading to the market, she'd cancelled her 3 open homes and insisted on being my honorary shopkeeper. She tried to meet me at my place to help me load the endless boxes of face cream, night cream, lip balm, tinctures, essential oils, and other goods made from my garden into my pop's ancient Honda Civic. But I'd laughed her off and said she needed her beauty sleep and to meet me at the local showgrounds where the market was held. I hadn't told her why I'd forbidden her from coming to my house. I didn't want to admit that I'd gotten up at 3 a.m, knowing it would take me that long to pack the car, thanks to the trembles and panic that kept attacking me at the very thought of leaving. I couldn't pretend that I was okay, and I didn't want her seeing me like that. I'd only had the strength to get through it because X had messaged around 5 in the morning.
X, are you running away?
Me. No, just trying to be normal and get back to routine.
X, and that includes packing your life into a car. Why?
Me. I'm going to the market to sell my flower concoctions.
X, in that case, I know what I'll be doing today.
Before I could reply, he'd sent another one.
X, by the way, you're doing amazing. I know it isn't easy to fight your natural instinct to hide away, but you're incredible and strong, and I'll be watching you. You're safe.
I'd repeated his words over and over, especially when the tears stung, and the urge to throw up in the camellia bush latched around my throat. I wished he'd been with me as I'd finally driven away, fighting debilitating jitters all the way to the market. Dawn had cast the showgrounds where the market was held in pink and gold by the time I'd received his next message.
X, you got this. Fake it till you make it. You know I have your back if you're a little unstable. You can talk to me about anything.
And then I'd been too busy to think, let alone be afraid. Little by little, customer by customer, the agoraphobia that had slowly been restricting my life loosened its claws and let me breathe. Smiling at Lily as she laughed with the woman, I tapped my screen to bring up the keyboard. Me. Hello, Keeper of Secrets. Thanks for checking in on me. Are you here? Are you watching? You can come and say hello if you're brave enough. I laughed under my breath as I added, I'm sure I have a cream for those boils you're so self-conscious about. His reply came quickly.
X, I'm rather attached to my pizza face. Thanks anyway. Is it condescending of me to say I'm proud of you?
Me. Not condescending. Rather sweet.
X, is it stepping over a line if I tell you that the little pinafore you're wearing is driving me mad?
Glancing down at my apron, I ran my fingers over the logo Nana and Pops had designed so many years ago. They'd used a Tree of Life emblem with sparkling soil and flower blooms. The pink frills around the collar and hem gave it a cottage housewife vibe. Me. I'm beginning to think you have multiple fetishes where my clothes are concerned.
X, I think you mean I have a you fetish.
I gasped. A woman giggled in the milling crowd while customers moseyed up and down the grass aisle, buying homemade jams, jewellery, sweets, and bric-a-brac. Scanning the bustle, I tried to spot a man who might be X. A few strolled past. One even caught my eye and smiled. But his short height was all wrong. I had no idea what hair colour X had, or his facial features. But I did know he was fairly tall. My cheek had rested perfectly on his chest, while he could prop his chin on my head. I sighed, remembering the overwhelming comfort I'd found in his embrace. Someone caught my attention in the distance. Every droplet of carefree happiness evaporated beneath the memory of pain and strangulation. Alexander North stood with another man and a beautiful auburn-haired woman not far away. While his friend inspected a homemade chopping board, Alexander glared at his phone, and the woman watched both men with a bemused smile on her face. My own phone pinged.
X, sorry, did I step over the line again? Note to self, don't use words like fetish or send photos of the woman you're technically stalking, even though it's for all the right reasons.
Alexander's friend let out a loud laugh and handed over some money for the chopping board. Both men with the woman vanished into the crowd again. Rubbing the back of my scalp where Milton had ripped my hair as he threw me onto my back for looking at Alexander, I did my best to forget the pain. I ignored the throb in my hip from his kick, the bruised ribs, the bite he'd left on my collarbone. I'd been having such a good day. I'd been free for such a short while. But thanks to seeing my neighbour, all I wanted to do was bolt home, lock every door, and never look at Alexander again. My phone chirped.
X, what is it? What happened? You don't look so good.
Sighing heavily, I sat down in a large plastic box I'd used to transport my wares. I just saw my neighbour. It gave me flashbacks. His reply wasn't as fast, but it came eventually.
X, want me to find him? I can deliver every bruise you're wearing because of him.
No. Goodness, of course not. It's not his fault that Milton was a jealous arsehole. My neighbour is actually very... I stopped typing. I didn't know how to describe Alexander. A trickster when he was a kid, obsessed with anything injured as a teen. Quiet, reserved, and slightly standoffish as an adult. All with a boyish habit of fiddling with his glasses as if he'd never gotten used to wearing them even though he had a pair since he was 12. Why on earth do I remember how old he was when he got glasses? I knew why. Because Nana had baked him a cake with a big pair of spectacles on it with the words, "Congratulations, you're a distinguished gentleman." I'd overheard her talking to Pops how Alexander had been bullied at school for having 4 eyes, and she'd wanted to lift his spirits. He's a good person. It's not his fault. He'd take it so personally if he knew.
X, I'm sure he'd do whatever it took to wipe away those memories associated with him if he could.
Standing, I smoothed down my pinafore and made my way to Lily. I have to go. I'm slacking while my friend works so hard. Talk to you later. I threw myself into helping customers so I didn't give in to the urge to look for Alexander in the crowd, hoping like hell the feeling of helplessness and panic would vanish.
Chapter 20. Xander. Claws come in all shapes and sizes. This is all your fault, I grumbled as Colin inspected his newly purchased chopping board. I should never have agreed to come here with you. My plan was to covertly watch from a distance, not shop where she could see me. Are you saying I took advantage of your sleep-deprived state at the hospital this morning and coerced you into doing something against your will? He smirked. Do you wish to make a formal complaint? Perhaps tell the girl you're crushing on that... Quiet. I narrowed my eyes. You said you'd hold your tongue. If it hadn't been for my security cameras alerting me to Sailor packing her car like she did most weekends for the market, I wouldn't have known she was here. I'd logged in on a coffee break at 5 a.m., my cameras sending me a motion alert. I'd watched for a while, my chest swelling with pride at how brave she was. She'd also made my heart clench a few times as she sat on her doorstep and hugged her knees, swiping away tears and fighting back her panic. I'd made a stupid comment to Cole that I was going to watch her at the market after work, and he'd invited himself along. Did I? I don't remember saying that. He chuckled. You're unfairly accusing me. I have every right to defend myself. What do you think, Christina? Did I do the friendly thing by dragging your older brother out to the hospital after a 15-hour stint to ensure he sees the sun and buys some homemade goodies? Or did I overstep my boundaries? Christina, my sister, who'd had a bad breakup and hated the fact that she'd recently turned 28, laughed under her breath.
Don't ask me, I'm not getting on someone's bad side.
But you're happy for me to take all the blame? Harsh? Christina stared at him for a second too long. She tucked her long hair behind her ear. She's not interested, you fool, I muttered. I've told you this. Colin pouted. Really? He fluttered his eyelashes at my sister. You sure I can't tempt you back into the dating pool? I promise I don't bite.
How do you know that I don't?
Christina crossed her arms. Colin laughed out loud. I didn't appreciate them flirting right in front of me. Stop that, both of you, Colin fired back. Only if you stop giving yourself blue balls by texting this woman. I said, quiet, I hissed, looking over my shoulder, just in case someone, Sailor, heard.
Say what?
Christina frowned.
You're seeing someone, son. I thought you'd chosen the monk lifestyle.
He's definitely watching someone, aren't you, Xander? Colin winked. He's very, very good at watching. My fingers curled into a fist. Would I be arrested if I punched my best friend's face in the middle of a busy market? Christina looked back and forth between us.
I don't get it.
Rolling her eyes, she shrugged.
And I don't want to know. I'm off browsing. See ya.
Call me! Colin yelled after her. His gaze tracked her as she weaved around other people. It was his fault she'd joined us in the first place. He'd spotted her as we'd headed into the market and practically begged her to tag along. And you say I need to get laid. I huffed. As your friend, I understand your interest in Christina. She's smart, funny, and sensible. But as her brother, I'm warning you, she isn't one-night stand material. Who said anything about a one-night stand? He scratched his jaw where a 5 o'clock shadow had come in. We'd both pulled an all-nighter. I'd been in the ER, and he'd had a patient who'd developed difficulties after amputation surgery. I'm looking for the same thing you are. He dropped a bit of his swagger. I just want to have someone to care for and have them care about me. That's all. As much as I appreciated him opening up to me, most likely running on exhaustion and craving the comfort of going home to someone, I had my own problems. With Christina gone, I could share them. Shoving my phone in his face, I hissed. She saw me. That's why this is all your fault. All the progress Sailor has made today, thanks to X, has taken a flying leap out the goddamn window because of me. That's how toxic I am to her. I should go over there right now and tell her who I am, so I don't destroy her even more. Colin skimmed my inbox, no doubt lingering on the slightly more suggestive messages. I still felt guilty for those. You need to stop talking about yourself from X's POV, he said. If the lies come toppling down, you don't want her to have too many instances when you actively kept up the ruse. As long as you have a plausible reason for why you approached her this way, she can find a way to forgive you. But the more you backstab yourself, the more explaining you'll have to do. Christ, this is getting completely out of hand. I agree. Grabbing my wrist, he dragged me through the crowd back the way we came. Let's go see if we can fix it. Wait, what? I yanked on his hold. What are you doing? Helping. His fingers dug into me, pressing on the faded welts left behind by Sailor's scratches when I'd slapped my hand over her screams. Every time I thought about touching her, my body tightened in ways it shouldn't. For 4 days, as we texted as casual friends about nonsense with the occasional check-in on her mental health, I'd fought the very real, very awful craving that was becoming far too insistent to deny. I wanted her. I didn't just want to protect her or keep her safe. I wanted her. In my arms, my bed, my heart. And while X existed, I couldn't. But while Xander existed, she would never talk to me the way she did with X. It had been a stroke of pure luck that I'd snapped a photo of her stirring her cauldron or whatever she'd been making when I'd been called into work yesterday. I knew she'd probably heard my car leaving, and if I stopped texting her as X the moment Xander left, that could connect a few dots that couldn't be connected. I'd sent her a photo that was only ever meant to be for me, a photo of her by the window that I'd taken a few minutes before I'd been summoned to work. I'd hoped she was still there in that exact position, still stirring and staring into the garden. If she was, then she'd assume I'd just taken the pic and would never wonder. I like to think I'd been pretty clever and she'd bought it, but who the hell knew for sure? With anxiety bubbling in my gut, I tried to untangle Colin's grip. "Let go of me!" I managed to pry his fingers off just as we almost bashed into the long table with its white runner, neat little pyramids of bottles, and numerous postcards listing old-fashioned remedies for different ailments.
Xander?
Lily beamed.
Lovely to see you out and about. And who's this?
"This is Colin," Colin said with an idiotic bow. "I work with Zan."
Ooh, another doctor. Oh, be still, my beating heart.
Lily's laugh cut through the hum of passerby voices, whipping Sailor's head to face us. She moved in slow motion, her sandy blonde hair flicking over her shoulder, her blue eyes widening with fear, her lips parting with shock. I had a prime position to see her hard-won happiness bleed into the shadows of the past. "God damn you, Colin." Colin ignored that Sailor looked as if she'd bolt out of the tent and waved. "Hey, Sailor. How are things?" He reached across the display and held out his hand. "I've seen you around, but never officially been introduced. I'm Colin Marks." My throat mimicked the desert. My heart gave up and played dead in my chest. I couldn't say a word as Sailor swallowed hard and moved to join us. The table kept us separated, but the soft scents of blossom, vanilla, and other fragrant flowers permeated the air. Ever so slowly, as if steeling herself, Sailor accepted Colin's handshake.
Hi, Dr. Marks. You're right. I've seen you popping by to see Alexander a few times.
"Call me Colin, please." He arched his thumb at me. "And call that one Zan. It's better than that other mouthful." Breaking the handshake, she forced a smile.
Not sure we're familiar enough for me to call him nicknames.
"Oh, I don't know." Colin winked. "I think you might be more familiar than you think." I elbowed him in the gut. Hard. Sailor flinched, as if my friendly punishment was more like a mortal blow. My entire back prickled with the urge to leave and never come back. I hated seeing her eyes turn flat instead of sparkly. I hated the way her entire demeanor folded inward, making herself as small as possible. My hands balled. If I ever got near Milton, I'd definitely be done for murder. I despised what he'd done to her. I hated seeing her this way, when it wasn't her. I needed to rip him apart with every prehistoric beast inside me.
So, what brings you guys to the market?
Lily asked, dragging my attention from Sailor. The moment I stopped looking at her, she tripped backward and rubbed her chest with the heel of her hand as if fighting a panic attack. Unlike the night I'd heard her screaming, I couldn't grab her in a hug. All I could do was get far away from her, to give her the space she needed, because I represented all her worst moments. I just remembered any believable lie flew out of my head. With a grunt, I pushed my glasses up my nose, turned around, and marched away from Sailor's stall as quickly as possible. "Where are you?" I barked into my phone. "I'm waiting to drive you home, seeing as you made me your chauffeur." "Oh, sorry. I'm already back at my place. Your sister kindly gave me a lift. You didn't tell me we lived so close to one another." Colin laughed. "Besides, I didn't know if you were sticking around to switch from Clark Kent to Superman." My fingers tightened around my cell phone. "Can you drop the jokes, Cole? Didn't you see how badly she reacted toward me? It's not a laughing matter." Sighing heavily, I hated that my stress made me snappy. "Sorry, man. I'm struggling with this. I don't mean to take it out on you. You're fine. I like you, Grouchy. And you're right." He sobered up. "It's not a laughing matter. I genuinely feel sorry for her, and rightfully a little worried about how she's processing this. But I also think you're being an idiot for not showing her the type of man you are." "What's that supposed to mean?" "I mean, instead of X saving the day, you could have done something to Xander." "Like what?" "How about talking to her like a normal man instead of bumbling an excuse, then galloping off like a 16-year-old moron with a stiffy?" I take my apology back. I honestly have no idea why I'm friends with you. For my wonderful wisdom, of course. Go find her. Go help her take down her stool. Better yet, take her to dinner. She's managed to fight some other issues by leaving her house. That's worthy of celebration. Give her a happy memory to cling to when the walls start closing in. If I took her to a restaurant as me, she'd have a panic attack right there at the table. But if you talk her through it and show her that you won't deliver the same pain she's feeling from whatever he did, then you can reverse all the damage and prove that you aren't a trigger for her. You're innocent in all of this, and the sooner she realizes that, the sooner you two can have your happily ever after. There won't be any happily ever afters. I'm going to make you eat those words in 3 to 5 years from now when you get married. I hate that you're so positive and believe in fairy tales." "Meh, what can I say? It's my superpower," he chuckled. "Now go. If you're still at the market, offer your services and help her pack everything up. If you can stay awake, of course. Call me later and tell me how it went." He hung up. I looked past the still busy car park to the slowly emptying market. With my ass leaning against the hood of my Chrysler, I crossed my arms and peered down the aisles of the stalls still operating. The market was winding down, but customers still darted into the showgrounds, scooping up end-of-day bargains. I deliberated, doing exactly what Colin suggested. If I went to help, could I slowly teach her that all those phantom pains had nothing to do with me? I wasn't the one to almost kill her, but she hadn't messaged me as X, even though I'd texted her a few times to check in. She'd shut down on me, and it hurt to have her slam a door in my face when I'd gotten so used to having her respond. Sighing heavily, I took off my glasses and rubbed my eyes. I was too exhausted for rational thought. With how cloudy my mind was, I'd end up calling her Laurie and screwing everything up. Best go home, crash for a bit, and then possibly sneak into her garden as X, and... You're not sneaking anywhere. You're not allowed to go anywhere near her. Texting is all you're allowed. The softest meow wrenched my gaze to the gravel by my front wheel. The scruffiest orange kitten appeared, its whiskers bent and fur dull with mud. With heartbreakingly bright green eyes, it looked up and screamed. Padding toward me, it wound its tiny body around my ankle. Its meows grew louder and more pitiful, begging as maniacally as it could. Stealing my leg back, I ducked to my haunches and cupped its little head. Its fur was coarse and malnourished, its little skull terrifyingly fragile in my fingers. Instead of running away petrified, the kitten tried to crawl into my hand. Its meows turned to caterwauls, and every instinct inside me, every urge I'd had as a kid and the calling I had as a doctor, instantly reacted. Scooping the skeletal cat from the car park, I cradled him in both hands. Holding him up to my nose, I inspected his little face. He tried to headbutt my chin, wriggling and squirming to get closer. "You're definitely not afraid of me," I said softly. "Where did you come from?" He screamed in response, trying to get free. Not to leap down, but to crawl higher up my arm toward my neck. Holding him tight, I looked over the sea of parked cars. Had someone brought a litter here to sell? Had he escaped? We had a pretty big rainstorm the other night. Perhaps he got flushed from somewhere. A woman walked by, her car keys jingling. "Excuse me." I held out the kitten. "You didn't happen to see anyone who this little guy could belong to, did you?" The orange furball screamed again and tried to scramble up my arm. She laughed.
"I think he's saying he belongs to you."
Scratching the top of his head, she winked.
"Congratulations! You're now a cat dad."
Unlocking her car next to mine, she climbed in. With a quick wave, she drove away, leaving me standing with an unwanted patient. I didn't have time for a pet, even though I would have adored to have another soul in the house. Each time I felt lonely enough to contemplate getting an animal, I always reminded myself that it wasn't fair with my long, erratic work hours. The kitten stopped crying and pouted sadly, as if hearing my thoughts and knowing he'd chosen the wrong pair of legs to beg at. "It's okay, little guy. I'll help you. I just can't keep you." He meowed and gave me sad little eyes. "I'm not leaving you here, all right? You're gonna be okay." His ears were a tad crusty, and his lack of body mass ensured I'd probably have to get some kitten formula. Unlocking my car, I went to put him on the front seat, but spotted Sailor and Lily in the distance. They carried a large plastic box between them. Lily said something, and Sailor managed to laugh. Seeing Sailor responding to her friend eased the tightness of concern in my chest. She's okay. She wasn't alone, and had someone she trusted. She wasn't better or completely healed, but she would be okay for a little while, which was good because right now, someone else needed my help. Placing the little kitten on the leather seat, I closed the door and headed to the driver's side. First, I'd take him to the nearest vet for a quick checkup, pop to the store to get supplies, and then head home. And when does sleep come into this? I yawned as I drove out of the car park, checking on Sailor in my rearview mirror. Sleep would have to wait for a little longer.
Chapter 21. Sailor. Pouncing panic. I lay in the dark, arms crossed under my blankets, fingers pinching each arm hard enough to almost split the skin. I couldn't move, could hardly breathe. The stress of the market and the effort it took to stay sane for Lily and smile for my customers had drained me to the point of despair. But this wasn't like the panic attack I'd had on the rug that first time. This was far more stealthy. I'd waited until I'd had Thai takeout with Lily, put away all my merchandise, and bid her good night. It had stalked me as I locked up, cleaned my teeth, and slipped into my bed on the floor of Nana's old bedroom. The wallpaper shimmered with misty lakes and silver cranes. The faintest paint smell lingered in the air. I'd read for a bit and fallen asleep, but then I'd heard a noise. A noise like boots on the stairs and the corridor landing creaking. And that was it. The panic pounced. My system saturated with adrenaline and anxiety. Tears gushed against my control. My breathing turned ragged. And no matter how many times I told myself to calm down, I just couldn't. Nothing worked. Nothing helped. The only thing stopping me from screaming into unconsciousness was my fingernails pinching each arm, giving me something to latch onto. Pain. Pain was good. Pain was real. As long as I focused on that, I focused on reality and not the past. I hated being alone. I hated that I felt lonely. The house pressed over me, stagnant and stifling, trapping me inside with the goblin Milton from my memories. A moth fluttered too close, its dusty wings brushing against my cheek. Swallowing a cry, I bolted upright and reached for the side lamp I'd placed on the floor beside my mattress. I still needed to spray paint Nana's old bed frame. I needed to go shopping to buy some furniture. But the thought of going out again, of being around people, no matter how kind and sweet, God, I can't. What's wrong with me? Why can't I move on from this? Something thudded in the gloom. I swear the doorknob on my bedroom jingled. The moth swooped back over my eyesight. With a cry, I snatched my gifted phone from the covers. Me. Are you awake? I sent the message before I looked at the time. 1:30 in the morning. Of course he wasn't awake. He had a job like a normal person. His professional occupation wasn't watching me for a living. Of course he's in bed. The house creaked again, shooting my heart rate into scary territory. One of the closely growing trees scratched its branches against my window. Nana, if that's you, can you stop? I panted into the darkness. I'm not doing so well, and I really need my imagination to stop running wild. The moth appeared again, drawn by my bedside lamp, but then it switched directions and landed on the blue glow of my cell phone screen. Tucking away its wings, it perched on the edge as if replying to me. Nodding, I accepted that Nana had heard my request, even though the house cracked again, sending an ominous groan through the walls. That's it. My jitters and shivers had me writing another message. Hopefully, X had his sound off, and I wouldn't wake him. Hopefully, he'd see this in the morning, and I would have survived the night on my own. Me. I know I probably did too much today with the market and dinner, but if I don't do those things, how can I expect to get better? The only problem is, I'm not okay now. I'm hearing things and seeing things, and I can't move or breathe or think. I hate that I can't just snap my fingers and be done with this. I hate that I know this is ridiculous, but the flight or fight inside me is still living in the past. I know you're asleep, and I'm sorry for dumping this on you. It isn't your responsibility, and I don't want you to feel like I am. But I can't say this to anyone else, so I'm saying it to you. I'm not okay. I hate those words, but they're true. Please delete this when you wake up. I'm sure I'll be fine come morning, but right now, I'm just going to use you as a lifeline, okay? I'm just going to keep typing nonsense so I can focus on other things. I pressed send and immediately started a new text bubble. Me. I don't like mango. I don't know if I've ever told anyone that. I'm not keen on apricots either. The smell gets me, and they're too sweet. When Anna used them in her creams, I'd feel sick from the smell. What else? I love this house. I always wished I could live here full-time when I was a kid instead of the cold, loveless home with my parents. I was wanted here. At my parents', I was an inconvenience. I might love this house, but it's treating me like I'm the inconvenience, just like my parents did. It keeps creaking and groaning. I really need to check that all the doors and windows are locked, but I can't move. I literally can't get out of bed. And oh my God, this is so stupid. I'm so sorry, I'll stop. I didn't mean to type such ridiculous things. Sending one of the most idiotic messages of my life, I dropped my phone into the blankets and crossed my arms as tightly as I could. Squishing the life out of myself, I resumed my pinching, trembling with the need to snap out of this horrendous funk. My phone chirped quietly. I launched for it.
X, the next time you hear footsteps on the stairs, it's me, all right? Don't scream. Don't wake the neighbors. I'm coming over.
What? I gasped and rushed to type back. Me. No, I don't expect you to do that. Stay in bed, sleep. Ignore me, I'm fine.
X, we agreed no lies, Laurie. Give me 20 minutes.
I blinked at my phone. He couldn't be serious, could he? Did he live that close? Was that walking distance or 20 minutes by car? Guilt crushed me at the thought of him driving across town just because I was having a mental breakdown. Me. Please don't. I feel so bad. Just talking to you has broken the panic. I'm okay now. Truly. He didn't reply. He didn't respond for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And then the house inhaled and exhaled as if the back door had opened, letting in fresh air. I froze under my blankets. My ears rang from listening so intently. I quaked and rattled so hard my teeth chattered. The first heavy clomp of a boot on the stairs had me swallowing a scream and also wanting to burst into tears of relief. One after another, step after step, He walked slowly, methodically. He reached the landing. The sound of his boots switched from heavy to soft. I squeaked as his knuckles rapped on the door.
You have a choice, Laurie. Either I can stay out here, and you can sleep knowing that I'm close by, or you can let me in, and we can talk face to face.
Swallowing so hard I almost choked on my tongue, I coughed. You can come in. The door handle pressed down. The only difference was, this time it was real and not my imagination. The door swung open just enough for him to slip inside before closing it again. Glancing at the bare windows, he asked quietly,
Where are your curtains?
I took them down to paint. I haven't brought new ones yet. Grunting an affirmative noise, he pointed at my bedside lamp on the floor.
I'm happy to stay for however long you want, but you have to turn that off.
I frowned. But then I can't see you. His eyebrows rose.
That's the point.
Studying him, I took in the all-black attire, chunky boots, and skull-printed scarf/mask. He tugged it up so high, it brushed his bottom lashes. Something was different about him, something I couldn't put He's not wearing a hat. I focused on his head and the strands falling roguishly over his forehead. His hair looked jet black with a glossy blue tinge. The ends were slightly damp. Did you have a shower? I asked quietly. He stood tall, as if about to deny it, but then nodded with an exhale.
I did. Got in late from work.
What do you do? He came a step closer.
Doesn't matter. Are you going to turn off the light?
The panic loosened enough for me to sit on my knees. Peering at him, I focused on his eyes. A silver hoop pierced his left eyebrow, hinting he might have a rebellious streak. Did he have tattoos under all that black? His eyes gleamed a rich, deep brown. His forehead had no boils or pockmarks like he lied about. And judging by the beauty of his eyes and thick lashes, I'd say he was very handsome beneath his mask. I don't want to turn off the light, I whispered. Do you mind if I leave it on? He sighed heavily.
Tell me why you want it on. Is your fear making you afraid of the dark, or...
He splayed his hands. Strong, long fingers and nice square palms hinted he might be rebellious with an eyebrow piercing. But he didn't have a manual labour job. His hands were too perfect, too defined with tendons and ligaments that looked more suited to precision work. Or... I couldn't take my eyes off him. The white skull printed over his mouth and chin drew me in. His refusal to show his face should ring loud warning bells, but I found it to be the opposite. Just like the reaction I'd had when he confessed he had a crush on me, I found my blood heating up in very different ways to the panic of before. He has a crush on me. The weight of that admittance seemed to swallow the entire room. My room. A man I didn't know was in my bedroom at 2 a.m, and I never felt so safe. What did that say about me? Just how badly was I messed up, thanks to what Milton did? Hugging myself, I lost whatever confidence I had. This wasn't normal behaviour. I shouldn't put myself at risk like this. Perhaps I was trying to remember how to live by doing reckless things because this definitely counted as reckless. I need to keep the light on. I tipped up my chin. Please. His hand strayed to his face. For a second, it looked as if he'd reached for a pair of non-existent glasses, but then he tugged his mask a little higher and nodded.
Fine.
Awkwardness fell between us. He shifted away from the bed, looking for a chair. He scowled, the soft lamp revealing the tired lines etching around his eyes. He looked exhausted. Guilt pounced all over again. I woke you up, didn't I? You weren't getting home from work after all. You were in bed, and I dragged you out here. He stiffened.
It's fine. You needed me. I'm happy to be here.
Swaying a little on his feet, he pinched the bridge of his nose. Passing the empty spot beside me, I said, Sit down before you fall. He gave me a stern look with his chin tipped low and dark eyes glowing with dominion. The slightest thrill worked through me.
I'm fine over here.
He grumbled, his voice extra gravelly. Tugging the covers back, I forced a smile. I won't be able to talk if I'm worried that you'll fall over any second. Sit. Please. He huffed.
So you're brave enough to boss about a masked man with no problem, but a creaking house gives you nightmares.
He softened the rather harsh sentence with a low chuckle.
I'm not sure there's a word for that condition.
Grateful. That's a word. I smiled the tiniest bit. I'm grateful you're here. I'm grateful that you sacrificed your sleep for me. I'm grateful that you gave me someone to talk to. He sucked in a breath and stepped toward me, almost against his will. I waited for him to say something, but he stayed silent. With jerky footfalls, he closed the distance between us, turned around, then bent his long legs to sit on the low mattress. The bed sagged with his weight, and the covers pulled over my hips as he scooted backward and rested his shoulders against the wall. Looking behind him, he studied the crane wallpaper I'd installed. The joins weren't perfect, but I was proud of my first attempt. I'd done it on my own and watched countless YouTube videos to get the paste mixture right.
It's pretty.
He dropped his stare again, his warm brown eyes meeting mine.
You did a good job.
I frowned. How do you know it's new? He twitched as if I'd caught him in something he didn't want to reveal before he grunted.
I saw the delivery of renovation supplies. It also smells freshly painted in here.
I'm not used to the fact you know quite a lot about my life thanks to watching me when I know nothing about yours. Reaching toward his feet still on the floor, he undid the buckles and laces of his boots before toeing them off and spreading his legs on top of my comforter.
How are you feeling? Was it a panic attack like before?
I never took my eyes off him, studying the smooth skin of his forehead and the faintest lines feathering out from his gaze. He told me he was 34. I didn't think that was a lie, judging by his half appearance. You know, one of these days I won't let you change the subject. He chuckled under his breath, his voice extra raspy.
One of these days you won't want to talk about any subject with me.
Perhaps. I nodded. Or maybe I want to talk to you forever. Skirting the topic once again, he ordered.
So, talk to me now. Tell me what happened.
Facing him, I sat a little taller. With our eyes locked, I searched for all the words that had suffocated me before, and found I was peacefully silent. I wrinkled my nose and pulled back a little. That's strange.
What's strange?
His forehead furrowed. A few blue-black strands fell forward, catching on his eyebrow piercing. I'm not afraid anymore. The biggest yawn made me moan with exhaustion. In fact, I can barely keep my eyes open. He laughed softly and patted the bed.
Then lie down and try to sleep.
But you're here.
That's probably why your body isn't fighting sleep anymore. You have someone else to stand guard. Your system is ready to shut down and rest.
But I didn't drag you over here to be my bodyguard.
You didn't drag me, Laurie. I came willingly. I'm glad you texted me. And I'm happy to be your bodyguard. I'm happy to be whatever you need.
Hesitantly, he held out his arm.
Lie down.
Eyeing up the cradle he made with his open arm and body taking up most of the bed, I yawned again. I'd heard of tiredness that you just couldn't fight. I'd succumbed to it myself a few times recently, but I fought it all the same. I didn't want to sleep while X was here. I wanted to talk in person instead of via text. I wanted to hear his rumbly, gravelly voice and hope I was cured by morning. With a soft growl, he snaked his arms around my shoulders and tugged me slowly but firmly into him. My hand landed on his chest, not pushing him away, but bracing myself all the same. He froze.
I'm only trying to make you comfortable. That's all.
He went to unwind his arm from around me, but I shook my head. Don't. He sucked in a breath, our eyes locked. Ever so slowly, he gathered me even tighter against him,
Scoot down. Use me as your pillow.
Dropping my stare down his chest, I drank in the black hoodie he wore, wondering just how trim and perfect he was beneath it. His heartbeat thundered beneath my fingertips. A frisson of power returned to me, the faintest reawakening of my missing sexuality. Any ideas of femininity and desire had died the moment Milton strangled me. I hated that I was the fairer sex. I hated that I hadn't been able to fight back, that I was smaller, lighter, and weaker than him. But in that moment, in X's protection, I liked that I fit perfectly against him. I liked the sensation of him looking out for me. I liked that I could surrender to him all because I knew he would keep me safe.
Get some sleep, Laurie.
He purred, soft and hypnotic. I yawned and scooted my way down his firm, toned body until my head rested on his lower belly. Shifting me a little, he stole my pillow that I was no longer using and placed it behind his head. Angling himself so he wasn't sitting upright but wasn't fully lying down, he ran his fingers through my hair. The first jolt of him touching my scalp where Milton had torn out chunks made me gasp. He stopped immediately.
If there are places I shouldn't touch, just tell me. Don't suffer through it because you don't want to be honest.
Nodding, I forced myself to lose my sudden shyness and put my hand on his stomach. His heartbeat pounded loud beneath my ear, and I smiled at another surge of power. You weren't lying when you said you had a crush on me, I whispered. He laughed abruptly.
Am I shaking that much?
Your heart is racing. His fingers feathered to my neck beneath my ear. Finger-mark bruises still collared me, and I could barely touch that part of myself without suffering flashbacks. But X's touch was exquisitely soft, endlessly gentle, just a worshipping caress in the night. I shivered as he pressed 2 fingertips to a pulse point there. He didn't speak for a moment.
I'd say yours is going just as fast.
Sifting his fingers through my hair again, he sucked in a breath.
Is this okay?
My eyes closed, sinking into his petting. Yes.
You'll tell me if I do something that unsettles you.
I promise.
In that case, close your eyes and let me restore your faith in men.
He sniffed, as if scowling beneath his mask.
Let me undo everything he did.
His fingers drifted like warm water droplets over my head, and I couldn't fight it anymore. My eyes closed. In a few seconds, I was asleep.
Chapter 22. Xander. Nothing like a cat gift. I woke to my alarm blaring its horrible foghorn alert, injecting me with an unhealthy amount of adrenaline. Everything ached. My brain ached. My body ached. My cock throbbed with morning wood. I couldn't get my bearings. The light was all wrong. The scent far more floral than my usual clean laundry fragrance. What the hell did I do last night?
Oh my God.
A woman groaned.
What is that awful noise?
I froze as last night exploded through me. The kitten. Sailor. Her going to sleep on me. I bolted upright, fighting to untangle my legs from hers and unthread my arm from beneath her shoulders. My fingers tingled with pins and needles, hinting I'd been sleeping wrapped around her for a while. I'd been sleeping with Sailor. Oh, fuck. Launching out of bed, my hands flew to my face. My mask. It had fallen a little, clinging to the tip of my nose. Wrenching it up high enough to blind myself, I snatched my phone from where I'd placed it on the floor and killed the nasty alarm. 6 a.m. I had surgery today, and I officially felt as if I'd been run over 12 times by a train. What with the kitten keeping me up, and then Sailor messaging me just as I'd gotten into bed, I was running on absolute dregs. Not to mention the fact that I'd put the blue-black rinse through my hair like Colin told me to, pinched a ridiculous fake piercing on my eyebrow, then fought my overwhelming dislike of wearing contacts to cover my bright green with muddy brown. My parents tried to encourage me to use contacts after I got bullied at school for wearing glasses, but I'd never been able to put them in without causing myself serious harm. I didn't like the scratchy feeling, and I didn't like putting anything in my eyes, helpful or not. Sailor sat up in bed. The covers slipped to her waist, revealing the same Sailor Moon t-shirt she'd worn when mixing her creams the other day. I'd found it sexy then, but now, I found it horribly arousing, especially with her hair tousled and eyes hooded. Talking of eyes, what if one of the coloured contacts had fallen out while I slept? What if she saw me in the light and saw past all the facial disguises that seemed utterly pointless, but Colin seemed to think would trick all humans because we inherently suck at looking at people? I have to go. Grateful that a lack of sleep coated my voice box with some serious gruff, I yanked on my boots and stumbled toward the door. I'll see you later. No, you won't. This was the last time. I'll talk to you later. By text, I'll message you. Not daring to look in her direction, I yanked open her bedroom door and darted into the corridor.
Hey, wait.
Her feet thudded on the carpet, chasing. Go back to bed, Laurie. I have to go. I didn't give her a chance to stop me. I'd never run so fast from a woman's bed before. Sprinting out of her house, I went left, toward the park, and not my place, just in case she watched. I was running short on time, and hadn't factored in a dawn jog in my stupidly heavy motorcycle boots, but that was what happened to men who chose stalking for a hobby. Cutting through the manicured alleyway between Yasmin and Terry's house, I raced through the familiar running track around the park and cut down another lane before doubling back and approaching my house from the opposite end of the street. Panting hard, with blisters already pinching my toes, I snuck into my own home like a criminal and slammed to a stop as a guest I'd forgotten about came barreling from the kitchen. The little pen I'd made up for him with random pieces of ply in the garage had been dismantled. The towel I'd left him to sleep on was destroyed. The cat litter and food bowls looked as if a level 5 hurricane had torn through them. I groaned as the orange furball wound itself around my legs. He meowed, and meowed, and meowed, as if I'd been gone for a decade. On any other day, any other morning, I would have gotten on the floor and played with him. I would have given him cuddles and fed him some more formula, regardless that, according to the vet, he was old enough to eat on his own. It would be an absolute honor to ensure the little creature was emotionally cared for, as well as physically. But I had responsibilities. I'd already been unprofessional by letting myself run on so few hours of sleep. I'd done what I could to keep Sailor safe, but I couldn't let taking care of her jeopardize the care I gave others. I'm so sorry to do this to you, little one, but you're going to have to go. The kitten meowed again. Snatching him from the floor, I cradled him in one arm while fishing my phone from my pocket with the other. While Colin's number rang and rang, I took the stairs 2 at a time and marched into the bathroom. I put the kitten in the sink and gave him a few cotton balls to play with. Zan, this better be an emergency. I was having the best dream. Colin grumbled as he finally answered. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Cole. My bad. I'm being a terrible friend lately with all my stupid problems, but I have a full day at the hospital today and somehow ended up with a rescue kitten that needs looking after. Can you do it? Oh, you know I would, but allergies. I love the little critters, but my system sees them as weapons of mass destruction on my airways. Fuck, that's right. I remembered when a patient had spent an hour with him discussing a new hand prosthetic after losing hers in an unfortunate crashing accident. She must have had a cat at home, and just its fur on her jumper was enough to send Colin into a coughing, sneezing, runny-eyed mess that lasted hours. Sorry I woke you. Go back to sleep. Hanging up on him, I went to call my sisters, but they both made a point of never having their phones on at night, and I couldn't wait for them to finish their Sunday sleep-ins. Now what do I do? Catching my stare in the bathroom mirror, I scowled at my mask. I'd forgotten I was wearing it. least that meant it was comfortable. Pulling it over my head, I yanked off my hoodie and trousers and stood starkers on the bath mat. And honestly, I didn't recognize myself. My hair glossed with blue-black, and my fake brown eyes soaked up all the light in the bathroom. Without my glasses or green eyes, without my red hair and clean-shaven jaw, I really struggled to see the man I'd inhabited for 29 years. Maybe Colin isn't bullshitting after all. The kitten batted a cotton ball toward me. It flew from his paw and floated to the tiles. He cocked his little head, his whiskers still bent and crooked. I couldn't leave him alone, in case my day turned into another endless shift from hell. He'd already proven he'd destroy my house if left unsupervised, and I couldn't take him to work in my briefcase. What the hell am I going to do? Stay put. I bopped his tiny nose with my finger. He immediately tried to chin me, purring like a mini chainsaw. I smiled, despite myself. Tickling his neck, I pressed a kiss to his ginger head. His purring turned manic. He kept sliding in the sink, trying to climb out and launch into my arms. I just have to rinse this dye out, shave, and then I'll figure out what to do with you. Not trusting the kitten to stay where I commanded, I closed the bathroom door so he couldn't take off, then placed him on the bath mat. Immediately, he attacked my bare toes, his little tail whipping in stalk mode. Laughing under my breath, I stepped into the shower and closed the glass door. While he hunted dead moths, I had the quickest wash and shave of my life, changed my hair back from X-black to Xander red, cursed and winced as I plucked the nightmarish contacts out, and sighed in relief as I placed my glasses back on my nose. I dressed in record time, even with a kitten attached to my shadow, and as the sun finally shone on Ember Drive, and every house remained silent with their Sunday sleepers, I grabbed a spare box from my garage, placed an old towel in the bottom, and added the formula mix, feeding bottle, and food packets. I hadn't thought this through, but I was out of options. For the first time in my life, I was going to be late, and I didn't have another second to waste. Dressed in black slacks and a silver shirt with dark grey tie, I shoved the kitten into the box and stalked over to Sailor's house. With my back prickling with fear that she'd recognize me after spending the night cuddled in my arms, I rang the front doorbell and waited and waited. Guilt swamped me for waking her up, but worry for my patient made me tap my foot and check my watch. The kitten thought it was a great fucking game, trying to scramble out of his prison and batter the flowers hanging in their wrought iron baskets. Another few minutes ticked past. I knocked again. Shit. She's not coming. I'll have to think of something else. The door swung open just as I turned to leave. I choked on every word I planned to say. I froze on her doorstep and cursed myself for thinking I could do this. The arousal I'd felt all night with her in my arms detonated through me. The hard-on I'd woken with had barely gone down, and now it ached all over again. My heart swelled. Drawn to her so badly, I knew far too much about her now. I couldn't hide how in awe I was, or treat her with indifference when I'd had the honor of protecting her. She trusts me. No, she trusts X, not you. She hates you, remember?
Alexander.
She recoiled back into the foyer, using the door as a shield between us. She'd thrown on an oversized pale pink jumper. It hung to mid-thigh, hiding what I knew she was wearing underneath. A faded Sailor Moon tee and scandalously short shorts. I choked on a groan. Having intimate knowledge of what she wore threatened to break me. I'd never seen her naked. If she ever got close to taking her clothes off, I always walked away from the window. But knowing what she'd slept in was somehow worse than knowing what she hid beneath everything. I knew how warm she was when she dreamed. I knew how she'd sigh softly if I moved, or wriggled closer if I tried to shift away. She was clingy in her sleep, and the caregiver inside me fucking loved every minute of being her safety blanket. However, all the warmth and trust I'd grown used to seeing in her eyes as ex turned into stony coldness now I stood before her as her neighbour.
What are you doing here so early?
The kitten meowed, answering for me while I forced my brain to remember words. I hated the way she looked at me. It killed me to think that all she saw when she looked at me was pain and abuse, and the man who tried to rape and murder her. With my chest tight, I cleared my throat and held up the box. I'm so sorry to do this, but I have an emergency and wondered if you could help. Her eyes dropped to the orange furball.
What kind of emergency?
I have to go to work, but I rescued this little guy yesterday. Can you watch him until I come back? I've brought everything he needs. I glanced at the box. I've included the formula mix, but if you don't want to bother with it, he's old enough to eat on his own. I dared catch her eyes again. I wouldn't ask if I had any other option. A flash of pain cut across her face.
So I'm your last resort?
Yes. I mean, no. I know this is a huge imposition, and I don't want to put you out. Taking a hesitant step toward me, she peered at the kitten. A ghost of a smile tipped up her lips.
He's pretty cute.
He's a rascal. But I think if you tire him out, he should sleep for the rest of the day. I'm sure he won't be a bother, and you won't have to cat sit again. I'll call the SPCA when I finish work and get him set up there.
Oh, that's a bit sad.
She pouted.
You can't keep him?
Not with my hours. I shrugged. It's not that I don't want to. It just wouldn't be fair. Sucking on her bottom lip, she hesitantly reached for the box. My pulse skipped at her proximity.
Okay, I guess I can watch him.
You will? Thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. She sniffed and tried smiling again.
I'm not planning on leaving the house today, so it might be nice to have some company.
I couldn't respond to that without revealing I knew far too much about why she wasn't leaving and why she needed company. To be honest, I liked the thought of her having a little creature in the house. Something she could talk to if the TV randomly turned on again, or if the memories decided to haunt her. Taking a deep breath, as if fortifying herself to come nearer, she squeaked a little as I shifted and handed her the box. Our arms brushed. Our faces came closer than they'd ever been. All I wanted to do was grab her in a kiss. I couldn't tear my eyes off her mouth. I couldn't forget how happy she'd been to see me last night, and how she'd leaned on me whenever she got scared. I spoke before I could stop myself. Sailor,
Didn't you say you were late?
Hefting the box-trapped kitten into her arms, she forced a smile. It came out a little strained, a little wobbly.
Go to work, Alexander. I've got this.
Xander, I sighed. Please, call me Zan if you don't like Xander. No one has ever called me Alex. She backpedaled, almost tripping on the rug in the foyer.
Okay, sorry, I won't do it again. I didn't mean...
It's fine.
Have a good day at work.
I squeezed my nape. My nervous fidget couldn't be ignored as I shifted my glasses higher up my nose. I backed up a step, giving her room. If the cat gets to be too much, just call the hospital and someone will contact me. I'll see if one of my sisters can pop by to take him.
Okay.
She refused to make eye contact, her entire body language screaming for me to leave. Another wash of goosebumps coated me as my heart squeezed. Her rejection shouldn't hurt, but it did. Her refusal to get friendly broke me apart, piece by piece. She'd never once looked at X like that. Even when I'd broken into her house and found her on the couch, she'd traded her fear for relief the second she'd known it was me. If I'd gone to her as Xander, she'd probably still be running. A spike of jealousy joined in the mix of confusing feelings. I was jealous of X. I was envious of myself. And that's my cue to get the hell out of here. Walking down the 2 steps, I paused and said over my shoulder, "Thanks, Lo." I coughed and cleared my throat. "Sailor." Her eyebrows pinched.
What were you going to call me?
I forced a chuckle. What Rory used to call you. Law. But I figured it might not be my place. She drew herself up.
Look, Alex, I mean Xander. I know we've practically grown up in each other's periphery, and our grandparents were best friends, and you're a great guy, and nothing would make the ghosts of our grands happier if we talked more and became more than just neighbours. But...
It's fine. I held up my hand. I get it. She nodded and fell quiet, but then she puffed out her chest and added,
I like you. I really do. I always have, if I'm honest. I like the boy you were, and the man you've become is super impressive, but I just need... After what happened,
You don't have to.
Will you let me finish?
Frustration flashed in her stare. I flushed. Sorry, Yes. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I just need you to know.
She exhaled hard. Hugging the box, she kissed the kitten on his head as he hopped up to headbutt her chest.
All I'm trying to say is it's not you, all right? I don't mean to be standoffish, and I would hate to make you uncomfortable. You shouldn't have to think I'm your last resort for help. That's all I'm saying.
Her smile was tear-bright and brittle.
I'm grateful for all you did for Nana and caring for me after my...
She swallowed hard.
Accident. I'm lucky to have you as my neighbour, and I hope I can be a good neighbour in return.
Unlike with X, who she'd sworn a vow of honesty with, she spoke blatant lies today, all because I'd acted like a nervous fool and made her feel guilty. Turning to face her, I balled my hands. I'm not just your neighbour, Sailor. I'm your friend. I always have been. Always will be. And I like you too, and completely understand it isn't easy for you at the moment. I hate that I've imposed by asking you to cat sit. You don't have to apologize to me. I get it. Probably more than you realize. She ducked her chin and held my stare for a second, before looking at the garden.
Don't work too hard.
Hearing the unspoken request for me to leave, I forced a smile. Thanks again for watching him. As I walked away from her, my back broke out into full, agonizing fire. I'd never felt such a complex recipe of shame and desire, guilt and possession, all in one thundering beat of my idiotic heart. Marching out of her front garden, I beelined for my car. I had to get away from her. I couldn't do this. Why did I think I could do this? Her soft voice called after me.
Hey, Xander.
I couldn't stop the rush of blistering hope. I spun in my dress shoes and waited for her to tell me we could be friends after all, that I had a chance in hell of claiming her as mine, instead of fucking everything up the longer I deceived her as X. Yeah? She couldn't hold eye contact. Staring at the kitten, she asked quietly,
What's his name?
The fizzling and popping of hope left me dead on my feet. My voice sounded a little flat, even to my ears. He doesn't have one.
You haven't named him.
You do it. Turning again, I left her property before I could do something equally as moronic like confess everything.
Chapter 23. Sailor. I have one request. How about Pumpkin? The kitten pounced on the blue ribbon I borrowed from my Nana's face cream decorations. Flipping upside down, he battered the ribbon with all 4 feet, his little claws flashing like teeny tiny daggers. Not Pumpkin. I nibbled on my bottom lip, watching him like I had for hours. What about Cheddar or Marmalade or Ginger or Rusty? Those are all very good orange cat names. He attacked a dust mote, hissing as if he was a ferocious tiger and not the size of a hairball. None of those either, huh? I lay on my stomach in the small snug of the living room. All morning I'd been obsessed. I hadn't showered or dressed out of my nightclothes. The moment I'd taken the box off Xander and plonked it down in the living room, the kitten had stolen my every thought and terror. I'd never had a pet before. My parents weren't interested, and my grandparents kept saying that they didn't want an animal in case they died and the poor thing was left behind. I tried telling them they could have had 4 pets by the time they were ready to perish, but deaf ears. I'd always been secretly jealous of my friends with dogs or cats, and I'd been especially envious of Rosalie, a girl at school who had an aviary that took up the entire back garden thanks to her parents rehabbing wild birds. They kept the ones too badly broken to return to the wild and even rehabbed a penguin once. How about Penguin? I giggled as the kitten darted into me, tumbling onto his side and rolling under my chest. Rolling off my elbows, I scooped him against my heart, utterly addicted to the purring rattle from his frail little body and the absolute wonderment that something so small could be so alive. It made me want to cry because I wanted to be that effortlessly happy. Then it made me mad because I had nothing stopping me from being that happy. If only I could let go of the past. So you like Penguin? I sighed as the kitten wriggled closer and headbutted my chin. He smells a little from living wherever he'd been before Xander rescued him. His whiskers looked as if he'd stuck his paw in a socket, and his ribcage was far too prominent. But those eyes... Good grief, they were heart-stoppers. Violently green and inquisitive and scarily intelligent. In fact, they reminded me of Xander's eyes. I snickered. You know, if you were a deep red instead of ginger, you'd match the man who rescued you rather perfectly. Both redheads, both green-eyed charmers. The cat meowed and yawned. He made no move to get out of my embrace, and I lay on the carpet with him, lulled into a drowsy daydream thanks to his contented purring. Soft images floated into my mind, snippets of my childhood when Xander would rescue animals and do his best to fix them. Sometimes he was successful, and his parents would track down the owners who'd lost their pets, reuniting them with a happy ending. However, sometimes he wasn't, and he'd drop into a solemn solitude full of mourning. He has such a good heart. I smiled a little, grateful that men like him still existed.
See? I knew you wanted to fuck him, you slut! That's it. I'm going to finish what I started.
I gasped and jerked out of my half-asleep state. The house once again pressed over me, switching from protector to jailer. Get out of my head, I whisper-hissed, doing my best to forget Milton and his dangerous jealousy. You're not real. You're in prison.
I can still hurt you, you slut. Go anywhere near him, and it'll be the last thing you ever do.
Breathing hard, I squeezed my eyes closed and focused on X, on his endless dark eyes and thick black hair. Even with his mask on, I could tell he was a good guy just from the way he guarded me in his arms. He'd cocooned me last night, and instead of having a panic attack at being spooned, I'd felt a level of peace I hadn't felt in ever so long. When I'd woken an hour or so before his nasty alarm went off, I'd had no idea where I was, whose arms were around me, whose hips were pressed against my thighs. I'd waited to freak out, but the fear never came. And when he sighed contently in my ear and hugged me extra tight, I'd slipped my leg between his and wriggled even closer. It had felt so right. We fit so perfectly. I hate that he ran away so fast. What would have happened if he'd woken up naturally and found me in his arms? Would he have rocked his morning erection against me? Would he have given in to the cravings of his crush? I didn't know what it said about me, but if he had tried to kiss me, I would have kissed him back. I would have pulled his mask down and asked for his real name. And then I would have asked him to free me of the past, replace Milton as the last man who'd ever touched me, and shatter me apart with pleasure instead of pain. Was that too forward?
You're a slut! I keep telling you this!
Oh. Burying my face in the kitten's scratchy fur, I pushed Milton away again. I wasn't a slut. I wasn't promiscuous. But I couldn't deny that I was insanely attracted to X. Something about him set my blood on fire, and it wasn't the mysterious appeal, although his mask truly did molten things to my insides. Ultimately, he felt familiar, like I'd known him forever, and he would do whatever it took to keep me safe. My phone pinged. Oh my God, is that him? My tiredness vanished. The cat grumbled as I sat up on the rug and tucked him on my lap instead. My oversized jumper slung around my knees, making a perfect hammock for him. Fumbling for my phone, I opened the text message.
X, sorry I had to run this morning. Did you manage to get back to sleep?
The kitten yawned and battered half-heartedly at my wrist. I scratched his tiny head. What should we do, little penguin? He meowed softly. Should I tell him that I'm interested in him? That I want him to touch me again, kiss me? Is that asking too much? What if he doesn't feel that way, and his crush is more of a hero complex than liking me for me? Closing his eyes, Penguin ignored all my questions and snuggled back down. Sucking on my bottom lip, I typed a reply. Me. Why did you have to leave so urgently?
X. Doesn't matter. I wish I was still there, though. I hate knowing you're on your own in that haunted house.
Me. It's only haunted by Nana and my nightmares. Between both of them, I guess it's balanced. And I'm not alone, actually. Was it wrong that I tingled with the thought of making him the tiniest bit jealous?
X. Oh, you've got company.
Me. Of the feline variety.
X. I didn't know you had a cat.
Me. I didn't until my neighbour begged me for a favour. To be honest, I think he's the one who's done me a favour.
X. How so? And how was it seeing him? Are you okay?
Me. It wasn't easy, but I need to stop Milton from tainting a perfectly fine neighbourly relationship. My neighbour didn't do anything to me. I have to remember that.
X. You don't have to be nice to him if it's hurting you, though.
Me. I know, but we have history with our families, and he's super sweet. The cat I'm looking after was a stray he rescued yesterday. He has a good heart.
X. Careful, I might get jealous.
Ah! I glanced at Penguin. Could this be a good moment? Before I could figure out what to say, another message pinged.
X. By the way, I feel like I owe you an apology.
Me. What for? Shouldn't that be the other way around? I'm sorry I dragged you over here so late.
X. I meant what happened in the night. I passed out when I didn't mean to. I don't know how I ended up smothering you, but I hope you weren't afraid.
Me. I wasn't afraid. I panicked a little before adding. Me. In fact, I was going to ask you about that.
X. Ask me what?
Me. Do you have a girlfriend?
X. You don't know me, but the fact that I admitted I have a crush on you and watch you rather obsessively is a pretty big indication that I'm unattached. I wouldn't be able to do those things if I was with someone. I'm not a cheater.
Me. I have a crush on you too. It took a while for him to respond, as if he needed time to process. Finally, my phone vibrated.
X. You probably shouldn't have told me that.
Me. I told you because the next time you come round, I was wondering if you might... Wow, this isn't easy to type.
X. Type what?
Me. What are you doing tonight? Would you like to come over and watch a movie with me? I can cook something. We can get to know each other and you could stay over again? This time, his reply was even longer, and when it came, it splashed me with ice water.
X. Unfortunately, I have to go away for a couple of days with work.
Tears burned my eyes, my emotions far too close to the surface. Probably unhealthily close to the surface. Me. Oh, no worries, that's fine. Completely understand. Of course you have other things to do.
X. Laurie, don't do that.
Me. Do what?
X. Lie.
I slouched. Me. You know, you should leave a girl with some dignity. Calling me out for lying when I say it's fine that you refused my offer of a date isn't very nice.
X. It's not that I don't want to say yes.
Me. But you're saying no anyway. Payne's bravery made me send another text. Me. You call me out on my lie, so I guess that means you want me to be honest. All right then. How about I'm totally, brutally honest in a way that petrifies me, but what do I have to lose?
X. That's all I want. I just want you to heal and be happy. I don't mean to upset you in any way.
Oh God. Could you stop being so nice? Glancing at the ceiling and the drying seed heads and herbs that permeated almost every room in this house, I swallowed back fresh fear. Penguin sensed my stress and nudged my hand. I really shouldn't say this. I know I shouldn't. If it was to any other person, there's no way I would, but he's different. He's the one who took it upon himself to hear all my secrets. What's the point of keeping this one? The kitten scrambled off my lap and padded towards the kitchen. My phone pinged, but I focused on Penguin instead. I had to feed him again. I'd given him breakfast, and my heart had melted when he'd sucked from the bottle, drinking down his formula like a dainty pussycat, only to dive headfirst into a bowl of wet food and snarf up an entire packet with no manners whatsoever. He's hungry again. Xander would never forgive me if I didn't provide the best care possible to his little rescue. Climbing to my feet, I followed him, loving the sway of his long tail and falling madly in love as he looked over his shoulder and meowed as if making sure I was following. Scooping him from the floor, I placed him on the counter while I mixed him another bowl of formula. He didn't wait for the bottle this time, slurping it right from the saucer. While he got a milk moustache, I pulled up the message thread.
X. What did you want to be honest about?
Leaning against the well-loved sink, I sighed as warm sunshine coated my shoulders from the window. I put every last shred of my self-worth on the line. Me. I can't speak to other women who lived through what I did, but for me, the physical abuse was the first hurdle to get over. But the thing with bruises and broken bones is, they heal. They heal rather fast, and eventually you look in the mirror and there's no evidence of being hurt at all. The second part is the guilt and shame. I keep thinking it's my fault that he hurt me because I didn't see who he truly was. I was blind and let myself down. And I know it's not rational, but I still feel responsible. Like I can't trust myself anymore because I didn't see the signs that had to be there, which leads me to the third thing. I pressed send, but didn't wait for his reply. Me. What happened that night stole away my self-worth and my sexuality. For a while, I hated my body for being so weak and unable to fight back, but being in your arms last night reminded me I like being small because being comfortable by someone bigger, who I trust, is the best feeling in the world. I didn't just feel protected last night. I felt cherished. And it's been a very long time since I felt that. Me. Which leads me to the fourth thing. I think the thing that's holding me back the most from healing is accepting who I was before. I'm tiny compared to most people. I'm not the bravest, but I do like being with a man who treats me right. I suppose what I'm trying to say is, I like intimacy, I like sex, and for a very long time now, both those things have been tainted. I have a crush on you, and you have one on me. We both don't have expectations of where this is going, and I'll admit that I'm terribly attracted to you. This is so hard to write, but I want you, even if it's just one night. I want you to remind me how to let go and not be afraid of touch. I want to be free of these deliberating memories. So my totally brutally honest confession is, I want you to sleep with me.
Chapter 24. Xander. Favor from Hell. I'm fucked. Uh-oh. Now what? Colin laughed in my ear as I made an emergency call to him. He wasn't working today, and I didn't want to risk this conversation in the staff room where anyone might hear about my stalkerish ways. I sat in my car in the car park, unable to stop the knotting of my gut or the rush of absolute bone-breaking lust to drive like a maniac back home and drag Sailor into bed. She asked me to sleep with her. She what? He coughed and spluttered, as if he'd just taken a mouthful of something. She actually came out and said that. She texted him, but yes, those exact words. I want you to sleep with me. He sniffed something non-committal, as if weighing his words. Keep in mind, I'm not a psychologist, but from my work with patients trying to be normal when they have to face a new normal, they sometimes have to go backward to go forward. He paused, then said quietly, Do you know the full details of what happened that night? With a request for sex, to ask you to replace her ex, that means he must have tried to rape her. I yanked off my glasses and threw them onto the passenger seat. Yeah, he did. Well, shit. I'm sorry, man. Why the hell are you apologizing to me for? Because she's using you to heal. That's exactly what I signed up for. I groaned, and I hate that I'm betraying her trust by talking to you about it. Hate to say it, but if you didn't offload to me, you'd be headed for your own issues. You take on too much, Zan. You take people's pain personally, and you need to learn how to stop that. I didn't call to discuss me. What do I do? How do I help her without making her worse? I suppose you have to ask yourself how far you're willing to go. You're suggesting I do what she asks. Only if you're happy to fuck her back to health, knowing that one day she might be done having a masked stranger give her an orgasm and be ready to move on. Because that's what this is. She's treating you as temporary. She's asked you for a favor that most of us would never have the guts to ask for, all because she doesn't think you're real, not in the true sense of the word. So, I cut all contact then. I let X disappear and make her hate him. You could try to cultivate those feelings she has towards you as Xander, not X. She'll never look at me the same way. I dropped off that kitten this morning, and she almost bolted down the street to get away from me. I sagged in the driver's seat, my head about to split open. Plus, killing off X and making her respond to me as Xander would never work. What if I slip and give away the fact that I was X? The same guy who barged uninvited into her life, then left without a goodbye the moment she has the courage to ask for something she needs. Agonizing humor had me chuckling. Do you know I'm actually jealous of him? I'm jealous of myself. I'm so fucking jealous, Cole, that it's X who gets to comfort her and not me. Colin sucked in a breath. His tone turned stark and serious. You need to stop this. Right now. Not just for her sake, but your own. You can't sleep with her. We both know you suck at casual sex. You catch feelings, Anne, and you're already in way too deep as it is. I know all of that, but I don't want to stop helping her just because I'm the one struggling. Hanging my head, I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to rub away the indentations left behind by my glasses. I love the fact that she's healing enough to want to start speeding up the process. I love that she's brave enough to even want sex after what's happened. But just because she didn't recognize me last night doesn't mean she won't when I'm goddamn inside her. That would be rape, right? She's given consent to a man who's not who she thinks he is. Technically, I suppose it might be. But if you think about it, almost all of us hide parts of ourselves during those first initial times. We're all insecure and make up stories. It's only when we're comfortable that we drop the act. This is different than me fibbing that I like wine on a date instead of beer. If I tell the truth and she hates me even more, I have to move to Australia. Remember? Yeah, there is that. I laughed with every ache that had slowly been suffocating me. Even if I was prepared to do it, how would I? What am I supposed to do? Get naked with her but keep my mask on? Wait, I forgot to ask. You said you were with her last night. His voice turned cagey. Did you dye your hair and wear the contacts like I told you to? I did. I even pinched on that hideous eyebrow piercing. Wow, you did? That was just for shits and giggles. He chuckled, injecting some much-needed light-hearted energy into this very heavy conversation. Okay, so you were with her last night and she didn't recognize you. Interesting. Told you the Clark Kent effect was real. There's no way in hell I'd risk it without my mask. How long were you with her? 4 hours, I guess. Got there at 2, left at 6. But I crashed hard, Cole. The second she fell asleep on me, I was out cold thanks to being awake for so long. I don't know if she sneaked a peek while I was unconscious. I have no idea how I ended up wrapped around her. Maybe I did something inappropriate in my exhausted state. Maybe I touched her. Can you molest someone in your dreams by accident? I'd hardly call it molesting if she's asking you to sleep with her. This is fucking bad. I groaned and let my head fall back on the headrest. What do I type back? Wait, you haven't written back yet? Jesus, way to give the poor girl a complex. You're not exactly helping. Just tell me what I should do. He fell silent for a bit before huffing. No idea. It's your call how far you're willing to go. There's a big difference between messaging her as ex and sleeping with her as her hidden neighbor. Like you say, it could blow up big time. And I still think you shouldn't do it for your own mental health. I trembled and clutched my steering wheel. Exactly. There's no way I can do it. No way I can ever go that far. Then I guess you have your answer. Let her down as easy as you can. I hate to admit it, but maybe you're right and you should end it. Images of Sailor so freaking scared last night came to mind. All her rambling messages to distract herself from her fear. I didn't want her to live like that anymore. I wanted her to laugh and dance and be the flower fairy next door that always followed in Melody's footsteps. As much as I should, I can't walk away. I need to figure out a way to keep things platonic. Good luck with that. He cleared his throat. I'm about to head into the gym. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for helping me with this, Colin. Truly. Yeah, what are friends for? If one isn't used as an accessory to a stalker identity crime at least once in their friendship, can they truly say they were friends? I managed to laugh before I hung up and stared at the messages from Sailor. I couldn't stop reading that last line.
So, my totally brutally honest confession is, I want you to sleep with me.
The clinical part of my brain did its best to untangle the emotional part of my heart. If she was healing, it was natural to reclaim the parts of herself that were almost stolen. Sex was a part of her healing. I couldn't give it to her personally, but I could help in another way. The idea exploded without warning. Don't be ridiculous. You can't do that. It could backfire so bad, but not any worse than sleeping with her under a false identity. Snatching my glasses, I shoved them back on so I could see without the typical fuzz, and then went online shopping. With a groan, I slipped out of my car and stretched out the kinks in my spine. Luckily, I'd finished my shift and had been free to go home. No emergencies. No overtime. I couldn't remember being as exhausted as I had been the past few weeks. All I wanted was an ice-cold beer, some takeout, and to crash into oblivion on my lounger on the back deck. Only, I had to go and retrieve a cat from my neighbour, the same neighbour who asked me to sleep with her. I had to look her in the eyes and pretend I didn't know she was actively trying to move on. I had to lie to her face when all I wanted to do was drop to my knees and grant her every wish. Moving toward her driveway, I clutched my car keys. I needed a moment. 10 minutes to get my head on straight and not look as run over as I felt before I reclaimed the kitten. Striding toward my front door, I flinched as Sailor opened hers and waved. She waved. She approached me with the kitten in the crook of her arm, her eyes soft and tentatively happy instead of blank and strained. She was absolutely beautiful in a linen dress with spaghetti straps. The off-white material kissed her bare feet and hugged all her slender curves. The cat watched me smugly, as if knowing exactly where my mind had gone.
Hi,
She said softly. I almost fell flat on my face, my fingers strayed to my glasses, pushing them higher up my nose in case I was seeing things.
Did you have a good day at work, Xander?
I staggered a little. You're not calling me Alexander anymore. Hefting the kitten a little higher, she attempted a smile, but it still came out like a grimace.
It was rude of me to keep calling you by a name you have never gone by, even if it is technically your name. I guess I was using it to keep distance between us.
I needed to wash my ears out. What is happening? After decades of avoiding me, why was she suddenly talking to me? The back of my neck prickled. I raked a hand through my hair, needing to reboot my brain because she'd successfully short-circuited it. It's fine. You're a fool, Xander North. Her smile became genuine as she looked at the orange puffball in her arms.
I've fed him 3 times. He's a glutton. He's also made my pillow his bed and is a terrible helper in the kitchen. But he's frickin' adorable.
I held out my hand. Thanks so much for looking after him for the day. I'll take him back so you can get some rest.
Oh.
She tensed and stepped away. Her eyes flickered with tension as she dared look at me.
Are you still planning on dropping him off at the shelter?
I nodded. Not right now, seeing as it's Sunday night. But yes, tomorrow I'll take him. I have an afternoon shift, so I can do it in the morning.
Oh.
That word again. A sad little word full of unsaid things. I dropped my hand slowly. Is everything okay? Sniffing. She nodded and went to pass over the kitten.
Yes, of course. I'll have to grab all the food you gave me. Oh, and I named him.
My hand went back up, ready to scoop the tiny cat. I stepped into her. Goosebumps scattered down my arms, matching the flush hitting hers. I couldn't take my eyes off the fine hair on her forearms reacting the same way mine did. What did that mean? Goosebumps could be a fear response or reaction to pleasant stimuli. Was she seeing past the pain of Milton and remembering who I truly was? And why did that bring a spike of jealousy? Fuck, I couldn't catch a break. I was jealous of X when I was myself, and now I was jealous of myself because she was being nice to me over X. You're seriously screwed up, you know that. With a hitched breath, she closed the distance between us and placed the kitten into my hand. He was small enough to fit in just one palm. Our fingers brushed. She sucked in a breath. Her eyelashes flashed wide as our gazes snagged and the entire street fell away. Fireworks detonated in my bloodstream. Hellfire raced through my veins. I barely managed to stay standing as she gasped under her breath and wrenched her hand back, leaving me clutching the Cheeto-colored kitten.
His name is Penguin,
she said quietly, her voice wobbling as if she was near tears.
He had a long nap while I did some harvesting and housework, so he might be a bit bouncy later. I'll go get his food.
She spun on her bare feet and went to fly back to her house. I had no control as I reached out and snatched her wrist, wrenching her back to face me, my fingers wrapped tight, not letting her go. We both stopped breathing, her face filled with terror. My heart pounded with so many things, but I couldn't seem to release her. I couldn't stop my thumb from stroking over the bruises from another asshole's fingers. I couldn't prevent myself from stepping into her and drowning in her glittering blue eyes.
What?
With a feeble pull, She tried to get free, with white noise roaring in my ears. My synapses no longer fired, and I couldn't unwind my fingers. You're safe with me, Sailor. You have my absolute word. I will never, ever hurt you.
Then why are you holding me against my will?
Her voice finally bypassed whatever caveman urges had rendered me useless. I let her go so fast. Her arm swung to her side, and she stumbled backward. Sorry, I only meant... Adjusting my glasses, I looked down at the kitten, Penguin, in my hand. He pouted, his little whiskers singed and twisted. His green eyes not nearly as vibrant as before. He stared at Sailor like I did, wanting something that wasn't his. I pitied the little fellow. But just because I don't stand a chance doesn't mean... You know what? Clearing my throat, I held out the cat. I've had a really long day at the hospital. I'm going to crash early. Do you think you could look after him for one more night? Her eyes lit up far too quickly for her to hide the sudden spark of joy. Joy. Fucking hell. My heart shattered into pieces and then reformed in two parts with a jagged line down the center. It accepted its fate of being broken for the rest of my life, because I only wanted this woman, and even if she got over the triggers I caused, she'd never forgive me for being X.
You want me to keep him?
She stepped closer, her gaze locked on the cat.
I mean, I don't have any experience with animals. I might do something wrong.
By the way he's looking at you, I think you did everything right.
Really?
Her lips quirked in a self-conscious smile. It was too soon to suggest she keep him, but as her fingers came out to scoop the kitten from my palm, rewarding me with an electrical shock that arched right to my toes, I hoped she'd adopt him. I hoped the kitten had come to me for this exact purpose, not to find a life with me, but to fall madly in love with Sailor. I know the feeling, little buddy. The cat meowed as if it had been separated from her for years, before snuggling in the hollow spot of her collarbone. Sailor sighed heavily and closed her eyes. Hugging him back, the moment was so intimate. I squeezed the back of my neck and dropped my gaze. The suggestion that he'd already found his forever home danced on my tongue, but I didn't want to scare her off. Plus, coming over to collect him was a good excuse to see her again tomorrow. Why Penguin, by the way? I cleared my throat, forcing myself to smile like a normal person and not a crazy fool. For a second, she lost all fear of me and grinned.
I was throwing random words around, and he seemed to like it. I've already shortened it to Peng, though. The Gwyn is a bit of a mouthful.
What does Peng mean?
No idea. But he's Peng.
Cradling him, she backstepped toward her front door.
I'll keep him overnight for you. I hope you get some sleep, Xander. You work too hard.
Before I could reply, she spun and darted back inside.
Chapter 25. Sailor. Surprise in the letterbox. Me. I take back what I said before. It's obviously made you uncomfortable, and I'm sorry. Let's forget about it. I sat on the floor in the snug where I'd been watching a TV show on my tablet with Peng fast asleep on my lap. I should go to bed. It was late, and I'd officially done nothing all day but play with my new addiction known as the kitten. I'd barely been able to cook dinner without burning my chicken fillets, thanks to Peng bouncing around my countertops and batting at all the drying herbs. How embarrassing that I'd almost cried when I'd handed him back to Xander. How stupid could I be to become so attached in just a few hours? But having little Peng spend the night with me, having him knead my hair and purr, all those things were fast becoming my favourite things in the world. What am I going to do tomorrow when Xander comes to collect him? How early would he pop around? Was I really going to let him take Peng to the shelter? Are you really ready for a pet, though? something reliant on you for everything, something that will restrict your travel and other freedoms. I scoffed at myself. I never liked to travel, and what other freedoms? I successfully ensured I had none, but with Peng, I already felt braver about the world. The house cracking, as the old walls called from yet another hot summer day, didn't scare me nearly as much. I didn't feel as if I was being watched. I wasn't so afraid of being alone. Peng's head suddenly shot up. His little ears pricked toward the living room where the old box TV rested by the wall. The snug off to the side held a beaten-up tan couch and a low coffee table where we used to have Monopoly nights and Pops tried to teach me chess. It had always been one of my favourite rooms to spool and read or do a puzzle. Milton had preferred the living room to watch his sports. In a way, the snug was untainted, and the urge to rip out all the furniture and carpet in the living room had me itching for daylight to continue my renovation. Peng hissed just as the box TV sprang on. Hissing back was snow and white noise. I didn't jump this time. I didn't scream or have a panic attack. The TV wasn't Milton there to murder me. It was the conduit from the woman I loved most in the world. "Hey, Nana." I grinned and plucked Peng off my lap and held him out to the empty room. "Say hi to Peng." The kitten stopped hissing and cocked his head as if hearing something otherworldly. They did say that was why cats were always favoured in folklore. The many myths hinting that they could sense ghosts and demons. Stroking him, I murmured, "It's okay, little man. It's only Nana come to check on us." The TV kept blaring. It might start on its own, but it never turned off by itself. Sighing, I climbed to my feet and carried my little ginger ninja into the living room. His fur bristled, but he stopped growling. I flicked the old switch dial. There. Silence. The curtains rustled with no breeze. Warmth filled me instead of ice. It felt like Nana was checking on me, that she approved of the new freeloader living in her home. Kissing Peng on his head, I carried him into the kitchen for a final snack. My cell phone pinged as I placed him on the counter and filled up a saucer with some more formula. Already, he didn't feel as ribby, his fur not as coarse. Leaving him to slurp up his fifth and final meal of the day, I returned to the snug and grabbed my phone off the floor.
X, I didn't mean to leave it this long to reply. I'm sorry. That was cruel of me to leave you hanging on such a sensitive subject. I've tried to reply numerous times, but I keep failing on an appropriate response.
My heart kicked as I tapped the keyboard. Me. What response do you want to give me?
X, it doesn't matter what I want, but I will be honest and say I want you. I'd be a liar if I didn't. Falling asleep with you last night was one of the best experiences of my life, and we only hugged. I find you absolutely gorgeous. And of course I'd love to take you up on the offer, but...
Me. But...
X, I'm not going to take advantage of you.
Me. Even though I'm asking you to. Technically, I'm the one taking advantage of you.
X, as much as I want to, I can't, Laurie. Not yet.
My chest squeezed as if he'd strapped me into a corset. Me. Not yet.
X, I mean, shit. I didn't mean to type that last bit.
Me. I'm happy with not yet. I can wait. Before he could reply and deny that there was any chance between us, I changed the subject. Me. I'm thinking of adopting a stray kitten. Tell me why that's a bad idea and why I shouldn't do it.
X, I think that's a fabulous idea and you should definitely do it.
Me. Gee, thanks for being the voice of reason.
X, I am being the voice of reason. I'd love a pet myself if I had the time.
Me. You can come meet mine if you want. See if we're a suitable match. In fact, I'd love your opinion on whether I'm making the right choice. Maybe I'll make a terrible cat carer.
X, you won't. He'll already be in love with you. And I can't tonight. I'm away, remember? I'll be gone for a few days.
Me. Oh, Okay, have a safe trip.
X, I'll still be watching you.
Me. On the cameras you installed in my garden.
X, yes.
Me. What if I told you to take them down, as I don't want you watching me anymore?
X, then I'd respect your wishes and do what you asked.
I chewed the inside of my cheek. Damn you, X. Damn you for being such a gentleman. A stalker who was a gentleman. What an oxymoron. Me. Keep the cameras where they are. Message me tomorrow. Good night.
X. Sweet dreams, Laurie. XX.
Focusing on the 2 little kisses he sent, I accepted that was enough for now and went to retrieve my new best friend. And for the first time since coming back from the hospital, bruised and traumatized, I went to bed without panic, without memories, and slept with a tiny guardian on my pillow. Grabbing the oblong box that had been delivered into my gingerbread letterbox, I looked up just as Xander closed his front door and strolled toward me. 10 a.m. Far too early to claim the little beast who had captured my heart. Dressed in dark jeans and a white t-shirt, he'd traded his everyday glasses for sunglasses, and his rich red hair glittered with fire streaks under the already hot summer sunshine. My heart skittered in a totally different panic than usual. Strange that my fear where Xander was concerned now centered around wanting to keep Peng and not just the triggers Milton had instilled in me. Hugging the box, another gift from Lily most likely because I didn't order it, I braced myself not to run and lock the door. Good morning, Xander. He gave me his typical reserved smile. Not able to see his eyes, I couldn't judge if he'd caught up on sleep or if running a stray cat to the shelter annoyed him.
Morning, sailor.
He tipped his chin and stopped by my letterbox. His attention dropped to the package in my arms. 1 second, he stood loose with his hands by his sides. The next, he was as stiff as a tree with his fists clenched. Wow, what? A wash of anxiety cut through me. I backed up a step. Even though he promised he'd never hurt me, it still didn't stop the fight or flight from kicking in.
Maybe he'll take you like I did, slut. But you'd like that, wouldn't you? After all, you're begging masked men for a fuck. Why not let your nerdy neighbour have a turn?
Trembling, I did my best to shut out Milton's horrible voice. Xander swallowed hard and cleared his throat.
A present from someone?
I frowned and looked at the box I clutched like a rubber ring, all while drowning in a sea of anxiety. It'll probably be from Lily. We randomly send each other things now and again. I hefted it. Haven't bought anything online for a while, so it has to be her. It could be from X. The tiny thought appeared and grew louder. He dropped a phone into my letterbox. Would he send another parcel? Curiosity itched to dash inside to check, but I stood my ground and prepared to deliver the speech I'd practiced in front of the bathroom mirror. Xander,
So, sailor,
We both laughed awkwardly as we spoke over one another.
Sorry, you go.
He unclenched his fist and waved politely.
What did you want to say?
Standing as tall as I could, I forced out, Do you mind if I keep Peng for another few days? I have a friend popping round to meet him. I might be interested in adopting him. His smile didn't change, almost as if he knew this would happen. Had that been his evil plan all along? Was Peng a stray or some carefully planned gift? Why would my neighbour give me a gift? Because he knows you. He knows you're all alone. He knows you're not coping. He's a doctor, and it's probably in the healing handbook. Isn't that why people have service dogs? Shaking my inner thoughts away, I went to say something else, but Xana said quietly,
It means hot or good looking, by the way.
What does?
Peng.
He grinned.
Your new cat's name. I did a Google search to see if it meant anything. It means attractive or excellent in Chinese. So, you better grow out at the ugly kitten stage and become the most stunning orange cat on the street, or he's living a false identity.
Oh, I returned his smile. Geez, we can't have that. Lying about one's identity would alert the neighbourhood watch. He flinched, but covered it with another smirk.
And of course you can keep him. Keep him however long you want. He isn't mine.
He leaned a little closer.
If I'm honest, I feel like he used me to get to you.
He tugged off his sunglasses, pinning me with his violently green eyes.
Not that I blame him.
Once again, a tsunami of goosebumps covered me head to toe like they did yesterday. I hadn't been able to tell if it was fear or attraction yesterday, but today, I stumbled in shock to find my heartbeat a little faster. My skin flushed a little hotter. How had I never seen just how gorgeous he was? If Peng meant attractive, well, Xander was Peng with a capital P. Oh my goodness, Law, do you hear yourself? How did my libido suddenly spring from death's door and now crushed on all the boys? What was I thinking, ogling Xander in that way? For a quick second, I felt guilty. What would X think? But did it matter what he thought? We had no understanding. We weren't dating. We weren't even technically friends. And Xander had been in my life for, well, all of it. He didn't count. He might not turn you down if you asked him for sex. X said no, remember? My cheeks burned with embarrassment. Backpedaling, I tripped, managed to somehow stay upright, then practically sprinted to my front door. Sorry, forgot the oven is on. Bye. Diving inside, I slammed the door and rested against it. Peng came trotting toward me from the kitchen, his little meow curious and almost judgy. Don't look at me like that, I warned, scooping him up one-handed. My legs trembled a little as I plopped the kitten and the parcel on the dining room table. I certainly wasn't looking at Xander like that. Peng sniffed the box while I went to get some scissors. I rubbed my chest as another wash of prickles infected my heart. I still felt guilty, but, at the same time, a little less trapped. For the first time since Milton beat me, I was able to look at Xander without feeling phantom kicks, punches to my face, or my hair ripped out. I saw him as his own person and not the catalyst for my attempted murder. And I was grateful. I could ignore the parts where he unwittingly made my system flare with need and the fact that my sexuality seemed to be waking up. I could also work on not shutting myself off so I could move on from this and be happy again. Any ideas what Lily could have sent? I smirked as I placed the scissors on top of the box and snapped a photo with Peng still sniffing a corner. Sending the pic to Lily, I typed, "Me, you didn't have to send me anything, but thank you for being such a great bestie." She called me almost instantly. Hey, how's my little moonbeam doing today? I laughed and tapped my phone on my shoulder so I could talk while slicing through the tape on the box. I'm doing better, actually. You definitely sound better, she clucked her tongue. However, I can't claim credit because I didn't send you anything. So it's from X. Lily's voice echoed in my ear. Please tell me why there's a manky-looking kitten on your table. I scratched Peng under his chin. Don't call my cat manky. Hold up. Your cat! Opening the parcel, but not retrieving the item inside, I put down the scissors and sat in one of the chairs. He's a rescue. Xander found him. He asked me to look after him when he had to go to work, and now I'm thinking of adopting him. I sighed with aching affection as Peng jumped off the table and plopped into my lap with a purr. We literally spoke yesterday morning, yet so much has happened. A crunch sounded as if Lily bit into something. Tell me everything. And don't think I didn't hear you call your hot-as-sin neighbour Xander. You've never done that before. It's always been Alexander this and Alexander that. I always knew what you were doing. I frowned. What was I doing? Keeping you a distance? You're right. I told him that too. Yesterday, when he came to collect Peng to take him to the shelter, I apologised for using a name that he doesn't go by. Wait. You told him that you actively tried keeping distance between you. Yep, like I told you, progress. I don't want to live the way I have been anymore. I'm ready to heal. And it's all thanks to this magical little kitten. A kitten that you've called, what was it, Pang? It's technically Penguin, but it's been shortened. He's going to grow up to be the biggest, most beautiful ginger cat on the block. Who are you and what did you do with my friend? I'm the new and improved version. I like all versions, but I'm warning you, you better not get any more cats. You're single and live alone. I can see how this could escalate to you becoming the local weirdo with a million pussies. Another giggle escaped, feeling so free, so like the old me. Noted. No more pussies. You don't need more. You barely use the one you have now. Oh my God, Lily. I burst out laughing, just like I used to when she made inappropriate jokes in class. You can't talk. I bet yours is covered in cobwebs and has a haunted sign. Actually, it met someone with fixer-upper potential. You met someone? I sat up straight, scaring Peng a little. Tell me everything and stop talking about your lady parts in the third person. Where did you meet him? How? When? What's his name? Geez, hold the interrogation, she chuckled. His name is Aubrey. We met at an open home. He's divorced and not looking for anything serious, but he's a builder by trade, and we got talking about my development, and he offered to help draw up the plans I need to lodge with the council, so... Oh, wow. I feel like I'm about to be replaced as number one in your life. Never, she giggled. Never ever. You're stuck with me. Now, seeing as I didn't send you a gift, I'm curious. What is it? Who's it from? Have you opened it yet? Standing, I placed Peng back on the table and dragged the box a little closer. Not yet. Should I see what's inside? Tell me, tell me. My smile fell as common sense came rushing back. If it is from X, do you really want her to know? I couldn't tell her. He was the only thing I'd ever kept secret from her. If she asked me point blank if I still talk to him, I'd fail at lying. You know what? I might open it later. You what? She screeched dramatically. No way. How can you wait to open a present? You truly are a weirdo. Open it. Maybe it's from your sexy neighbour. He might have been waiting this entire time for you to call him by his real name to finally ask you out. I shivered. Don't be ridiculous. Xander's glowing green eyes shot to mind. The way he'd stiffened as he looked at the box in my arms. His sudden wariness followed by a smile that said so much and so little. If you don't open it, I'm going over there and doing it myself. Fine, fine. I sighed heavily, hating that I'd backed myself into a corner. Hang on. Pulling out layers of bubble wrap, I found a sleek black box at the bottom. Snagging it, I placed it on the tabletop, then fumbled one-handedly with the bronze clasp. What is it? Patience, patience. I flipped the lid open. I squeaked and almost dropped my phone. Sales? Lily asked. Sales, what is it? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. My heart skipped as I plucked the typed card sitting boldly on the top of a sparkly silver dildo. It looked sleek and stylish, but femininely erotic with ribbed lines all the way to the bottom. Touching it hesitantly, I sucked in another breath at the coolness of it. Not silicone, but something hard. Glass, perhaps, or crystal? You're scaring me, Sales. What is it? It's not something from Milton, is it? His name didn't hurt me like usual. Pen couldn't distract me as he battered at the bubble wrap I'd pulled from the box. The only thing I saw was the scripted lines on the note. I can't be with you in the way you asked me to be, but I promise to help you heal. This is for you, to heal. Think of me when you use it. Love, X. Sailor, talk to me right now, woman. Slamming the box closed, I forced a laugh and did my best to lie. Sorry, I was just reading the card. It's nothing, Lils. Just a gift basket with some care items, that's all. Care items? Her voice bristled with suspicion. Like what? You know, like face creams and bath bombs and stuff. What friend would send you something like that, knowing that you make those for a living? Shit. Why do I suck so badly at lying? Not a close one, obviously. Look, I have to go. I totally forgot I was steeping some cinnamon sticks for a new natural deodorant recipe. I can't leave them in too long. Bye. Don't you dare hang up on me. Something is going on with you. We'll catch up soon, I promise. I hung up. I collapsed back in my chair and ran my finger over the note. He bought me a dildo. I scowled at Peng. The idiotic man bought me a sex toy, all because he refuses to have sex with me himself. I don't know if I should be offended or impressed that he figured out how to outsource the task. Peng me out and chinned the box. Almost as if his ears were burning, my other phone pinged with a message from X.
X, I saw on the camera that you spoke to your neighbour and retrieved a parcel from your letterbox. How did both of those things go?
As if you don't know. I rolled my eyes, my thumbs hovering over the screen. Me. Seeing my neighbour was fine. I'm getting better each time we meet. But I don't know how to feel about what you bought me.
X, it's the first time I've ordered something like that. Did I buy the wrong one? I can always send another.
Me. No, don't do that. Don't send anything else, it's fine.
X. Uh-oh. Fine isn't what I was going for. If it won't work for you, then tell me what you like, and I'll make sure to deliver it.
My heartbeat went crazy. Did he see what he wrote? The suggestiveness of such a message. The temptation to reply with less than innocent remarks itched my fingers. Don't, Law. Don't you dare. I sniffed. Why shouldn't I? If we were on such personal terms that he felt comfortable sending me a pleasure wand, well then, I was comfortable enough being honest with what I liked. Pity that I'm not entirely sure. Then again, if I do go full truth, he might never see me again. I winced in Peng's direction. What should I do, kitty cat? He meowed and nose-bopped my phone, causing a couple of random letters to appear. Yeah, I think so too. He started this. He probably thinks I'm some timid wallflower who needs a big, strong man in the dark to protect her. Peng gave me a wide-eyed look. I scowled. I mean, sure, at the moment he's not wrong. But I wasn't always like this. Before Milton, I was pretty scandalous, you know. I like flirting. I like being adventurous. Doesn't matter that I'd never found anyone to fully scratch my itch, if you know what I mean. But I think it's time I start remembering that I was brave enough to try. Don't you? He yawned and sat down, licking his flank as if bored. Sucking a breath, I typed a message. Freaked out, went to delete it, then pressed send. Me. You want to know what I like? All right then. Under the banner of our honesty clause, I'll tell you. What do I like? I'm not sure, as I haven't found it yet. But I can tell you what I fantasize about. I like the thought of a man who can take charge, but also take instruction. I like the thought of a man who knows how to use his fingers. I like the thought of feeling so safe that I'd have no problem surrendering to him. Think your sex toy can deliver that? I shivered in my chair, my pulse hectic as X took his sweet time replying. I jolted when my phone finally vibrated.
X, why are those fantasies and not first-hand knowledge?
Me. Oh, you're really asking the tough questions today. You're determined to strip me down to the painful truth, aren't you?
X, are you avoiding the question?
Me. Nope, I'll tell you. I've told you everything else so far, so what's a little more embarrassment? I only have fantasies because no one has ever delivered. Is that bold enough for you?
X, you're saying you've never had an orgasm with someone?
Me. Nope, never. I hoped you'd be up for the challenge, but alas, you turned me down.
X, Laurie, fuck. Are you trying to get me in trouble at work?
Me. How am I getting you in trouble? His reply took a while. Nerves crept down my spine. Perhaps I'd gone too far. This sort of talk wasn't right between two people who barely knew each other. I still don't know his name, yet I'm confessing I've never had an orgasm with a man before. Good grief, I really did need help.
X, have you orgasmed by yourself at least?
His question caught me off guard. I'd wanted to know how he was struggling at work, but he directed the questioning back to me. Sneaky, annoying man. Me. Yes, but it's not easy.
X, Will what I sent do the trick?
Me. I'm not sure.
X. Would you try it for me?
I froze. I reread his message again and again, and before I could move, he sent another.
X. My dose of honesty for the day is... The thought of you using something I bought for you makes me insanely hard. I feel sick for even writing that. I feel as if I'm taking advantage of you when you're still healing. But if you're up for it, and it doesn't push you into dark places, I want you to use my gift and tell me how it goes, in as little or as much detail as you want.
Oh God. My lungs stopped working as I forced trembling fingers to type. Me. I'm surprised you didn't ask for video footage. You like cameras after all.
X. Are you insinuating that I have a camera in your bedroom?
Me. Wait. Do you?
X. What? Of course not.
I smirked, enjoying making him uncomfortable for a change. Before he could reply, I committed to making him squirm. Me. Do you want to? Radio silence. No reply. No phone chirp. Before, his silence would have set my panic off, wondering if I'd gone too far or stepped over too many lines. But he'd erased those lines the moment he brought me a dildo. Turning off the screen, I scooped up my kitten, the sparkly erotic toy, and strolled into the garden. If he liked watching me so much, so be it. I'd put on a show for him in the only place he could watch.
Chapter 26. Xander. She's going to kill me. I stood in an empty private ward, glaring at my phone as Sailor triggered my camera sensors. Still dressed in her linen shift from this morning, she gleamed like a fallen star in the sun as she placed Peng down and made a delicious, blatant display of stretching. In her left hand, something extremely phallus-like glimmered with silver. It looked almost identical to the image I'd chosen online. It had taken me ages to settle on that one. Heavy glass, designed to be classy and pleasurable, according to the website. I'd looked at a terrifying range of silicone penises and devices with vibrating rabbit ticklers, pearl beads, and 1,000 different settings. Thanks to working in the medical industry, I'd heard one too many stories of silicone allergies. However, if Sailor found it hard to reach that critical point, perhaps I should have gotten her something that stimulated everything all at once at an intensity that would leave her screaming. Do you hear yourself? These were not the usual thoughts of a man who didn't even have a girlfriend. I'd also never confessed that I'd almost had a wet dream last night. I'd been the one to use that glass toy on her. She'd definitely found that pinnacle. And I'd woken just as the first ripples of release quaked through me. There'd been nothing I could do to stop it, and I'd flushed with guilt that I'd gotten off to fantasies of my neighbor, the girl who had no idea how I felt about her. Fuck's sake, stop it! Cursing my hard-on that she'd caused with her messages, I glowered at my phone as the cameras recorded her lifting her arms over her head. She arched her back, hinting she wasn't wearing a bra. The thin material of her dress clung to her in ways that should be illegal. Gathering her long, sandy blonde hair into a ponytail, she rolled her neck, then trailed her hands down her body, using the toy to torment me. The damn dildo followed her curves, touching everything I wanted to. Christ, you're going to kill me, I groaned. Even if an earthquake hit the hospital, I wouldn't be able to move. I couldn't look away as she bent over, grabbed the hem of her long dress, and hoisted it up to her thighs. Rolling the excess material, she didn't stop until she somehow turns the floor-length skirt into something scandalously short. Her long, lean legs flashed far too bare. The fading bruises were still visible, thanks to her pale skin. Peng wound himself round her ankle, and she smiled so freely, so prettily. She sucker-punched me right in the heart. Staggering against the wall, I could only watch as she sat down cross-legged on the grass and looked around the flower beds and fruit trees, as if searching for a glint of a camera lens. And then she leaned back until she sprawled on the soft greenery. She arched her back as if someone ran their fingertips along her cleavage and held up the glass phallus as if she was going to use it. She wouldn't, would she? Not there. Not in broad daylight. Slowly, sensually, she dropped her fingertips to her upper thigh, where she'd rucked her skirt high enough to flash her pink underwear. Lust exploded through me. Longing clenched my middle as she dragged the glass toy down and down her body. Jesus Christ! A growl escaped me as a gush of overwhelming possession erupted. For a second, she blinded me with black desire, then drowned me in animalistic rage. Anyone could see her. Sure, her fences were high, and her garden was overgrown, but what the hell was she thinking? Gritting my teeth, I closed the camera footage and accessed our message thread. X, stop that. Immediately. Splitting my screen into two functions, one window with the text bubble and the other with the video feed, I wanted to punch something. I wanted to break every speed limit to go to her, to leap the fence, to pounce on her, to be the one and only man who ever brought her to an orgasm. A vicious throb arrowed right between my legs as images of touching her, fingering her, licking her. Fuck, Sailor. You have no idea what you're doing to me. On the video footage, she paused, dropping the dildo onto her lower belly. She held up her phone with both hands, shielding her face from the sun with it. My own phone vibrated.
Laurie, come and make me.
I almost buckled in half with how hot and hard and agonizing my entire body became. How had everything turned sexual? Come. Yes, please. Make her come. God, it'd be an honor. Get a grip, Zan. This wasn't rational behavior. Sailor had never been like this. Perhaps she'd finally snapped, and what I was watching was a woman having a breakdown, not a woman reclaiming her sexuality. I should call Dr. Culp and have her make a house call. A little voice in the back of my head hissed that all of that could be true, but I had no authority to say what Sailor had been like before. Despite our family's fondness for each other, we'd hardly ever spoken. There'd always been a wall of politeness between us. I might have seen her grow up, but I didn't know a thing about her. I didn't know her favorite food or favorite TV show, or even how someone as brave and sweet and gorgeous as her had ended up with a murdering bastard like Milton. My phone buzzed again.
Laurie, are you really away for work?
I sighed in relief as she slowly sat up, removed the dildo from her stomach, and tucked her hair behind her ears in a familiar, innocent gesture. Peng immediately crawled all over her, sliding off her bare legs and no doubt leaving little claw marks amongst her bruises. I groaned and yanked my glasses off. Digging my fingers into my eyes, I cursed myself to hell. I told her X was away to put distance between my schedule and my alter ego. I needed her to keep seeing us as two separate people, because after her thawing toward me in person, it only added to my terror that she'd one day look at me, see straight through the disguise, and call the police. Christ, if she ever called the police on me again, I wouldn't just be done for stalking. I'd be done for sexual harassment and lewd behavior. Our texts would be all the evidence they need to send me straight to jail. Me. I am, and I'm not comfortable with you putting yourself in danger. I know you're mad at me, but please go back inside, or at least lower your dress. On the video, she stood, placed the dildo inside on the kitchen bench, and headed toward the veggie patch. Peng bounced alongside her as she unhitched her dress and let it cascade to her ankles. Every inch of me clenched. I somehow found watching her cover up just as erotic as watching her expose herself. Maybe more so, because it seemed so intimate. She'd done that for me. She'd listened and obeyed, and I should not have this reaction. I was not that type of guy. I didn't get off on bossing women around, outside or inside the bedroom. I wanted a partnership, a friendship, a forever after. Yet, the mere idea of having her drop to her knees because I asked her to, I bit my fist and whacked the back of my head against the wall. She is your neighbor. She is suffering from trauma. She is not kneeling for anyone. Dropping to her haunches by a spinach plant, she plucked off a few leaves. She laughed a little as Peng leaped into the overgrown beds, attacking a row of beans strung up with string. Already those two were inseparable. I couldn't picture her without him now. My fingers shook as I texted her again. Me, it seems my role as your protector has been taken by something orange and fluffy. She continued to fill a small basket with greenery and a couple of carrots before standing upright. Sighing, she pulled her phone from a dress pocket and scanned my last message. She didn't move for a while, then glanced around the garden, most likely still searching for my cameras. At least those weren't on her property. I hadn't technically broken any law with them. Then again, some rule probably stated a neighbor couldn't use his own security system to spy on someone else. She let Peng run amok in her veggie garden as she tapped her phone. Mine finally chirped.
Laurie, he's definitely keeping the nightmares at bay. Have a good work trip. Thanks for the gift.
Dumping her phone in her harvesting basket, she marched up the 2 steps of her back deck. I blinked at her cool tone. My heart twisted. I'd handled that wrong, didn't I? Had I made her self-conscious? What was I supposed to do? Leave my shift and go over there? Haul her over my shoulder and carry her to bed? To hell with her mental health and all the consequences. No way. I was doing this for her, not for me. I'd bought her a masturbation aid so she could reclaim the pieces she said she needed to claim by herself. No man required. It wasn't up to me to give that back to her. She had to take it back for herself. So why did I feel so wretched? Why did an icy emptiness creep through me as all signs of the sexy tease who'd lain in the grass stiffened into shyness as she darted inside? I wished I had a camera in her kitchen. I wished I had audio to make sure she was okay. I wished I could go over there. But I'd doubled down on my lie that I was away and now had to keep my distance. Shit. Turning off my phone, I jammed my glasses back into place and stalked from the ward. 11 p.m. Another long day from hell, thanks to a couple of emergencies, and a surgery complication by the trainee anaesthetist. Luckily, it had all been handled, but now I was exhausted and in desperate need of a shower, food, and sleep. At least I'd sent X on a trip, so I wouldn't have to go over to Sailor's house in the middle of the night like the last time I'd pulled a long stint. And if she has another nightmare, what are you going to do? Not go? Scratching my 5 o'clock shadow that had grown in, I pushed that question away. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to leave her alone if she had another setback. I'd go to her and make up some excuse of coming home early. But right now, as Xander, I was free from responsibilities. So why did my feet change direction and head towards Sailor's front door instead of mine? Why did I knock where most people would be in bed? I stood with my heart drumming, waiting for her to open the door. I forced my exhausted brain to come up with an excuse as to why I'd found myself on her doorstep. I'd ask about Peng. I'd discuss the bloody weather if it came down to it. I just had to see her in person, after her performance in the garden and cold shower via text. 2 minutes passed, and her door remained stubbornly closed. Checking my phone to make sure she hadn't messaged me as ex, I knocked again, and waited, and waited. And when it became awkward and weird, especially to anyone peering at me behind their curtains, I turned, jammed my hands into my slacks pockets, and stalked back to my place.
Chapter 27. Sailor. Imprisoned by orgasms. Funny how humans were weird. For most of the day, I almost felt like my normal self. I made a nice summery dinner with a fresh garden salad and chicken Kiev from the freezer. I used some scrap material from my market stall decorations and sewed a few toys for Peng to wallop around the house. I surfed online for concepts of a country-inspired but modern living room to prepare for the next stage of my renovation. I even managed to turn off all the lights and walk up the stairs like a normal person instead of bolting up them like I was escaping the realms of hell. I'd heard someone knock on the front door around 11, but I'd already curled up in bed and the shadows slowly switched from soft and harmonious to sharp and murderous. I didn't want to go back into that slippery, depressive place, so I stayed put. Besides, the only person who would visit this late, without just sneaking inside because he knew where I kept my spare key, was Xander, and I wasn't really in the mood to make small talk with him. If I was honest, I was depleted and low, and every part of me ached as if I'd attempted too much, believed I was cured too soon, and now I needed to recharge away from masked guardians and considerate doctors. Peng snuffled in his sleep on my pillow. Lowering my e-book reader, I sighed in the gloom. I deliberately left my bedside lamp off, reading by the light of my backlit e-ink. I didn't want the shadows to torment me, but they did anyway. The typical end-of-day cracking and creaking as the house cooled down seemed extra loud, interrupting my ability to concentrate on a single sentence. God, what had I been thinking earlier today? I'd been far too coy and crass, hoisting up my dress like that and waving that dildo around. My cheeks burned in shame. I'd pushed myself to my limit and wouldn't have gone any further. Thank goodness X texted at the perfect time because I was seconds away from stopping anyway. At least it looked like I obeyed him instead of ran out of courage. I might be craving reckless things to get over the weakness inside me, but I drew the line at masturbating in full daylight in Nana's garden. I shivered at the thought of what I must have looked like on his cameras. Had I turned him on? Annoyed him? Angered him? He hadn't texted me back, and I hadn't wanted to reach out. I didn't want to tell him that I was thinking of obeying his other request. I want you to use my gift and tell me how it goes, in as little or as much detail as you want. Lowering my e-book, I glanced at the glass toy resting beside me. I'd washed and disinfected it, and it had been resting on my covers like a tombstone for hours, waiting for me to get up the courage to see if I could eradicate Milton's monstrosity. Turning my head, I looked at Peng, fast asleep on my pillow. He looked so comfy and cozy. I didn't have the heart to move him from the room, but I also didn't think I would be able to attempt an orgasm with him close by. Just the thought of touching myself in that way when the last person to touch me had tried to kill me made my lungs grow tight and pulse skyrocket. Forget it. It didn't have to be tonight. I could wait. I don't have to. Gritting my teeth, I stopped those thoughts. Sure, I could put it off. Sure, I didn't need to do it. But I knew in the depth of my soul, this was the first trigger I had to overcome. This wasn't about pleasure. It was drastic medicine in order to reclaim myself. With a heavy exhale, I slipped from the bed and snatched the glass dildo. I used to have my own toy until Milton found it and threw it out. He actually cried when I asked him why he'd thrown away something that belonged to me. Going full on with the dramatics, claiming it challenged his masculinity if I self-pleasured, and it was up to him to give me all my orgasms. Not that he'd ever given me one. After his tears, I'd attempted to be understanding and open to trying, hoping we could communicate a little more and find a way to patch up the holes beginning to show in our relationship. However, my resentment slowly grew at the lackluster sex we did have turned more and more one-sided. His half-hearted attempts at making me finish had me recoiling so much, I faked a release just to get him off me. Once again, shame pounced. I felt stupidly to blame for the slow breakdown of our relationship, even though I knew in my heart no one should have to put up with the passive-aggressive narcissistic behaviour like he'd trapped me with. He'd wrapped his words and mood swings around me so well that I couldn't see he was boiling me alive until the water was too hot and he strangled me. Enough! Let's get this over with. Shoving my shoulders back, I padded in my blue satin nightdress into the room that used to be mine. My bed sat in a puddle of starlight, encased by all of Nana's old furniture that I'd moved in here while painting hers. Wriggling past her dresser and clambering over a few boxes of her belongings that I needed to donate to Goodwill, I slipped into bed, pulled the covers up to my chin, and clutched the dildo. You can do this. Don't think. Don't let your mind get in the way. A teeny tiny orgasm, and you'll be free. Nodding along to my pep talk, I slowly hitched up my nightgown and wriggled deeper into the bed. My breathing ratcheted as I spread my legs, angled the toy X brought me, and cursed the tears that welled, spilled, and rolled hotly down my cheeks.
Chapter 28. Xander. Stranger danger. I bolted upright in bed, blinking in the dark. I froze. What woke me? What had I heard? Adrenaline ensured I was ready to fight an intruder or leap from a burning building. Fumbling with my bedside light, I scanned the industrial loft feel of my bedroom. Nothing had fallen. Sailor wasn't screaming. No wind or rain or thunder. So what? Something howled, tiny and miserable. What on earth? Slipping from my sheets, I plucked my glasses from the table and padded in my boxer briefs downstairs. I didn't bother turning on any lights, knowing the corners to avoid, and managing to get to the back door in the conservatory without stubbing a toe. The howling came again, interspersed with a sad little meow. Unlocking the door, I swung it wide and peered into the cloud-covered garden. No starlight or moonlight, everything was hazy with mist. Something warm and tiny bumped against my bare ankle, wrenching my gaze down. Penguin! Bending over, I scooped him from the deck and held him up. How did you get out here? He meowed again, his eyes dull and tail tucked. He looked lost and alone, and panic shot through me. Sailor. What happened to Sailor, Peng? Holding him tight in one hand, I glowered at him as if he could tell me everything. Where is she? He meowed and hung his head. Is she in danger? Clutching him close, I bolted over the grass to the fence palings, then froze. If I went over there as Xander, in my boxer shorts no less, I might do more harm than good if she was having another nightmare. But if I took the time to go as X, could I afford the 10 minutes? Fuck it, no time for hair dye and contacts. Peng squirmed and meowed as if he agreed with me. Racing back the way I came, I scaled the deck steps and careened into the kitchen, where I grabbed my motorcycle scarf and black baseball cap. Dumping Peng on the sideboard where my keys and mail lived, I quickly yanked both on, left my glasses on the countertop, raided the laundry rack holding a pair of black sweats and a t-shirt, and dressed as fast as I could. Once decent and disguised, I scooped up the little kitten and ran out of my house without locking up. The fence palings tried to snag me again. Peng whimpered as I squished him a little too hard. I raced over Sailor's lawn, then plopped him onto his tiny paws to push up the lavender pot, claim the spare key, and unlock her back door. Nothing. No scream. No cries. Where is she? My legs ached to chase through every room and find her, but I couldn't leave Peng outside. Replacing the key back under the pot, I grabbed the kitten and dumped him on the floor in the dining room. The kitchen window was open, hinting that was his escape route. Closing it, I spied a saucer with some leftover food and shoved it under his nose. Eat. I'll come check on you once I know your mistress is okay. Leaving him to munch, I marched through the house. As familiar with this floor plan as I was with my own, I didn't find her on the bottom level. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, I charged down the corridor and into Melody's old bedroom. I'd almost slipped the last time I was here and praised Sailor's wallpaper choice. It had modernized the room a lot from the pale lemon lace that Melody had favored. But the door was open, the bed empty. My heart went berserk. Sailor! Where the hell is she? Striding back the way I came, I arrowed to the bathroom across the hall. Just as empty. Fuck. X knows her as Laurie, you idiot. Laurie. No reply. Answer me. It's, X. Wow, you're on a roll tonight. Swinging open the study door, I peered through the shadows of stacked furniture, looking like abandoned soldiers in the dark. The only other door was Sailor's old bedroom. With my heart in my mouth, I swung the door open and peered into the blackness. A sniffle made my chest clench. Shoving my way past a dresser and almost tripping over a tower of boxes, I managed to navigate the room enough to reach the bed tucked up against the wall. The window where I used to watch her let in just enough light to find her buried beneath a mountain of covers. She stiffened into a tight ball as I slowly sat on the edge of the mattress. She trembled so hard the entire framework shuddered as I tugged part of the sheets away, revealing her sodden, tear-streaked face. A dagger cut right through my vital organs. Hey, it's okay. I'm here. You're safe. I didn't know if she was still trapped in whatever nightmare made her cry, or she still held a grudge toward me for buying her a dildo, but she curled up even tighter and buried her face in her pillow. I had no idea what I should do. Comfort her? Leave her? Am I making this worse or better? I could ask, but I doubted she'd give me an honest answer. I just had to hope we had enough of a connection and trust that I wasn't severely messing her up. Forgive me if I'm doing this wrong. Pushing her toward the window, leaving some space on this side of the bed, I brushed off the grass stuck to my bare feet, then swung myself into horizontal position behind her. The second I wound my arm around her middle and tugged her into me, spooning her like we had the other night, she went terribly quiet. It's just me. I whispered into her ear, pressing the softest kiss on her cheek. My mask absorbed the kiss, pissing me off that I couldn't taste her skin. Just me. It took a while. It took an eternity, but slowly, the stone in her bones thawed, and she unraveled her tiny ball just enough for me to scoot her a little closer and hug her a little tighter.
X?
Her voice hitched with silent tears.
What are you doing here? I thought you were away for work.
All kinds of lies came to mind. I was let off early. I came back quicker than I planned. I couldn't say any of them. All I could say was the truth. I missed you. She sniffed and shook her head.
But how did you know I needed you? I haven't been outside tonight. You don't have cameras inside.
She groaned as fresh tears wobbled her voice.
Please tell me you didn't lie and truly do have cameras inside.
I don't. I kissed her hairline. I would never.
Then how?
This question I did have to lie about, and I had no idea how to be convincing. I came to check on you. Your cat was caterwauling. I figured you hadn't locked him outside on purpose, so something might be wrong. Nuzzling her neck, I breathed. I used your key to get in, but I can go if you want, now that I know you're okay. Sucking in a breath, she stiffened again. I waited a few seconds before whispering, You're not okay, are you? She turned to stone again before finally shaking her head.
No, I don't think I am.
Wrapping my arms even tighter around her, I didn't care I might be bruising something. I needed her to feel the sincerity of my feelings, The truth of just how hard I'd fallen, even if she had no idea who I was. "Do you want to talk about it?" She scoffed with a sob.
Not really.
"That's fine. You don't have to."
I tried the gift you bought me.
It was my turn to freeze. I didn't say a word, just in case I interrupted whatever she needed to say. Resting my chin on her head, I claimed one of her hands under the blanket and brought it to her stomach. Running my thumb over her knuckles, I just waited.
I've never been good at that sort of thing.
Tears escaped and poured freely.
That's not true. I used to be able to, you know. But when Milton found my vibrator and said it undermined him as a man, he forbade me from ever doing it again.
My jaw clenched. I had a few choice words to say about that bastard, but I held my tongue.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know how I didn't see the type of man he was before it was too late. I don't know how I allowed him to chip me away, piece by piece. And I don't know how to glue myself back together again.
Her tears cut her off. Nuzzling behind her ear, I cursed my damn mask as I kissed her fluttering pulse point and waited.
I thought I'd made a significant improvement today. I was happy for the first time in ever so long. Peng has done wonders for my mental health. Just having something to talk to be with. I wasn't aware how much I needed that, but...
She shifted in my arms, not trying to get away, but to slot even closer against me. I made space for her. Dropping my legs a little, I slid her back until my hips were firmly lodged against her ass. I wasn't hard. How could I be, when the woman I wanted was in tears because another man had hurt her? But I wasn't shy about letting her feel me. Feel our size difference, our power imbalance. And then I loosened my arms, telling her without words that she could escape if she wanted to. That I held her this fiercely because I wanted to protect her, not dominate her, and every single moment of this was her choice. Exhaling with a watery breath, she clutched my hand and tugged me. I understood her request and returned to squeezing the hell out of her. With her trapped in my embrace, she spoke again, hitched and hesitantly.
I used your gift. It was hard at first, so hard to get past those memories. But then it got a little easier, and I thought, okay, maybe I'm not as broken as I feared. But the minute I got anywhere near potentially coming, I...
Her voice shattered into sobs. Her grief tore me apart. Rocking her, I pressed my forehead against her shoulder and held her while she broke. I didn't know how much time passed, but eventually her sobs turned to hiccups and the doctor in me wanted to grab her a glass of water to rehydrate and perhaps some antacids for the churning in her stomach. But she hooked her foot around my ankle, ensuring I couldn't go anywhere without some serious untangling.
X.
I sighed heavily. Yeah.
Why are you here?
I had no strength left to fake anything. Because I hate that you're hurting, and I can't make it better. There's no pill I can prescribe, no surgery I can perform, only time. And that made my skills as a healer utterly useless. She went quiet, but not the quiet I'd grown used to. This one was prickly and poised with anticipation. What? I whispered against her nape. What is it?
You could, at least try.
Try what?
To make me better.
My eyes flashed wide. Anything. Tell me what you need, and I'll do it. The second I said it, I saw her trap. Damn. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Her hips arched backward, rocking against me. Immediately, I went to shift away, but she moved with me.
I know this is super forward of me. I'm wrong on so many levels.
She whispered.
I know I'm being manipulative and owe you 1,000 apologies. We don't know each other. I don't know your real name. I don't know where you live or what you do or why you truly approached me. But I do know I can't do this on my own. And I can't move on until I claim my body as mine again. You were kind enough to be there for me, and I'm weak enough to ask for something you're not willing to give. But only because I'm so sick of feeling him punch and kick me whenever I look at certain people. I hate feeling this lost, this broken. My bruises are fading, but the walls are only getting higher.
I clung to her. I'm so sorry.
Sorry enough to help?
I groaned and buried my face in her hair. You're determined to kill me, Laurie. Her hips rocked again, waking up the parts of me that were ready and very, very willing to serve.
Do you find me attractive?
She asked on a shaky breath. I laughed torturedly. Do you really have to ask that question?
If you find me attractive and admit you have the same crush, then why did you turn me down when I asked you to sleep with me?
My teeth ground together. I didn't have to fake my growl to cover my usual baritone. It was 1,000% real. Because I refused to take advantage of you.
But isn't it me taking advantage of you? Like I said in our messages, aren't I the one asking you to do this? Aren't I the one in the wrong? Do you?
She trembled. Fresh tears wobbled her voice.
Do you think I'm a slut?
I reacted before I could think. Pushing her away from me, I grabbed her chin and pinned her on her back. I didn't know where such a move came from. I hadn't meant to do it, but she gasped as her eyes popped wide, then shuddered as I shifted on top of her. With my spare hand, I hitched her higher up the bed and slipped between her spread legs, trapping her beneath me. For a heartbeat, I feared I'd gone too far. This wasn't me. This wasn't who she needed me to be. But then her eyes melted into molten, scorching blue. I couldn't stop staring at her. With my free hand, I made sure my mask still covered my nose and mouth. At least the room was dark. My hat had stayed low over my brow. She wouldn't be able to tell my hair or eye color. Hopefully. If he was the one who called you a slut, he's a motherfucking asshole. You aren't. I've never thought that. Not for a single moment. She tried to nod, forcing my fingers harder against her cheeks. Pulling my hand away, tingles sparked from touching her. Sorry, I didn't mean...
It's fine.
She attempted a tragic smile.
I'm not afraid of you.
I'm glad. My gaze fell to her mouth, to her perfect lips. Her perfect, kissable, delicious lips. All the blood in my body arrowed between my legs, leaving me with the intelligence of a rock. Shifting, I attempted to get off her, but she placed her hands on my lower back. Her soft touch kept me from going anywhere. Our eyes met. The room, the night, the world all bled away like watercolor illusions. We didn't speak for so long, but our hearts thundered to the same chaos. Finally, she studied my mask and whispered a single word. One word that undid me. One word that made me hers. One word that ensured I gave in.
Please. Chapter 29. Sailor. Mask fetish unlocked. I hated myself for pushing him to do something he didn't want to do. I did my best to take my pleading back, to be strong enough to do this on my own and stop using someone for my own gain. But I couldn't. For the first time in my life, I really, truly desperately needed someone, not sexually, not physically, but in all the ways he made me feel, protected, cherished, seen. Every fractured piece, every distorted part. He saw all of me, yet he didn't judge me or pity me or shame me. I ought to be petrified. A man in a mask and baseball cap pinned me to my bed and glowered at me with such intensity, I felt his stare in my soul. Yet, all I felt was safe. So exquisitely safe. I had no more tears, no more self-doubt or hate or guilt. I hummed and burned, and even if he said no to helping me, I might, just might, be able to achieve a happy ending on my own if he left me with more memories like this one. When he hugged me from behind, I'd felt so sheltered. When he flipped me onto my back and grabbed my chin, I felt so bare, so open, so wanted. He gave off such a caring, secretive vibe with the occasional explosion of dominating masculinity. It scrambled my senses, set fire to my system, and left me shaky and achy and... Please, I whispered again, staring at the painted skull covering where his lips would be. The toothy grimace only added to the dynamic that I was the weak one while he was the one in my control. He willingly gave me every power over him without speaking. I saw it in the way he watched me and felt it in the way he touched me. He told me, loud and proud, that his crush for me was real, that this was real, and everything else didn't matter. Tugging one of my arms from under the covers, I reached for his mask. I managed to tug it enough to reveal a part of his nose before his fingers locked around my wrist and pulled my hand away. He shook his head just once. He clucked his tongue. He doused me with gasoline and struck a match that made fire erupt and heat burn, and all I wanted to do was kiss him. If you won't sleep with me, kiss me? I flicked my stare from his mask to his eyes, once again asking for something I shouldn't. Kiss me and you can go. With a snarl, he rolled off me and pulled his mask back into position.
You're definitely trying to kill me.
Propping himself up with his elbow, he supported his head and stared at me.
A nice try, but I won't remove my mask.
Ah, yes. I nodded seriously. The boils. He chuckled quietly.
Exactly.
Lying on his hip and facing me, he ran his fingertip further soft over my bottom lip.
I need you to know that I'm not denying you because I don't want you. I do. I want you way too fucking much. It's taking every ounce of willpower not to take you. But I'm trying to do the right thing. And the right thing is...
He bit back a groan snarl.
The right thing is not giving in to you, even though that's all I want to do.
Narrowing his eyes, he added,
I'm not going to kiss you, and I can't sleep with you, but... Okay.
The world stopped spinning. Okay? My heart almost leaped out of my chest. Bending over me, he rubbed his masked nose against mine. The darkness in my room only granted shadowy features even this close. If I hadn't seen him before with my bedside light on, I wouldn't have known he had black hair under his hat or the richest, kindest brown eyes.
Okay, I'll help you.
My leaping heart suddenly played dead. How? Trailing his fingers from my mouth, he traced them along my throat, between my cleavage, and slowly down my belly. His eyebrow rose as he felt the silky satin in my nightgown.
I thought you were more of a t-shirt and shorts to bed kind of girl.
I stretched under his petting, fully invested in the sparkling, tingling sensation he left me with. A nightgown is easier access than shorts. I was so breathless, I sounded as if I'd run 10 laps of the park. He laughed again, low and rich.
You're right. It is.
His shoulder dropped as he lowered his hand from my lower belly and gathered up the fabric by my hip. Neither of us spoke as he hitched the hem up my shins, my knees, my thighs. When most of it puddled on my stomach, he traced his fingers along the paper-thin skin of my lower belly. I hissed and jerked, the sensitivity too hot, too sinful, too much.
You sure you want me to do this?
His voice sounded like a beast, thick and croaky. I didn't trust myself to be able to talk without giving away just how sure I was. A flash of hot wetness had me cringing. What if my need turned him off? What if I wasn't supposed to be this turned on by the local neighborhood stalker? He'll judge me. I stopped that thought immediately. He'd never judge me. Not once. That was why I'd gotten this far. Why he'd successfully allowed me to take back the smallest part of myself.
We don't have to.
He murmured, his fingers stroking fire over my exposed hip.
But if you want to, you have to tell me. Otherwise, this ends, and I leave.
Trembling, I went to cup his cheek, but he reared back, his eyes wide.
You can't take my mask off. That rule hasn't changed.
Lowering my arm, I nodded. I wasn't going to. I just wanted to touch you.
This isn't about me.
His fingers sketched a little closer.
This is about you. Say the word, and I'll do my best to give you an orgasm. I'm a little rusty. I'm not saying I'm very skilled with my fingers, but...
His voice shaded with a tease.
You did say you like a man who takes instruction.
I flushed. Lowering his masked mouth to my ear, he whispered.
So am I doing this? Yes or no, Laurie?
I shivered at the nickname, at the separation it gave me between Sailor Rose, abuse survivor, and this new me rising from the ashes. Licking my suddenly dry lips, I nodded. Yes. He didn't make me ask again. His fingers navigated right to my clit. My spine arched right off the bed as his hand cupped me, hot and steady, letting me get used to his possession.
You can either teach me what you like, or you can retreat inward and focus on healing. Either way, I'm here.
His voice hitched as his middle finger stroked my entrance. He didn't comment on my slickness or say anything to embarrass me. He merely held my stare, swallowed a growl, and tortuously, slowly inserted that finger inside me. I arched off the bed again. My blood heated, my bones trembled. No one had ever looked at me so intently or while touching me so intimately. With just one finger, he blew me apart. Unable to hold his stare while he systematically shattered my body into pieces, I closed my eyes and focused on his touch. He didn't rush, he savoured. His heavy, harsh breathing sent goosebumps darting over me as he pressed his thumb against my clit and just held it there. I moaned as he hooked his finger inside me, pressing against that inner spot, making me clench. I waited for him to speak. I hated that I didn't really want him to. I didn't want to have to cringe with self-consciousness. I didn't want to fight to focus on his touch. I wanted him to remain with me, but distant. Here, but far enough away that I could be swept away and hopefully find a way to come for myself, not for him. Without a word, almost as if he'd heard my silent request, he feathered a second finger inside me. A soft cry escaped me as his thumb finally moved on my clit. Just the barest rub, firm with pressure. He didn't tickle or bruise. He somehow knew the perfect press. The longer he touched me, the less effort it took to concentrate. With every hook and flutter of his fingers, my mind turned darker and softer, and all that mattered was a release. My hands clutched at the blankets as he shifted closer and pressed his erection against my hip, letting me feel I wasn't the only one burning. With a soft growl, he withdrew his fingers before pushing them back inside me. Not rough, not cruel. Worshipping and claiming and absolutely delicious. And still, he didn't speak. I lost track of time as he set a rhythm with his fingers. Slow and languid to start, his thumb keeping constant pressure on my clit. He built me up and up, I felt heavier and heavier, hotter and hotter. And when I reached for his arm and felt his muscles contract and the steady thrusting motion of his wrist, I lost it. My legs fell wider. My teeth clamped onto my bottom lip. I wanted more and more and more. I forgot why this was so hard for me, why being touched had become so terrifying. All that mattered was the searing fire he cultivated inside me, slowly adding more and more fuel until my body clutched around his torch, and I cried out as his wrist angled deeper. I clung to his bicep as his pace increased. His touch went deeper, his thumb pressed harder. Up and up and up he pushed me, quietly, firmly, wonderfully. I couldn't stay still any longer. I shivered and squirmed, fighting with him, needing to come, all while terrified of it. His leg hooked over mine, keeping me pinned. And then he inserted a third finger. His pace lost its sweetness. His hand moved with motions of fucking. He didn't coax me anymore. He shoved me up the mountain, forcing me to tighten, to spiral, to spark. The telltale drawing up of my womb, the hot, delicious cramps that turned into a delicious knot just waiting to explode. I was so close, so close to detonation. Please, I moaned, needing a final push. His fingers drove deep, deep inside me, unapologetically possessive. Sudden pain wrenched over my scalp from Milton pulling my hair out. My jaw ached from his punch. My shoulder blades and spine and ribs and wrists and legs. His every kick and throw repeated in horrifying precision. Discomfort and despair added awful layers to my rapidly popping pleasure. A cyclone of the past and the present howled through me, doing its best to blow away the future I needed to claim. No, don't. He's not here. You're safe. My forehead furrowed as I clung to happiness, not agony. I willed my body to remember the peace X gave me, all while exterminating the memories of Milton. It didn't work. Pain built and built. The crack of my cheekbone, the burn of my hip, the throb of my knee. Fight or flight kicked in, adrenaline and terror, and no. The tinkling coils of my orgasm dissolved. Milton cackled in my mind. All I could see was his sneering face, his taunts calling me a slut, his punches decorating me with bruises. It happened again. I hadn't been able to get past this part on my own. I'd forced myself through it. I'd screamed in resentment as that bastard prevented me from coming. I'd touched myself all while sobbing in defeat and failure because I'd let a monster into my life. It had made me feel sick to my stomach, like I violated myself. He'd stolen my freedom, self-worth, and power, and left me with frustration, irritation, and bone-deep shame that I would always be tainted. Always be the stupid girl who trusted the wrong person. Always be the broken survivor who could no longer touch her own body.
It's okay.
X murmured, pressing his mask-covered lips to my cheek.
You're with me, no one else.
His fingers kept stroking me, tugging me back from the black nightmares. With each rock, he eradicated another pain, soothed another strike, deleted another kick. Fresh tears streamed down my cheek, though he was so patient, so understanding. He touched me so worshippingly, all while reminding me that he did this for me. He touched me because I'd practically forced him to. He serviced me like someone I'd bribed or hired, obeying me despite his own reservations. Guilt swarmed. New shame drowned me. I was so selfish, so greedy, just as narcissistic as Milton. It can't just be about me. I can't use him like this. My right hand dropped from his arm. Angling my hips a little, I put a little space between us and wrapped my fingers around his throbbing hard-on. He went instantly, fatally still. His breathing came fast and shallow, his fingers twitching inside me.
Laurie.
He exhaled with a heart-clenching grunt.
Stop.
He shifted as if to prevent me from touching him, but I clamped my legs closed and kept his wrist trapped. It's not fair for me to ask you to give me a release and not return the favour. Stupid tears rolled hotly down my cheeks. Every cell throbbed with hotter frustration as my impossible orgasm flew higher out of reach. What was the point? This was a waste of time. Milton stalked my thoughts, pacing on the outskirts of my mind, keeping me imprisoned in a cage of my own making. I can't come, I muttered almost coldly. Rocking my hands up and down, I focused on his climax instead. But you can. I'd almost gotten there. I'd appreciated his attempt, but I couldn't scale that wall just yet. I'm not ready. I don't know if I'll ever be ready.
You can come. If I'm doing it wrong, talk to me.
He groaned.
Tell me what you like.
Forget about me. My voice caught with frustrated tears. I clutched his rock-hard length. Let me.
No.
Removing his fingers, he clamped them hot and damp around my wrist and jerked my touch off him. In the same motion, he flung up the covers over his head and shot down the mattress. I gasped as he settled between my legs, his face directly above my exposed pussy. Grabbing the blankets, I looked down and, good God, I'd never had a Mars fetish. I never had any kind of fetish. But seeing X between my legs, dressed all in black with a skull covering half his face and his baseball cap a little skewed. All the tingles and clenches he'd conjured returned in a wave of delirium. His left hand went to his mask, his eyes flashing black.
You asked me to make you come, and I never leave a job half done. You can trust me. I will never hurt you. And you can leave at any time, but...
His voice turned husky with gravel.
While I have you like this, while I can smell your need and see your desire, I'm going to keep going. I'm not going to stop, and I'm going to enjoy every moment of licking you.
Holding my stare, he inserted 2 fingers back inside me. My mouth fell open. My arms trembled holding the covers up.
However, in order for me to use my tongue, I have to lower my mask, which means you have to drop the blankets. If I feel you lift them, if you try to look at me, if you attempt to stop me because you're feeling guilty that you're not returning the favor, or that I'm not extremely, desperately willing to do this for you, then I'm leaving and never coming back.
Cold water doused me. I tried to close my legs, but he pressed my thigh with his free hand and kept me wide.
Do we have a deal or not?
He dropped his blazing stare to where his fingers vanished inside me.
Because my mouth is watering, and I either need to taste you or run as far away from you as possible.
He groaned and squeezed his eyes closed.
And I just realized everything I said might terrify you. So if I've scared you and you want this to end, just give me the word. And I'm gone, Laurie. You don't ever have to see me again. We never have to discuss this, or...
I trust you. I dropped the blanket. I did my best not to worry about him being able to breathe under there, or how he'd overheat, or how a strange man was closer to my core than any other man had been. Milton had never gone down on me, and my other 2 boyfriends had never asked. I couldn't stop shaking with a mixture of terror and torment. My cheeks burned with fire. I'd never been so embarrassed, or so turned on. And when he shifted and his head lowered beneath the covers, I squeaked in shock, then screamed in ecstasy as his tongue licked hard and long up my seam. He didn't build me slowly like before. He didn't give me time to get used to the slippery sensation or give any space for my thoughts to ruin this. I had no thoughts. I was empty. His fingers thrust inside me as his tongue licked again, driving from my centre to my clit. I didn't stand a chance. I whimpered and squirmed and begged for him to stop or lick harder. He nuzzled me, devoured me, and then he bit me. I shattered. A guttural groan escaped as I threw my head back and surfed waves of rapture. The clenches came in frenzied crashes of ravishment, over and over, and over again. All those months of being denied, all those years of never finding true pleasure. It demolished me into fragments, breaking me apart in all directions like a starburst. I was blind and deaf and free, so deliciously free. The bed rocked as X removed his fingers and licked me. I shivered with oversensitivity. It almost hurt with how hyper-aware I was, but I didn't stop him. I let him taste me, tongue me. I let him do whatever he wanted because he'd given me something I didn't think I'd have the courage to claim. And somehow, by giving me back myself, he'd claimed me for his own. I moaned as his lick went deeper, penetrating me in ways that felt so much more intimate than fingers. I clenched around him. His guttural groan from beneath the covers almost made me come again. I never had two in a row, and a selfish part wanted him to try. But I also couldn't bring myself to ask. So I lay there and let myself be devoured, and he tore himself off me. Breathing hard, he rearranged his mask and popped up from beneath the blankets. Without a word, he pushed my drunken shoulder and rolled me onto my side. I had no strength left and went where he wanted, but my voice cracked with worry. Why did you stop? With a powerful, possessive arm, he scooped me around the middle and drew me against him. His hard cock throbbed as he rocked into me, his breath coming in heavy, shuddering gusts.
I stopped, because if I didn't, I'm either gonna come all over your sheets or take you up on the offer to fuck you.
A lightning bolt of need arched through me. You can, I whispered. I'd like you to.
Fucking hell.
Burrowing his masked face into the crook of my neck, he exhaled hard.
You have no idea how much willpower it's costing me not to plunge inside you right now.
He arched his hips against my ass, grinding his throbbing length against me.
I'm seconds away from coming, Laurie. A single touch and...
Then let me. Reaching behind, I fumbled for him. I grazed his length. I went to grip. He snatched my wrist and pulled me away. Panting into my ear, he growled.
You touch me, and you'll destroy me. Do you understand?
Taking a heavy breath, he added.
This was about you, not me. Keep your hands to yourself.
I laughed quietly, shocked that I'd felt happy after the memories trying to break me. Okay, no hands. How about my mouth then? I rocked backward. Let me return the favour. His snarl cut right through his mask and arrowed into my heart.
You give me your mouth, and you won't be getting out of this bed until you've been fucked 5 different ways and can barely walk.
I moaned, loudly. I'd never been talked to that way. Never felt the bolt of heat, knowing how much he needed me. Twisting in his arms, I tried to face him, to tug down his trousers and give him what he gave me. But he clamped his arm around my waist and linked his still slick fingers with mine. Pressing our linked grip to my pounding heart, he grunted.
I'm going to go now.
No, wait.
You're going to go to sleep, and no nightmares will find you.
X, don't.
I'm going to taste you on my lips all night.
Kissing me through his mask, he untangled his wet fingers from mine. I tried to hold on, but the lubrication meant he slipped easily from my grasp.
Message me in the morning, all right?
The bed shifted as he slid off the side and stood. I went to face him, to leap on my knees and throw my arms around him, but his hand pressed on my shoulder, keeping me facing away.
Don't get up. Don't look back, or this will always remain a one-time deal, okay?
His hand withdrew from my shoulder, fading into the dark. I froze. My mind whirled. You're saying this can happen again? I trembled, waiting for his reply. I waited and waited until I couldn't wait anymore. I rolled over, but he was gone.
Chapter 30.
Xander. Illegal activities. I jerked awake. Thick cotton wool coated my thoughts, followed by the worst kind of agony between my legs. Swallowing a groan, I went to move, but my entire body throbbed as if I'd been beaten. Digging my fingers into my eyes, I did my best to rub away the fog in my head, clutching at the reasons why I'd be in so much pain. Sailor. I went down on Sailor. She came on my fingers. I froze. Fuck. Was I still at her house? I smelled her. Everywhere. Bolting upright, I blinked as a bedroom manifested around me. My shoulders sagged in relief as I recognized my faux concrete wall and no-nonsense furniture. So I actually had the strength to come home. I hadn't given in when I stood by the fence for an hour, cursing myself for leaving and buckling with crippling desire to return. No wonder I felt as if I'd been beaten last night. I had been. By morality and sin. I'd gone to war over right and wrong, and I'd been so fucking close to marching back to her, yanking off that seductive silky nightgown and thrusting myself deep inside her. How I'd managed to stagger home with a hard-on from hell, I didn't know. How I'd had the self-control to stay in bed and not crawl my way back to her proved I was a goddamn saint, because I'd never faced such temptation before, never been so close to putting my own needs above someone else's. And even now, I hated that I hadn't done it, that I hadn't said fuck it and taken her up on the invitation to return the favor. All I wanted was to come. In her. On her. I'd